this over here. All right. It says I played my Witch for 23 hours. Oh, that's because I left POE2 on all night. I forgot. Heck, W. What's up, guys? Hello, hello, hello. What's going on, boys? Looking good, boys. What's up, guys? Dude, later we have a POE2 podcast with Zizarin, Crouching Tuna, and Ziggy D. Should be good. I'm offended. You're lost in POE2, but you're having fun? Hell yeah, man. The Witch is really good, Jeremy. It's really good. We're just dunking on everything. Burn them down, boys.
Just what I need.
Okay, I don't have any life regen. That makes me sad. The monk is amazing. Did you put it together? Yeah, it's really good, isn't it? It's crazy. Glad you're liking it, buddy. Show him who's boss. Can I link my build? I can't because I'm just making it up as I go. But tomorrow morning, I'll have a guide for you. The Witch guide should be up tomorrow morning. Am I not bored of Minion Witch blasting? I'm not bored at all. Hell no. Hell nah. I love builds like this.
Oh, goodness. It awakes. No.
I think my gloves are my worst piece. All my gloves have is 80 life with no resistances on it. Yes. The fire boys are summon raging spirits. What build am I following? I don't follow builds. I just make my own. Just make my own. If I follow a build, oh man. YouTube and Reddit are gonna be like, Rax just comes into POE2 and just copies everyone's build and thinks he's good. He's a piece of shit. Nope. I'm not gonna give him that. We make our own builds. I feel like this build has been by far the most straightforward. Like, you just take all the minion damage nodes, spam SRS with a fire skill. Firewall makes a lot of sense because it has synergy with the arsonist. And just put a bunch of fire supports on them. Obviously, you curse with flammability. Take more to fire damage. We're cooking them, boys. Cook them down. Cook them down, boys.
Impressive. Perhaps I could learn a thing or two from this Hikwani.
How do you get the life and mana values to always show? It's just an option in the settings. Have I played Monk yet? Yeah, I already full cleared the campaign and I already have a guide on YouTube. My Monk is a god. Good. I was advised to never take a scepter with malice on it because the scallies are too valuable. So I actually don't know. I've just been using the skellies. Do you, is that a joke, Vince, or do you want to see my monk staff? It's, my staff is pretty good, but it's not crazy. Someone posted on my YouTube, they said, wow, of course Rax one-shots the bosses. He has a 480 DPS staff worth 100 exalts. I had to go into the comment section and say, Buddy, that's not my staff. I'm showing you the best staff that you can get at your level. Mine is 200 top end lower than what I showed you. Where are my Jim Bobs?
I best talk to
God, I love dinner.
I've ever seen. With this, we could power the mechanism in the
Why no health bars on the mobs? I don't know. I feel like that would clutter the screen more than help.
a bigger one. Love.
We're big chillin', man. This looks easy mode. Yeah, I think this is the best option for new players.
Death is my power to wield.
This is... If your talent level is 0, you can still play this build. Exalted or
suppose this will fit the generator. What a display. Let's find
The
another.
generator is going, boys. Zizarin found his first divine today. I got a divine yesterday. I was so happy. I was like, I'm probably not going to use it, but I found one. I was like, lit. Walk forward and do nothing. God, it's so nice.
I do know a way out. If we fail and the Empire falls, I have one last resort. I fear it, but it is
Dude,
the
I'm
last hope
one level behind the zone I'm in.
till the Black Jaw
God, I need to
is
kill more
alone
monsters or
with
something.
his crimes. Isolated like that, without any other souls in the lattice, his stone form seemed to retain much of his personality. Do I dare drain my own lifeblood into something we use as a punishment worse than death? We have toiled so long to defeat death. All I know now is
Corruption altar?
if the sky turns to blood, if flames consume Utsal,
Let's try corrupting my gloves.
will I
A
decide?
surprising result.
Dude, I've corrupted quite a few items, and I always get nothing. Like, nothing ever happens. Can corrupting skill gems make them worse? It's gotta have a chance to make them worse, right? Okay, I need 83 int to even level up my gems. That's not good. You can get -1 level? Oh yeah.
Well, that seemed to bring the whole place alive.
You did Act 1 on Warrior Deathless? Wow. I haven't played Warrior, but people say Warrior sucks, so nice job.
Another corpse to serve me.
Wow, that guy got tomahawked. Actually gonna start walking over here because apparently I need 5 more int. Come, boys. Nice work, nice work. Yeah, I'm throwing the extra firewalls from Spell Cascade. Killed him over the wall. They got killed over the wall. Like Regals, that's good. God, look how big this map is. How's this build compared to Lightning Arrow? Easier to play.
Oh dear. Now we just have to remove.
Easier to play. Tankier, because the minions tank for you. Way tankier. But much slower. Much slower. Compared to Lightning Arrow. Lightning Arrow. Ranger. It's a better bosser too, I would say. What about Invoker Monk? Way slower. Way slower. Less boss damage. Higher survivability.
Still alive. Take your time. I like it.
So rare, movement, allies, minion. Why is this one not highlighted? Spirit. Could try. I mean, I could try this. There's almost no chance this is going to be good, but I can try it. And it's gone.
Anything touch? Don't eat anything colorful.
All right, let me think about this here. I could wear this if I had 77 strength, and that is never going to happen. Let me see how good this is. Can we make this godly? Probably it's already bricked. No, that's not what I wanted. Let's just... I don't think I can waste the currency on this. Too bad.
Still alive. Take your time. Don't eat anything.
I just really need better gear, man. Problem is,
Don't get eaten.
I need to go do the poison quest. Yeah, I need to go do the bog. How do you get dividers between words? It's above the enter button. Shift above the enter, the straight bracket is to believe the proper term for it is a delimiter. You need the straight bracket delimiter. It's above enter. Yeah, that. A really good idea is to do rare delimiter movement. And then any other tag that you care about. Like I care about spirit, I care about minion, I care about allies. Is the Ranger freeze build worth grinding? Ranger freeze build. I'm not aware of a Ranger freeze build. You mean the monk freeze build or sorcerer Ranger freeze build? You got 2 exalts in the same drop? Sweet baby Jesus, I didn't know that was possible. How do you cast multiple firewalls? Spell cascade. Is Call of the Brotherhood a good addition? I don't know what that is. Is that a unique? I've only found like 5 uniques ever in this game. You still use light. You use Herald of Thunder and Herald of Ice to freeze everything. I mean, I love freezing stuff. I don't, like I said, guys, like, people think I'm kidding, but I'm not. I haven't looked at anyone else's builds, really. The only build I've looked at was Zen M's Cold Sorcerer when I was making my Cold Sorcerer. And the only reason I looked at that is because somebody said, Rax, the build that you're making, someone from Maxwell like made like the exact same thing. And I was like, oh, okay. I like Zen M. Let's check out what he's doing. I really haven't looked. I don't know what's possible. So this zone is particularly dangerous because, so if you guys did not know this is a learning experience, this zone does poison damage. You should be terrified of poison damage because poison damage is chaos damage. And your chaos res in the campaign is going to be super mucho el poopy dick. My chaos res currently is 0. I have 0 chaos res right now. Did they nerf boss farming? The boss doesn't respawn for me? I haven't heard of that. Yeah, and I think it just damages your health bar. So when I see someone doing poison damage, I say, ah, hell nah. Yeah, well, that's very common feedback, Woo. So I do think that will be fixed. If you're like frustrated, you respect your character and your character sucks. If I were you, I would just make a new character. Try something else while we wait to see if grinding gear games will help us. But yeah, it's pretty rough to respec. That's very universal feedback. So I would not be surprised if they help us, but I would just start something new, man. I mean, it's early access. I mean, who cares? We're just dicking around anyway. Try something new, man. Your character sucks? Guys, make my ranger or make my monk, or I'm gonna put this build guide out tomorrow. Make this witch. Dude, I have zero deaths on this witch. I have not died. Like, now that I said that, now I'm guaranteed to die. Like, I'll die right now. Now that I said that, I'm doomed. She go.
You crossed the line, sister. You should have known what it was deserved.
30 spirit.
Of course.
I just got 2 more arsonists. Lit! Get them, boys. Monk versus witch versus ranger. What's most fun? Well, fun is in the eye of the beholder, right? I can't tell you how you have fun. You want me to tell you? You want me to tell you how I think most people have fun, though? It really actually boils down to one thing usually, and that's living. If people can walk around and not die every 5 seconds, that usually dictates fun to them. If you want the build that is not gonna die, it's this one. Look, look at this yellow. I'm just gonna run away from him. Just run the opposite way. He's dead. The ranger is fun if you want speed. I think the ranger is the fastest because you just run forward and shoot lightning arrows. You're gonna take some deaths. 100% you're gonna die sometimes. But you have absolutely overwhelming range and damage. So you're gonna die a couple of times for sure, but it doesn't really matter. Just get back in there. Who cares? And then the monk, I mean, I've only played one melee. People say melee sucks in this game. My monk does not suck, man. My monk fucking murders everything. My monk is the best bosser by far. Like, you saw how fast that witch died? My monk would have killed her twice as fast. The bosses can't even swing at me. I'd say this is the best build for new players, but some people are definitely going to find this boring. All you do is walk forward and lay firewalls. There is a little bit of a rotation on the bosses, but not really. This is definitely the build where you do absolutely nothing and just walk forward. If you like that, then this build is big good. Whenever you see a rattling scepter, you gotta pick it up and craft on it. Rattling gives you the skellies. We like skellies.
I recognize this ritual. Borrowed power is still power.
I never saw you on Twitch. I'm not much of a Twitch guy. I wanted to say in the past years I was watching you whenever I needed help in Diablo 3. I was playing every one of the last seasons. You always had top tier content for the game I enjoyed. Nobody seemed to play anymore. Now I'm on POE2 and we meet again. Nice to see you again, my friend. We're gonna conquer this game on all archetypes easily for many years to come. Good to have you back, buddy. I'm still the same loser that you remember me as. I'm the same piece of shit playing video games all day. You're level 35 and you're loving the Ranger build? Hell yeah, man. Guys, I'll tell you a secret about me. I will never, ever, ever, never, ever post a build guide unless it's good and it works. Never. If I post the guide, if I post Viper Sting Jim Bob class tomorrow, it's gonna be a good build. If I make a build and it blows, I just don't post it, you know? I don't say, well, I made this build, guys. It took me a week. It didn't end up very good, but here's the build guide anyway. No, I just won't post it. I'll write a scathing letter to Grinding Gear Games and move on with my life. The moment that my Cold Sorcerer got nerfed, I spent 250,000 gold trying to respec her, making her good in a different way. Wasn't very good. So I posted no videos. I went back to my original video and I changed the title. Nerfed. Adios. That was done within hours of Grinding Gear Games posting that thing. I will never, ever, ever, ever waste your time. I post a video. It should be super strong and it should work. And in the video, I'll tell you straight up what it's good at and what it isn't. I'm not here to waste your time. If you're gonna do me the favor of watching my content, I'm gonna do you the favor of not wasting your time. Like, maybe I'll make a video like bitching, be like, hey, I spent 2 weeks trying to make this class and this class still sucks. Here's why. And then I make a video bitching about it. Maybe I'll do that. Check the synergy between Hound and Storm Mage with Stormfire. Storm Mage. I don't even know what these are. Are these skill gems? Are they Ascendency points? What are we saying here? Storm Mage, Stormfire? Is this a skill gem or? I don't want any charms here. They're skill gems, okay. Terrible. Let's do our little dealy bob here. Let's do our search. 32 spirit on a chest? I mean... any gloves that I can craft on? God, I would love some better gear, man. All right, let's see if we can craft on this. We're looking for spirit or minion levels. Cast speed, mana, it's gone.
How can I advise?
All right. Didn't I just do this? Find the source of the poison. I thought I just did this. Oh, I need to do the venom crypts. God damn it, man. I'm playing trade, but I've never traded. So I've been actually just playing SSF. Okay. Oh, I found it. Look how fast I found it. Easy, 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 easy.
Poison tongues slither through ancient growth. I love my
Oh, poison. If you see poison, you gotta be careful. Poison is chaos damage, and we don't like chaos damage, so we're gonna let the Jim Bobs do their thing. Okay, so you said Hound plus something with shock gives you infinite shock on the bosses. That's a actually sick idea. Sorry, what were the spell things again? Storm Mage, yeah. Okay, that might be a thing. That's Kriparian's build. Well, yeah, I don't... Yeah, I would prefer not to steal other content creators' ideas, but if there is one particular idea that originated from a content creator, I can just give them credit for it. Is Kriparian the one who figured that out? Did I ever eat so much cheese that I feel sick? Depends on what you mean by that. If you mean, have I ever eaten so much cheese that I felt sick? The answer is, oh yeah. But if the question is, have I ever ate so much cheese that I regretted it? Never. Actually, yesterday, Chipotle had free queso. So obviously we had to go get it. And I never get Chipotle's queso. First of all, I'm not Bezos. We can't afford to put queso or guacamole on anything. That's the first problem. I would say they have changed their queso recipe. They used to be like the industry's worst. It's like the worst thing at Chipotle by far. I actually thought that they did a pretty good job. It doesn't have a very strong taste, so it's kind of like, if you're eating queso and it doesn't have a strong taste, it's kind of like, what's even the point? Because it's a shitload of calories, but I enjoyed it because it was free. Shock is what? 20% increased damage, or what is it? Oh, I got something. Gem Cutter's Prism. I love that in PoE when you hear that sound, boom, you know you got something good. That is such a satisfying feeling. That checkpoint back there might be the boss room. Hello from Turkey. Hello. What's up? Yeah, it's like multiplicative damage, right? Wait. Maybe this is the right way. Nope. Okay, it's definitely up here then, right? Oh, there's not even a boss? Bro. Guys, thank you so much for all the primes and the gifted subs. Appreciate you. I know that one.
What do you need? I'll take it. Be wary.
Aye. Don't get eaten.
I could have crafted on that helmet before salvaging it. That was kind of stupid. 18 int. Nope.
What do you
All right. So let's check out this idea that you guys had here. Well, Kriparian had it. Let's grab a support gem. Would you say it's called Storm? Sorry, I apologize. What's the name? I thought it was called Storm something. Let's just say Shock. Wait, what was it? What was it called? Storm Mage. Is it not a support gem? It's a skill. Oh, it's a skill. Is this, do you think, is this worth losing one of your gym bobs? Probably, right? Yes. Mathematically, you can solve that instantly that it's worth it. It has to be worth it. 20% multiplicative damage on 6 archers, losing 1 archer. That has to be worth it. That has to be super worth it. Yeah, it has to be. By a lot, right? It's not even close. Like by a huge margin. The stuff dies so fast, right? But what we're talking about specifically is bosses, right? We're talking about bosses here. This is the lowest one that I can get. Okay, I don't even have this yet. Okay, we'll worry about this later. Yeah. You'd put overcharge with it, right? Makes perfect sense, yep.
Finally, some progress.
What level am I? 39? Yeah, 39.
In the flesh.
With the Stormfire. Yeah, right. Shock. Is that the one? That's the one where it's shocks applied to ignited targets never fall off. Is that correct?
Another corpse just served me.
How am I liking this class? It's great. I was actually very surprised. Like everybody was saying that. Well, I heard mixed review. I have heard mixed reviews on everything. I've heard Monk is unbelievably bad, and I've heard Monk was godly. And then I played Monk and it was godly. Then on Witch I heard it's extremely bad, and then I also heard it's godly, and I played it and it's godly. I think what's happening here is sometimes people are not used to making builds in Path of Exile, which makes sense. Like, when I started making my Witch, people were telling me like 15 different ways to build it. And I was like, we had to like take a little time out and sit down and think about what exactly are we trying to do here? What does our damage and what doesn't do our damage? And then when you sit down and think about it like that, you can eliminate, 80% of the ideas that were there because that's not the idea. That's not the goal. It really helps in this game to have a singular focus and buff it to the moon, and then you will dominate. Like, for example, in my Monk guide that I just released, I must have said this 8 different times in my build guide. I will make every decision possible for Ice Strike to do damage. I don't care about anything else. I don't care about the Darth Maul thing. I don't care about the bell. I will do everything to make Ice Strike do more damage. And that's why when we get all our buffs up and we swing 5 Ice Strikes, the boss dies instantly. If you buff a little here, buff a little there, a little of this, a little of that, you're going to do no damage. I'm not using a two-hander, guys. I'm using a scepter. Dual-wielding scepters. For a mace and a scepter. Like, in the end game, it wouldn't surprise me. It would not surprise me if just buffing Ice Strike is not the way to go. Maybe the charge staff is stronger, or maybe some other tech is stronger. But at least in the campaign, Ice Strike was super strong because, well, we don't really have that good of defense and we're a melee character. So buffing the skill that literally... Guys, the amount of ailments that you apply is directly correlated to how hard you hit. So when you buff Ice Strike and it hits so hard, that's why the monsters are always like chilled and frozen and all that stuff. It's because it's based on the magnitude of the hit. Well, when your Ice Strike hits them for so much damage, that's why everything's always freezing. Didn't mean what you said, my bad. I'll be honest, I didn't see what you said. It's okay. What class is the best boss killer so far? Monk. I mean, did you see my video I posted yesterday? The final boss didn't get to swing. And then people are telling me, they looked at my planner and people are saying, Rax, the boss didn't swing because you had a 480 DPS weapon. I didn't have a 480 DPS weapon. My planner is showing you what the best in slot weapon would look like. I don't have that. My weapon isn't even half as good as that weapon. You don't even have to watch the full video. If you guys just watch the first 2 minutes of the video, I show you me versus the final boss of the game on the campaign. I killed him in 5 seconds. He didn't get to swing at me one time. He was frozen the whole time. I did 640,000 damage in 5 seconds. Buff, 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 freeze, ice strike, ice strike, ice strike, ice strike, dead. Gone. In the PoE community, if you talk about gear ceilings, people meme on you nonstop. Can you explain that to me? So, if you say, oh, you mean if you say, oh, you only beat this because you had good gear or something? Or what exactly do you mean? Red hoodie. I have to wear red hoodies in December, guys. Is this build stronger than the monk? I would say no, but I would say it's much more defensive than the monk. Yeah, DM took my hoodie. I haven't played Mercenary or Warrior. I have not.
Yes. Drain away. Reveal.
SRS is Summon Raging Spirit. I'm just checking something here. All right. Or am I going to play with DM and Pox? Oh, I'm sure I will at some point. I'm sure I will. All right, let's try to make something good, boys. I'm sure we won't. Terrible. It's gone. Try to make this good. It's, well, it's a lot of energy shield, actually. But that's not what I want.
Quickly.
I'm thinking about trying the...
Take your time. It's a deal.
Oops, I didn't mean to sell this one. Okay.
Take care.
Did I level up? Have anything good for me? Malice. This is not good, but let's try it anyway. No, it's gone.
Don't eat anything colorful.
Every level, I'm checking the vendors because I need anything. Nope. By the way, how good was that? Man. Pretty good. No. 31 spirit on this chest. Maybe we can hit the jackpot here.
I guard you well.
Maybe. Alright, let's see what we can do here. I just don't have any current. I just don't have any currency is the problem. If I could hit life on it, then this would be beautiful. I mean, I could gain 60 life here, but I would lose. If I could hit life in this, if I could hit life in this one, this would be the greatest boots ever. 57 strength, though. I would need 4 strength nodes. Not gonna happen. This has 43 spirit on it. It's level 65, so it doesn't matter. Help me now. This is very good, but I can't wear it. I mean, this is godly, but I'm never going to get 99 strength. You know, one thing that kind of makes me a little bit sad here, if I'm being completely honest. The thing that makes me sad here is I thought that Grinding Gear Games was really trying to move away from like these very restrictive stat requirements. But boy, that is not how I have felt. I have felt perpetually hamstrung by them. All right, I think the best thing for me to do is double exalt this and try to hit spirit or resistance. I think we just double exalt and try to hit spirit. What's the eye level of this? 34. We should be able to hit it. We're just gonna YOLO it. Ready? Well, it's actually not a bad roll, but that's not what we wanted. Next exalt is going back in there. I think I'm gonna abandon the idea of ever getting a better chess piece for now. I think I'm just gonna abandon the idea. Will there be a monk leveling guide coming? Jimmy Bob, Willy Bob, boom! It's done. It's on YouTube, buddy. It's already there. It's my most recent YouTube video. That was magic. It's magic. How did you do that? Magic.
The drowned city awaits.
Guys, thank you so much for the gifted subs and the primes. Really appreciate you. You had a 30 spirit chest at level 16. Dude, my gear is actually terrible. I've been checking the vendors like every level. I'm trying to get better gear, but it's just absolutely not a thing. Look at my ring. Look at this ring. Let me see. Let me spend a little bit of money here. How much have I made? I made about 23k. Let me buy a couple of rings here. 9 to all attributes, 10 all res with cold res. The accuracy, the top 3 stats are all garbage. This has 33 lightning res, but this has 37 with 9 to all attributes. So I think this is better. This has a lot. Dude, look how much flat fizz this has. Dude, if I would have had this on my monk or my ranger. I'm going to go until I get one more yellow ring. Life cold res, 8 all res. Let's see. This has 24. This has more total all res than this. My lightning res is an abomination. But I can't currently use this because then my pain offering wouldn't work. So I must use this ring with a 13 int. Well. Are there any runes that I can socket in these things that... Can you even socket stuff in scepters? Are there any runes that actually help you? You can't even socket them at all?
Exile, wretched and drowned. I'm sure I'd prefer you this way.
Okay. Let me go put these rings away real quick. Does a mace count? Could I put something in this? The thing is, let's see. Yeah, maces count, but is there a rune that would help my minions? 711 fire damage, accuracy, cold damage, gain 20 life per enemy killed. Maybe that would work for minions, possibly. $10 mana per enemy killed, that could be a thing. 20 fizz. I mean, none of these appear to even work in any way with minions. Yeah. None of these would even help me, even if I could socket them. I guess I was going to throw a regal in that, but I'm not going to. Oops, what? Oh shit, I went the wrong place. That was nowhere near that. It still hit me. I'm gonna go in all of these doors to try to find some better shit. Oh, torn gloves? Oh my god, please be for minions. Oh my god, please let this be good.
Peculiar, but powerful.
This thing blows. God damn it. Wah. This thing blows. Wah. Wah. I didn't know charms could be superior. Get him down, boys. It's a unique that gives +2 to minion skills. I found it early. Take them down, boys. Hi, Cammy. Girl. Hi.
What's all this then? Now,
Hi, Cammy.
the monkey will look
I suppose it could be worth
Hi.
a look.
Girl.
Seems this place
Do
is
bows
likely
with fire as an additional arrow virtually doubles your DPS, or is damage improved another way with that? Loving your ranger, man. I mean, usually in Path of Exile, skills can shotgun. So if it shoots 2 arrows and you hit them with both arrows, it should count. It also has a lot of clear potential, right? Like if you fire an arrow and you miss, well, you have another arrow right next to it that might actually hit. But usually, shotgunning is a thing in PoE. I don't know if anybody's actually tested it, but it should be.
knock knock.
The shotgunning does... Oh, so they changed it. So shotgunning in PoE2 does not work unless it explicitly states it in the tooltip. Is that actually true? Okay, so they got rid of it. Okay, I did not know that, so my bad. It's definitely a thing in PoE1 though, isn't it? Don't a lot of builds actually explicitly go for that? It's the same in PoE1, some skills shotgun, some skills don't. Okay, so I guess the honest answer is I don't know. Need to research the game further and understand which ones do and which ones don't. To be honest with you, I don't know. Like, for example, when I made Tornado Shot in PoE1, and we had the additional projectiles that spawned behind it and like ricocheted back, my boss damage went up significantly, right? Like, my boss damage got to a point where I could kill like the basic Voidstone bosses in like 3 seconds because I had the additional projectiles. So I'm guessing this whole zone has like massive fire res. The monk build is really weak on mobs, but melts bosses. I didn't even know that was possible. You can kill a boss, but you can't kill a trash mob? I don't get it. How is that possible? You mean it doesn't like screen clear like lightning arrow? Is that what you mean? It works on Tornado Shot because it's a secondary thing? Yeah, you mean like it doesn't have the AoE of like... Is that what you mean? Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't have the AoE of like lightning arrow, for example. Yeah, it doesn't. It never will. It might be able to if you spec a little bit differently into like the heralds and really buffing the heralds, they'll just giga delete everything for you. That's probably a thing. But that's going to be weaker on the bosses than what I gave you. And, well, let's be honest. Everybody can get through the trash eventually. It's the bosses are what stop people. Only 7 chaos res. Okay, I got a jeweler's orb. I can put that on the hellhound. I can get one of those archer bobs as well. I think I'm level 41. I think I can get it now. What's my favorite class so far? Ranger. The monk can be easily mob swarmed. What I would encourage you, you want to know what I think? I think people make a mistake. If you get swarmed on your monk, you want to know what you do? Swing. Just swing and they'll die. And if they don't die, they'll freeze. I have a feeling you shouldn't really get swarmed on your monk. Just swing. I think what people do is they run. They get scared. You're a monk, man. If they swarm you, they're dead. Just swing. No running. Try it. You get overwhelmed on your monk, swing. Freeze him. Kill him. We need tooltips for SRS. While that would be nice, that's never gonna matter though. Tooltips in ARPGs are never going to, I don't think they will ever be accurate enough. There's too many variables that they cannot account for in the tooltip itself to ever make it actually accurate. We don't need tooltips on SRS. What we need is path of building. Path of building will actually tell you how much damage you do. That's what we need.
It's about time. I see you down there.
Please be good. And it's gone. Ooh, it's gone. Ooh. Dog shit. Oh? All right. Sweet baby Jesus, man. Please sell me something good.
Stay wary.
Dude,
Don't get eaten.
Here to help. Some pretty things, yes?
okay, wait. But this... I would lose my scallies, though.
Thank you.
Man. All right. So let's see here. I want the lowest level gem possible. Let's try a 10. Nope. I need an 11. Okay. I need 2 spirit. 2. You can't quality an amulet, can you? Can you quality an amulet? No, yes. That was helpful, thank you. Wand, Staffer, Scepter, Armor, Martial Weapon. No, you cannot. Yes, you can. Yes, you can with Catalyst. It's in the end game, though. I need 2 spirit to make this work. I don't think I can gain 2 spirit. Can you dual wield? Can you dual wield scepters? You can't, right? When I type in spirit, why is this shown? All right, well, I just can't do this tech, unfortunately, currently. I can't do the tech currently, unfortunately. Oh, the name of it was Spirit Robe. Oh, I see. Can you level the Arsonist gem? Yeah. when I find another 11 thing.
Wealth has never inspired me, but it was a fun fight.
Keep anything.
Thank you for so much for the monk build, man. You're amazing. Is your monk frying, buddy? You're welcome. Hell yeah. You are welcome. Sorry, Rax, I love your videos, but your monk is weak. I'm having a lot of skill issues. I'm going to try ranger. I think monk is too complex for a new player. Hold on. Wait. Before you re-roll, what level is your monk? Naji. What level is your monk? No, it's okay, guys. We're going to help him. It's okay. Relax. Don't need to insult him. It's okay. What level is your monk, Naji? We're chilling. It is a knee-jerk reaction to insult people that are genuinely, you know. He's not being rude. He's asking for help. Level 19. Okay. Do you have Ice Strike? Do you have Ice Strike with some of the supports that I gave you? And are you following the... I assume you're following the planner exactly as I gave it to you? Do you have Ice Strike with some supports on it? And how good is your staff, your quarter staff? How good is it? Is it blue? Is it yellow? Does it have any physical modifiers on it? Okay, you have some supports on it. Okay. What supports do you currently have on Eye Strike, and how good is your quarterstaff? Is it a blue one? Is it a yellow one? Is it, do you have any physical modifiers on it? Increases physical damage or flat physical damage on it? You have anything like that? Or is your quarterstaff a piece of shit? You have a 47% increased damage physical staff. Okay, well. It sounds like you got everything, man. If you have Ice Strike with 2 supports, you're following my planner, and you have a staff with 47% increased physical damage, your guy should be pretty strong. That seems really good for level 19. What's the DPS of your weapon? Like at the top, it's like 30 damage to what? 30 to 50? What's the damage at the top of your weapon? How many subs do you have to give for the pet? 2. I'm just new. I'm trying new stuff. Oh, I see. Okay, that's your problem, Najee. You're using a staff from like the absolute very beginning of the game. You're doing 11 to 18 damage. You're doing everything. It sounds like you're doing everything right. Your weapon is just absolute dog shit. Here, I'm gonna help you. I'm going to help you. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna show you. Okay, watch what I do here. Okay, I'm gonna go on my monk. Watch what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna pretend like I'm you. I'm brand new. I'm 19. My weapon sucks. I got no currency. I'm gonna fix it. I'm gonna show you. I could just hand you a really good weapon, but it's way better if I just show you how to fix it. It's not. It's very easy. Very easy to fix. Okay, so you got 2 choices. If you're level 19, you should be at the start of Act 2. So watch what I do here. I go to Act 2. The game loads, and I go to the town. If I can find the town. Here. Okay, now watch me. Okay, I got nothing. My weapon sucks, okay? You probably have a little bit of gold. And you probably have a couple of orbs here, and that's about it. Would be my guess. I think I'm gonna throw this away. Yeah, I don't have the exalts to fix it. I'm just gonna throw it away. All right, so here we go. First of all, you go here. You can just look, just right here. Look, 900 gold. I just tripled your damage. Right here. What you can do is you can type stuff that you would be looking for. Type in the word physical, and then, well, physical is stupid because everything says physical damage at the top, so that doesn't help. But you could type rare, and then above enter, if you've hit shift above enter, you get the little bracket. You could type movement. And you could also type quarter, so you look at every quarter staff. This weapon triples your damage instantly. Okay? But let's keep going. Let's say you don't have that. Okay, whatever. These gloves have 4 to 6 flat physical damage. It'd be a colossal damage increase for you at the early game. Okay? These kind of suck. Okay. And then these boots have 15% movement speed and a resistance. Okay, so let's pretend. Let me show you a different way. I could just buy that, but that would be cheating. So let's go here. You could go here to the gambler and buy a random quarterstaff. Hopefully it doesn't go to my level. It might. Okay, it didn't. Okay, let's say you get this one. It's not perfect. It's not what I wanted, but it has a flat damage on it. What you can do here is go over here and use your augmentation to add another modifier. 6 int, that doesn't help me. So, since this is kind of dog shit, I would just use this for now. Don't use a Regal on this, because this weapon fucking sucks. But it's way better than yours. Way better than yours. Put this on and play for a little bit. And then every time you level up, come back to the vendor and paste in your rare movement quarter. Every time you level up, the items change. Then next level, you get this one. Boom. Oh, this is what I'm looking for. So what you do is you go here and you would aug it. Okay, this is godly, okay? Then you would regal it. I'll just burn one of my regals. I don't even care. Okay? That we bricked the regal, but that's fine. This is way more damage than this because it's physical damage. Physical damage is godly. Then you can take your whetstones and keep applying it to improve the quality. Then the final thing would be you can use these Artificer's Orbs to add sockets and then search your inventory for iron and put in the iron runes. 20% increased physical damage. You can add another 40 on top. If you make anything like that, you will start insta-deleting everything. Do I think your DPS is dog shit because your weapon is 11 to 18? Yes. Your level, this is a required level 20 staff, and it does triple your damage. I made this in 5 seconds. What I'm saying right here applies to everybody. You see me every level. I go to the vendors and I paste in my little thing and I'm looking for better shit. And you could do some very basic crafting to make something 1,000 times better. I have heard that, Silency, yeah. Casters don't care as much. That might be literally true, but casters can get +6 to spells on their staff. It's pretty important. Yeah, you're using a level 6 staff, and I just made a level 20 staff with triple your damage in 5 seconds. I'm not insulting you. They say give a person a fishing pole, not a fish. I'm teaching you how to solve your problems. Instead of, I could just give you this staff, but I want you to make the staff. I want you to learn. Did what I say make sense? I want you to use your currency right now, check the vendors, check the gambler, and tell me what kind of a weapon you can make. Take 5-10 minutes, make a better weapon, and tell me what you make, and tell me how it goes. That's exactly right. Impeccable, yes. Where? Okay, where am I going? Drowned City. Mark is here with the 5 gifted. Thank you, Mark. What's up, dude? Merry Christmas to you too, man. Thank you, my dude. Yeah, thank you, Chris. Yeah, I want you guys to enjoy the game. You're not going to enjoy the game if you have an 18 DPS staff. I think it's going to make a colossal difference. Let's see what what's his name? Navi? What was his name? Let's see what kind of a weapon he can make. It's my favorite build so far. Probably Lightning Arrow Ranger. it makes sense. Naji. Okay, Naji. He's going to try to make a weapon. Let's see what he can make. Check the vendors first. Look for physical increase or flat physical. Check the gloves. Check the boots. Spend your money and your currency now. You want to be strong now. Not in 5 minutes. Not in the end game. Now. Spend your currency now. You will get way more currency in the end game than you get in the campaign. You can replenish it. I am perpetually bankrupted on all of my currency items as I make 4 characters, trying to make gear that doesn't suck. It's a bait, guys. Rax gets paid a tax from all the currency you spend. God, I wish, man. It's so nice. You need help making the combat frenzy resonance work because your charge staff doesn't let you use the button.
What might I find?
Okay, so in order to use the button, okay, so you need to have combat frenzy, the aura active, then you need to swing ice strikes to gain power charges. And when you gain the power charges, then you press charge staff. It's in that order. So, combat frenzy on. The aura is active. Swing ice strike until you get a power charge with the resonance node on the passive tree. And then activate charge staff. You don't have combat frenzy. Okay, yeah. You have to have combat frenzy. You don't have that, it doesn't work. You have to have those 3 things in that order. This build looks awesome. It is awesome. Is this the life stacking Infernalist build? I haven't followed any build guide. I'm trying to get a lot of life just to survive, but I'm not stacking it for any particular mechanics. How's Firewall being cast twice? Excuse me, it's being cast 3 times. It's from Spell Cascade. Exalted Orb, all right. Ooh, nice try. On death explosions. Okay, let's try to hit Spirit here. One time. Ready? I got a little bit more life. 12 life. Well, that's not the absolute worst result ever. What's up, Rax? Happy holidays. When is the SRS Minion guide coming out? Tomorrow morning. Yeah, I got some defenses too.
While I do admire darkness, filth, I cannot abide.
Let's grab this waypoint. I'm pretty sure I missed something back here. Or wait, is there nothing else? Yeah, that... Oh, there is nothing else? It's just Apex of Filth in... I thought there was something else. Am I upgrading my room? I mean, I'm trying to make it look nice. I put a thing back there with a bunch of POE and Diablo stuff, and the first thing that Sarah told me is it looks like shit. You have to completely redo it and buy more stuff. I was like, oh, thanks for letting me down easy. I mean, she's probably right. There's no way over there. I'm crying.
A rare mushroom. Enough fungus for one day. Death is my power to wield.
Okay, we're going through a stroll here. Do I level Flame Wall? I have been. I don't think it does any damage, but I have been.
Death is my power to wield.
Knock them down, boys. Okay. Dead end. Get him, boys. How do you get so much spirit? Oh god, my spirit's terrible. Should have like 300 by now. But you can get spirit on your chest, on your amulet. You can only wear one scepter, and then you get 60 from skills, and then that's about it, I think.
Another corpse to serve.
Am I enjoying POE2? Oh yeah, a lot. It's fun. Get him, boys. Pretty sure I just went every wrong way imaginable. You guys are doing great. Keep it up.
No.
Bad. 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 Man, my stuff sucks. The duration is a little bit longer. Does 150 fire damage. Pretty useless, but oh well.
Yeah? Anything, Cap? I'll take it. Don't eat anything colorful.
Didn't I have a new helmet at some point? Probably this one with the dual res. It's too good to ignore. I'm nowhere near being able to use it though. Minion damage. Aren't we about to get a really nice node? Yep. Damage, 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 damage. God, I love damage. What should I use for a 4th or 5th support gem for Monk? I have no idea, buddy. I didn't get that far. Maybe someone in chat can help you. That's further. I'd have to sit down and theory craft it. I'm not sure. Okay. This is the boss that always kills me.
Her young. Fire.
She summoned a homing meteor from the sky that even as I was running around her...
One gold.
She summoned a homing meteor from the sky that even as I was running around her still hit me. I genuinely do not understand the design of this boss. I think this is the worst designed boss in POE2. I think it's by far. I think it's by far the worst one. I hate the Queen of Filth. The cauldrons, are they in the apex of filth? Is this where the cauldrons are? Where the cauldron is, I mean? Or is it in the next zone? It's in apex? Okay. I gotta find the cauldrons then.
Here is everything you need.
Should be 2 superior flasks.
Thank you, sister. I accept this gift.
It's really not great. Oh, but it's discipline. The crit is bad. The crit is bad. The lightning damage is not what I want. Doesn't have spirit on it. I don't know. It's not that good. I mean, it's the wrong implicit. The damage is nice. The flat lightning is not what I want. The crit is not what I want. It's only +1 and it has no spirit. There's no way I'm going to use that. There's no way.
Well, some pretty things, yes? Be wary pretty things, yes? I'll take it.
Wish my gear wasn't so bad. Dual res, but everything else is bad. And chaos res, but everything else is bad. Alright, I think it's time to do the... We're gonna try to do Old Tomato now. Let's try to do Old Tomato. These guys should give me no XP. They're 8 levels down, so we're just going to give them 0 respect here and just run through.
Vile flower. Another cause disturbed.
Temple of Chouse right here. Ran straight through it. Alright. Well,
Seize.
the deathless streak is over. Here we go. Old Tomato, let's go.
Practitioner of the dark arts. Seek. Please don't be another one-win wonder.
Bosses deal more damage and take less damage. I don't think this is that bad.
Katsuato sends its regards.
Am I doing hardcore? I'm trying to actually simulate it right now, believe it or not. I have not died on this character. So I am trying to beat it without dying if I can.
Death is my power to
But I have a feeling I might die in Old Tomato. We'll see. trials don't count as a death. In hardcore, you can die in a trial. In hardcore, you can die in a trial and it doesn't.
Up so early. Coagulated masses befall you.
I want to buy the unique from the relic altar, but I want to complete the map first. Can you still do the altars after the map completion? I don't know the answer, but I would assume yes, but maybe somebody can. I don't know. But maybe somebody knows the answer for sure. I don't want to guess and tell you wrong. Okay, we got a superior queer ass. That's good. A superior what? What? Queer ass? Guys, I don't make the names. Don't get mad at me. Queer ass.
We are only getting started. May the dead speak their final piece. Escort.
How do you gain more spirit as a monk? You kind of don't, unfortunately. I got the fires down early. God, I love cheating. I don't know, man. Like, not only is Old Tomato, like, seemingly pretty overtuned, it's also just not fun at all. I never thought I'd say this, but I really miss the lab. It's actually just super not fun. It's not fun and it's overtuned. this is room 3 or 4, yeah. I don't know, grinding your games. I think we gotta. I think we need a redo on this. Can you just give us the lab instead? That glitch or what? Glitched? Now I can't finish the run or what? Thank God it moved. I think we need a redo on the Ascendencies. They're not fun at all. Who are we having a podcast with? It's me, Zizarin, Ziggy D, and Crouching Tuna.
This is just a warm-up. Of depth and perception.
When is the podcast? In 5 hours.
The Val engineered some of the fiercest creatures.
I shall grant you a death per head. Chaos certainly has a strong imagination. I think not.
What I got? .93 life with no movement speed. No, thank you.
May the strong
Okay, so now Am I reading this correctly? You are ignited when you deal a critical hit. 15% of your life and energy shield is fire damage per second. I'm in. What like what? Yeah, I'm gonna go left side, but wait, what is this even? Like some kind of weird tech like where you have to be on fire to do stuff? I don't know. This sounds great, Grinding Gear Games. Thank you.
Grow even
Chaos
stronger.
flows through me.
How can I?
77 strength, never gonna have that. Percent physical damage, not the greatest roll, but it tried to be good. Flat fizz.
Don't get eaten.
So I need to make sure I have fire res, and I need to make sure I have chaos res. I have 0 chaos res right now. Lit.
Power resides within.
I think I can take this ring off now.
Shall harness it.
Here's 8 all res, life and cold res. This is probably better than mine, but it's not great. Half speed, 40 life, 2 all attributes. I think this one's better than this one. And then I'm going to get a huge boost to all res when I get this hat.
Who's laughing now? I got my hat.
Alright, that should be fine.
Blinding. Ugh.
It would be really, really nice if I could get an amethyst ring. Oh, my sweet baby Jesus. Rawhide belt. My belt is terrible. Jesus. Can you make a Patrick voice? Liar, liar, pants for hire. Oh, amethyst ring? Lit. Didn't I literally just say, God, I need an amethyst ring? I opened one chest and got one. But if I'm going to craft on it, it's going to be dog shit. Minions assist. All right, let's craft on this amethyst ring. All right. This could be the ring of all rings, guys. Let's go to our essence tab. Do we have anything that isn't dog shit? Speed modifier. Do we have a health modifier? Life modifier. Here we go. Ready?
What do you need?
Oh my God.
I'll take it. Beware.
There has never been anything worse made in Path of Exile 2 history ever on any class.
Stay wary.
+2 minion. No, it's got the wrong implicit, and I don't have any exalts, so even if I hit, and it doesn't have spirit on it, so I'm going to have to regal it and drill spirit and then be down 3 mods with the wrong implicit.
Duval was smarter than they had any right to be. This is proof of that.
I killed you over the barrier. Get shit on.
Okay, I think we've decided that I will not get a better chest piece, so we're just going to exalt the chest piece and pray. It has no more space for mods. Never mind, we're not exalting jack shit. Nothing here is good enough to exalt. We could chouse it. Could, but I think it's too garbage to chouse.
Eh.
I'm sure Epoch will love to see you.
Vile ingenuity never ceases to amaze me.
Hello.
These runes. I can make out symbols for blood and offering. Wait, no. It's not a blood offering, it's someone of vile blood. Perhaps if I... Now this is truly something! The apex! It's opening! Goodness me!
What's my favorite build so far? Probably the Lightning Arrow Ranger.
I can't believe it! We were right on top of this device the entire time.
My build guide will be out tomorrow morning for this.
How incredible!
Wait, what is this? 95 int. Wah.
Are these living in the flesh? Hello? My name is Alphavalai. It was I who
That's nice of you, kitten.
ran away.
I am looking for that, but I'm not gonna take it from you. But thank you, though. I appreciate that. Yeah, it sounds pretty juicy.
Look at that view. To see this city in its prime. This is a dream come true.
Rax is God. Meh. Oh, get shit on by my minions. There was supposed to be an animation there. My minions shit on him before they could even talk. Get shit on. Get shit on. Get shit on. Jesus, that guy's a god. Guy had more health than the boss. Exalted Orblet. About to double exalt my amulet, boys. Here we go. Give me something. Ooh! Oh, it's terrible. Rip. Oh, sweet baby Jesus. It's the worst piece of shit I've ever seen in my life. Why am I not using a curse? What would you call this, my friend? I'm using the most important curse for my build possible. What do you mean? I have to wear a red hoodie, guys, all of December for a subathon reward. I have to wear a holiday hoodie. This is my hoodie on the merch store. It says, all I want for Christmas. And then on the back is a giant graph that says XP. Watch how brave I am, guys. Watch me. I roll in. Watch me roll in. And then I go, ah! And let my minions do everything. God, I'm brave. Why is there smoke everywhere? Knock them down, boys. Knock them down, boys. Yes, sirree, Bob. We have an old tomato key over here. Inscribed old tomato. Why would I ever run this? I don't understand. Like, this is the least fun thing ever for like no rewards. Is this better than Diablo 4? Yes. What's next to get nerfed? Monk or Ranger? Do you guys just think that they just nerf all the classes that I play? I don't think so. I honestly, if I had to guess, I would say Grinding Gear Games cares very little to zero about what I'm doing. Jesus God, I got stunned instantly. What the fuck was that? I would guess that they don't really care or pay much attention to what I'm doing. Could be wrong. That would be my guess. Grinding Gear Games does not want people to have fun. Grinding Gear Games does not want people to have fun. Wow, I don't think that that's their motto. There's no way Rax is missing Diablo Immortal. Yeah, their monetization of the game was a deal breaker for me.
Goodness, this looks valuable. This one makes me giddy.
Roy Orbison was the world's first actual Giga Chad. Damn, curse duration triggers spells, deal more spell damage. Can you imagine that for my Comet sorcerer that's dead? Get him, boys. Okay, I need 3 more levels. What am I playing here? I'm playing a Minion Witch. I'm not following any build guide. I'm making my own build like the other ones. And my guy absolutely destroys everything. Do I have 0 deaths so far? I have 0 deaths. I'm level 45 with no deaths. I've never played this before, so pretty good for my first run. No, the podcast is it starts in 4.5 hours. It's me, Zizarin, Crouching Tuna, Ziggy D. Got him, boys. Grinding gear games should give you more inventory space when you hit maps. You got no argument from me on that, but they're never going to do it. Okay, I think this girl could definitely kill me. Alright, well, whatever. Let's go. That might be the first death right here.
Halt! Your rampage ends here!
Dude, my minions aren't in the fight?
I can solve this. This is all just a misunderstanding.
Which one of you?
I'm going to respawn at checkpoint. I'm in, you dumbasses.
Halt! Your rampage ends here!
Don't worry. I can solve this. This is all just a misunderstanding.
Which one of you activated the gate? Which one of you?
Yeah, let's try that. That's a good idea. Let's try the directing them.
Foul blood! Halt! Your
We got all but one, boys.
Don't worry.
All right, all but one. Good enough. God damn it, grinding gear games.
Which one of you is a foul blood?
Why, that was me, of course. I am Alva Valai, treasure hunter extraordinary.
Take her! Bring her to Doriani. As for you, I will pay back every drop of Val blood you have spilled.
You're all
I
dead
will not
anyway.
relent! You will fall before too soon! Feel Arakali's sting! Arakali's web!
I don't know, this might be the worst boss. How am I supposed to see the fucking debuffs? I don't know, grinding your games. I think you've got some work to do on some of these bosses, man. I can't fucking see anything. Like, I don't know, man. We got some work to do. It is so unenjoyable to do something like that. Like, I won, I didn't die, but I don't feel good about it at all. Got some major work to do. Isn't your problem your skills, not the boss? Well, think about what you just said. Oh, if you play this particular build and this skill, then you can no longer see and play the boss mechanics. That's completely unacceptable, right? Not insulting you, but that's completely unacceptable. For all situations. The price for using the skill is not being able to see. Ah. That makes sense.
How can I?
Yes.
You know not what you do.
You guys sure have some good ideas.
See you?
How goes it?
It's okay, it's early access, it's fine.
Don't get eaten.
They need to have, like... They need to have a setting where spell effects, at least on bosses, are... I don't know if invisible is the right word, but 90%... What's the correct word? Translucent? Transparent? Whatever the correct word is there. Like, you need to be able to I need to be able to see the ground to do the boss mechanics. Can you imagine if Elden Ring did that, where you actually just couldn't see?
And here's another.
Yeah, opacity, make it less. Yeah, it's something. Like you gotta let me see grinding gear games. I can't see what's going on. I'm just guessing at this. There needs to be a setting called boss mode, where whenever you fight bosses, your own skills are present, but they're almost like little shadows, and the boss mechanics are very, very obvious. I don't think I've ever done this zone without dying at least once. You just get one-shotted by something every time. You want every boss to be super clear like the Lilith fight? Yeah, you want red on red on red on red on red on red on red? By the way, aren't I supposed to have a heart that I'm gonna stab somewhere? I thought it was in this zone. Am I missing a heart to stab for 2 skill points? Yeah, okay, I'm missing the heart in the last zone. But we need to go get it. It drops randomly. You can get a heart in any of these zones. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, I'll just run around and kill shit then. Give me a heart, boys. We have an Excusi idol over here. That's good. Give me a heart. Wah. Thank you for the hearts in chat, guys. That's almost as good, but I need a heart that I can stab. Alright, get them, boys. My minions are dead. That's not good. They're back. That's good. This guy is God. He's dead. I've never had this problem before. I've never gotten this far without the heart. Makes me think, did it drop previous zone and I missed it? I mean, that's very unlikely, but it's possible, but I doubt it. Let's look back here, make sure. Get him, boys. Knock him down, boys. Knock him down. Alright, good luck, boys. Knock him down, bud. Knock him down. Hellhound's about to die. Looks like he is dead. He's back. He's back. "46. This is my mother. She is oldest woman in all of Kosek. She is 43. Oh yeah, man, I appreciate the guides for every game. The Ranger guy was awesome. Level 44 and climbing. Next will be your monk guide. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate you, buddy. King of the castle. King of the castle. When I purchased my wife, she was very nice. Very strong in plow, good sexy time. But 2 years later, when she turned 15, she grew a very deep voice, a Borat. And now her vagine hang like sleeve of wizard. I have a joke you like to hear, yes? There is a chair
the chair it walk with the shoes down the street. La 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 la. The chair is walking.
I heard they nerfed that cast on minion death. They nerfed it. It used to be godly. We finally found the heart here. The heart gets stabbed in the apex of filth. No, I think the heart gets stabbed here. In the apex of filth, you do the cauldron, right? The heart gets stabbed here. I'm almost certain in Agorot. Yeah, people are saying you don't stab it here. You do stab it here. Hi, Callie.
Oh, very nice. What is this? The cat in the hat? Oh, my bad. He's a Callie. My wife. Is this the cat in the hat? I can. I can. Good girl. Oh.
I only get one hand? Okay, Callie, whatever you say.
I can. Is this the cat in the hat?
Callie, can I play Path of Exile? Is that okay with you? Shit on. Oh, on death explosions. Love that. What level am I? 46. I'm a 46 and a 44, so we're doing pretty good on our levels. Little bit ahead. We're not really ahead because I'm farming XP. We're ahead because I go the wrong way in every single zone, guaranteed. And boy, in Path of Exile 2, if you go the wrong way, may the Lord have mercy on your soul. Let's just put it that way. May the Lord have mercy on your soul. Okay, we got a big dick over here. Let's be careful. Big dick down.
Many have died at this table.
Give me the stabby, Bob. Boom.
A similar method.
Kapow.
I saw two I know.
Have I died yet? I have not. But I'm sure I'll die any second now that I said that. Long quarterstaff. I wonder if this is a monkey boy weapon. What's my favorite class so far? Probably Ranger. Your Ranger build has helped me understand this game is so much better and much appreciation, brother. You know, that's probably the thing that's made me feel like the best about POE2. Like, first of all, I'm enjoying the game on my own, but I think a lot of people have said that a lot of the videos have really helped them. That's what really makes me feel good. That's what really makes me feel good. I would like people to enjoy the game. I saved your monk. Good, man. Good. Glad you guys are enjoying the game. Fuck yeah, dude. I don't know, I can't wear those until 48. 94 life on this. I'll never get 94 dex, though. So, in the trash can it goes, I guess. Let's see if we can make this good. That's really bad. That's really bad. Just about as bad as it could have been. I think I'm just going to get rid of it. It's dog shit. Fire damage is kind of a rip. Love your Diablo 4 guides. You go straight to the point. Always straight to the point, guys.
Yes.
I don't want to waste your time.
Stay wary.
I say, hi, guys. You clicked on a monk guide. We're talking about the monk guide. Here we go. The early game, skills, passives, equipment, hints. Go play. Bye. Don't play games around here. I mean, I guess, like, literally all we do is play games, so you know what I mean. Damn it, I didn't sell the idol. How many times am I going to go to this guy and not sell the damn idol? Can you do guides in the Borat voice? It would make them so much better. I mean, I could. Like, this doesn't make any sense to me. This weapon doesn't make any sense. It's a super low damage weapon that you would use in the beginning. Like, I guess in the end game, if you stacked stats to oblivion, but strength stacking Gambling Legionnaire. At level 1, if you picked up that staff, that would not be a good staff, but maybe like later on, I don't know. You have 700 strength. Okay, so divide that by 5. What's that, 140? 140% increased weapon damage. I mean, that's still like nothing, right? It still does no damage. Am I crazy? This seems terrible. I thought the bleed magnitude was based upon the damage of the hit. Oh yeah. It's 10% for 140. Oh, well. I mean, is that good? I don't know. I'd have to do the math on it. It doesn't sound great. It doesn't sound great, but maybe it's better than I think it is. Maybe there's a certain combination where it's crazy good. Oh, the added damage. Oh. Wait a minute, that works? The added damage, the flat added damage that you get from other things goes to the staff and then gets multiplied by the legendary multiplier? Oh, okay. So like you're saying on gloves and rings? It's like on gloves and rings, for example. It applies to that and then gets multiplied by it? Oh. Okay. Yeah. That would be fucking crazy. Okay, that would be crazy, yes. But I would never have thought that it works like that. Because you can get like wait a minute, does it actually work like that? Wouldn't that be completely game breaking? Or no? Am I thinking about this wrong? Wouldn't that just break the game? You'll be super impressed if I'm still alive after killing this boss. Well, this boss is extremely hard to kill without dying because this guy must save his people. So he has a lot to fight for, really. I've been preparing for you for years.
Fool, there is no time for this. Azeri will soon commune with the beast. Cease your assault.
She's your assault. Yeah, I must save my people.
Problem is my lightning resist is super bad. So I might grab a lightning resist ring before I fight him. So I don't even know if I have one. Maybe I have one in my stash or something. I could get a shitload of lightning resist if I could just get to level... I need to be level 48. So I would need a level and a half. Seems unreasonable. I can use a topaz charm, maybe. The 35 light res is not gonna get it done. Hopefully we can at least get to 47. Should be able to get to 47 before we fight him. But 47 doesn't really help me at all.
Stop this at once. I take no pleasure in harming one of my own. But if you persist, I will do with her what I must.
Might not even be. There. Let's see if we can get 4 more bars of XP, although I don't think it's going to really help me at all. Get a tiny bit of life, and then we need to figure out how I can get 12 lightning res on my hat. That'll be something, and then I could maybe use a topaz charm. That should be decent. I think he does lightning. I'm not sure. This whole zone is lightning, so that would make sense. I think we're going the wrong way. I gotta go the other way. Let's just grab a couple bars of XP though. How do you get 10 Raging Spirits? You just cast a fire spell, cast 2 of them, you have 10? Oh. Okay, I think it's almost time to walk forward here. Let's go over here. Okay, hopefully that's enough kills. Alright. Good luck with the boss. Thank you, we're gonna need it. Alright, let's go. Don't tell me there's not enough to get 1 bar of XP. Whatever, I'm just gonna go. I don't care. I'm too lazy. Whatever, I don't give a shit. Ugh.
I've been preparing for you for years.
Look at the mace that DM made. $903 top end. That's a dick smasher if I've ever seen one. I can't take that right now. Requires level 50. Of course. I made a charm that I can't even use. That sounds like something that I would do.
Stop fooling around.
Does anybody know? Does anybody know when you actually use one of these charms, does it give you the lightning res on the hit that triggered it or no? Okay, now my lightning res is 47. So it should be 73. It does work on the hit. Okay, that's nice. Do I have charges? It currently has 0 charges. Oh, shit. Go get some charges real quick. Oh, the well will fill it? Oh, okay. Oh, I went the wrong way. Or no, I went the right way. I wish they would get rid of the wells and just auto well when you port to town. Like, why do I have to click the well?
The eve of the end, the demon of Axolotl has finally come for me.
Yes, yes. Resist all you like.
Progress comes with a heavy price. Behold.
Excuse me, sir? I killed you? Path of Exile, I killed the boss like 30 seconds ago?
I can't give up. I must save my people.
You know why we're here? It happened! It cannot be stopped!
No, I will succeed. I cannot let my efforts be in vain. There is no escape. What? How? Get up! Get up!
Alex, what's up, man?
No! Do not fail me. Not now. How could this happen? All I've done.
Okay, Acts 1 through 3, no deaths.
Evil cannot be saved. History is already written. You can stay here and die. Or come with us and help save the future.
I must save my people.
Must be protected. I do know of a way to contain the beast.
Let's just start talking then. My friend here isn't exactly the peacemaking type.
There isn't.
So will you help us?
I will
It's
come.
settled.
Thank you so much for the gifted subs, guys. Appreciate you. Okay, let's see. Did I do every single quest in all acts before we go forward? Let's just double check. Okay. Looks like we did all of them there. Check the underground. It's like Act 1 is clear, unless I'm missing something. Should be good. Act 2. Looks clear. Don't need to do this. Okay. Okay, in Act 3. Okay, Act 3 is good. Okay, we should be good, right? Someone offered you 100 EX for your scepter. It has the fizz damage, the spirit, and 4 to all minion skills. You've lost track of your deaths? You can just slash deaths. I can't move, I can't play? Hello? Oh, I'm stuck on the beach, I see. There's an animation.
I must save my people.
I would appreciate it if you could.
674 deaths. Jesus.
Oh, I'm going to like it.
Get him, boys. Okay. We're cooking here. Ah! God, there's monsters everywhere. What a battle.
Jamila, I presume. Impressive size, but little acuity. Dismal.
I'll have the minion guide up for you guys tomorrow.
Is this
I'll make it tonight.
a kind leader? Hopefully a cute girl. He's a deviant.
Yes, who knows what prizes await?
This guy's the gambler. No. $2 minion skills, but it's discipline. Nah.
How can I anything take your fancy?
Pretty good, but
That'll keep you.
these boots might be interesting. These boots could absolutely be interesting. Never mind, they're not interesting at all anymore. 86 life, 81 mana. Oh, God, dude. I mean, I would gain 40 life, but I lose 10 movement speed and 10 light res. Do I have an Exalt? Dude. I think we gotta try. I think we have to at least try.
Hello, take a punt. You know you want to. Guess I can help move that. See you.
How's the clearing?
Let's go Ruby Charm back on. How did I get 200 spirit? Spirit on my amulet, completing quests, spirit on my weapon. Okay, I have capped cold res. That's good. Boom. Okay. Literally the last place I looked. Will I make another sorcerer guide since the last build got nuked? Yep, I will. I'm just trying to play as many things as I possibly can. It's very unfortunate that 2 days after I made that build, Grinding Gear Games nuked it. That wasn't good. I didn't mean to leave all the sorcerer players hanging. GCP, I'll take that. How much rarity do I have? Like, I don't know, 0? Just a leveling build. I'm just doing the campaign. I'd guess 0.
What a pretty worm.
The raven always outsmarts the worm.
Now this
Level 11 Spirit Gem. Wow. Okay. 48 should be a huge level for me. It should be a massive, massive improvement in damage and in survivability both. Why? Because I have a new hat. Spell Cascade lets me cast 3 fire rings.
Well, well. Who is this that adorns the Tree of Souls? What a beautiful monstrosity. It's a pity to end you, monstrous weed.
Alright. 48. Let's fix my guy now, finally. Alright, here we go. So I have this hat now. It's Mucho El Bigo. Not very good on the life side, but everything else is super excellent. So now my resistances are very, very good. I desperately need more fire res. Fire res is by far my most important thing, because I'm converting damage into fire damage. If I could slam life into this, these would be so much better than mine. This might be a slam contender. Now that I have this hat, now I can level up my shit. And then I have the spirit gem as well. All this stuff is garbage.
Care to take a look at my humble feeling? I'm not sure what I'm going to do with it, but cheers.
Okay, I lost 1 to all minion skills, but my defense went up tremendously. Let me see these boots here. I just need to hit movement speed on these boots. If I hit movement speed on them, we're gonna be cooking for sure. Okay. Yeah, I need chaos res as well, but I've given up finding that. I don't think I'm going to find that. But yes, I need Chaos Res if I can find it. Love the content.
Blood,
The monk build is great. You can't keep your mana up.
death, and
Huh. I actually didn't have that problem, but I guess that's what the mana potion's for. I didn't really have mana issues, I don't think. Maybe I had something on my gear that helped me with my mana or something. You guys are having big mana problems on your monk? Is everybody having mana problems on your monk? I don't think I ever did. Yes, yes, no, 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 yes, no, a little, yes, yes, negative. I'm the Rob of POE2. I am terrified to ask what that means. What does that mean? Yeah, that Dreadnought map is super tough. I'm the Faker of POE2. Faker is way better at League of Legends than I am at POE2. That's not comparable. But I'm really liking POE2, so I'm going to play it religiously, and I will be a god of this game one day. That day is not today, though. I have a billion things to learn. What build is my favorite so far? The Lightning Arrow Ranger. Collect the remaining 2 runes of power. I would love to. Where are they? Where are they, Path of Exile? Oh, I messed up quite badly there. Eh.
Very loud and very dull.
Have I tried monk yet? Yeah, my monk rules. I put up a guide yesterday for my monk. I killed the final boss before he could even swing at me. My monk is big good. Not just regular good. Big good. Level 12 skill gem. Don't mind if I do.
Yet.
Spirit. You feeling lucky?
Has physical damage on it.
Sure, I'll take it off your hands.
Oh, I don't really need it.
Watch yourself out there.
Here I would ask. What would you like?
Got anything good, buddy?
The tree must bend to
43
my will.
spirit on this chest, but mine has 38 fire res. 116 life on this chest. I need spirit and fire res though. All this other stuff on it. Nope. This has chouse res. %, movement speed, but no life.
Stick to the cairn.
Friendly stuff. I've collected these over time. What do you think?
Nope. Okay, let's get Jim Bob down from the tree.
Now the others.
Do as I command. Release this shade to my service.
He's in.
Am I gonna try Gemling Legionnaire? Oh yeah.
The wound. Oh, the grim. These are just some odds and ends of goodbye.
What's my other weapon? A random unique I found at the beginning of the game. Honestly, I'm borderline thinking about getting rid of it for an offhand so I can just live. best music taste. I'm glad you like it, buddy.
The roots here have a mind of their own.
If the Fae spirits are still watching, the old magic still thrive. The way's open. Please.
You've some power, Ethermite. You'd have made a worthy sister.
Help me, Skellies. Help me.
Alright. Now we need to make a decision. I actually don't know what to do now. So I'm probably just going to go for more damage, which is over here. I could go get this, but I don't know why I would. I want to see, is there something for chaos resistance? Is there something that gives me chaos res? Okay, I think we just walk over here. I think we just walk over here. I'm going to take strength for now because it'll be life.
This druid has seen better days. At least he died in a place he loved, or some such nonsense.
Can you add a socket to an item even though it's corrupted? As far as I know, corrupted means you cannot modify it. POE2 really needs an auction house. The trade site sucks. Well, originally Grinding Gear Games said that they would never add anything like it into the game, and then last patch, after everyone complained for 10 years, they added a currency market, which is something. So I guess never say never. Will I update my monk guide into the endgame? I will upgrade all of my guides into the endgame, and I will also make every other guide for every single facet about the game you could ever imagine. I'll make every guide ever for this game. Yep. $10 chaos res or $5 attributes. I take the 10 chaos res every time. Chaos res does not grow on trees. You can get 5 of attributes anytime you want. Chaos res does not grow on trees. I love how I walk forward and all of a sudden there's a huge minion that hits me for my entire energy shield and 99% of my health. Fucking unbelievable. Crazy. 44 life. Share charges with allies. This would be a good support gloves, right? I turn the corner, a yellow mob from all the way across the screen hits me for almost 1,000 damage. He would have killed me if I didn't have my Hellhound, probably. Hellhound takes 20% of the damage for me. If I didn't have my Hellhound, he would have probably one-shotted me. Superior Colossal Mana Flask. Pretty good. Jesus, I've went every wrong way. It's got to be this way, right? Oh, out of coffee. Okay. Water it is. What's my main hand weapon? Is there a reason I'm not using a shield? I found this that gives me 2 to all minion skills. But I think it might be time to drop it for a... I think it might be time to drop it for a... oh, shit. Shield. That was a chonky boy right there. Okay.
from here.
Tim Allen's Santa Claus is the best Santa. I mean, I don't have anything to refute that statement. Unfucking believable, man. Almost got shit on there. Sapphire ring, don't really need this. That's bad. Alright. I don't get it. Where? There's a second tomb. Oh, is it literally in the only corner that I didn't walk to? Oh, is it actually just right here? Of course it is. Yeah, of course. Okay. That's the way life goes, boys. How good is Witch compared to Ranger? Witch is the tankier option for sure. A much better option for hardcore. It's slower, and I would say does less damage to the trash. It's a bit of a wind-up, but it's better on the bosses. I don't think I've ever seen this. What is this? Oh, I've never seen this before. That's pretty cool. Rax, nice job playing this game. You're more happy that I'm enjoying it. Thank you, Blast. Epic or Bullet. Am I able to make good filters yet? I haven't tried yet because NeverSync made a nice filter. But I'll make filters probably one day, yes. I haven't even dabbled in that yet. Guys, thanks for all the gifted subs and the primes and the subs and the follows and the likes and just for being here. Thank you guys. Appreciate you. Get him, boys. Do I clear everything or only the things with a plus? Only the things with a plus.
You are not long for this world. The spirits yearn. My beloved Ascendency.
Your request.
Give it a rest. Your empire is no...
You did it! Do my eyes...
This is just me, or are 95% of the uniques in the game terrible? Yeah, it's
Hello? Feeling lucky?
kind of tough because if you make them too good, then it trivializes everything else in the game. And if you don't make them good enough, then nobody wants them.
Sorry.
So it's not so easy to design them. Not so easy.
How can I... Anything take your fancy?
Two to all minion skills on a hat. The problem is I'm getting life and like 60 res from my hat. Let's buy it anyway and let's slam it, see what happens. If I get like 30 fire res on this or like 100 life, then we can consider it. It's gotta be like that though. 22 int. God, it's not bad, man. It's not bad. I just don't have the exalts to even begin to dream of crafting on it. Like, I don't know. I think like Grinding Gear Games wants to be very careful with how much they buff it. It makes sense. They want to be very, very careful with how much they buff the drops, because if they buff them too much, then it's like super broken, right? I understand that. I never have exalted orbs. I cannot craft. I can't. So if you want me to be able to craft, you have to give me more. Like, I can't make anything. I can't do anything. If that's the intention of the campaign, okay. But I can't. Yeah, you start to get more in mapping. I have no feedback on the endgame. I don't know how many drop in the endgame. I'm talking only about the campaign. In the campaign, I cannot craft. I can't. Like I can't make anything really good.
Callum, the family of Count Lachlan of Ogham. My family. This doesn't make any sense. They're dead.
Most players don't try 10 different builds in like 3 days. Thank you for spamming your comment in all caps. The number of builds that I have played in a week has nothing to do with the amount of exalts that drop on a single playthrough. But thank you for the spam. I appreciate it. But your comment has nothing to do with what I said. They buff the exalted drops in the... They buffed the exalted drops once, and it was noticeable. I did get more. Thank you. I'm getting more than I got before. But you are not giving me anywhere near enough. Like, I don't know. I can't do anything. I can't do anything. Can't make anything. It was a billion times easier for me to make something decent in the campaign in POE1 than in POE2. Crafting bench, I get something decent. I go to my town for like one alteration. I can put 30 resistance on it, or it's like 20 resistance. It's amazing. It's completely different. It's way harder.
This. So
Like, by a huge margin. I'm not even telling them how much, like, to buff it. It's like, that's up to them. All I'm telling you is, if you want me to, like, be making 2 to 3 items in a playthrough, I cannot do it with what you're currently dropping. If the intention is like, oh, you're gonna make like one item, then I get enough exalts to make one decent item, maybe. Assuming it doesn't brick, I get like one try. I absolutely do not want them to make the stuff rain from the sky. I don't want that. I think that would make the game worse. I don't want to get 10 exalts per hour in the campaign. I think that would trivialize the currency and make everything meaningless. But I think the drop rate is too low, probably for what they're intending. Like, you want me to craft, right? You want me to craft in POE2? Well, I'm not really doing it currently. It is way better just to run forward and just pray to buy an item from the vendors. I don't think the vendors need a nerf. They feel good when they sell something nice that you need. I don't want you to nerf the vendors. That's not the answer. So it's challenging. The vendors geared you? Yeah, exactly. The vendors geared us all, really.
Don't whisper at me from the dark. I am the shadows.
Please.
Yeah, another thing is, like, I understand when you're making an item that not every item can be like, you can't just put attack speed, all damage, plus to all skills. Those can't be the only affixes on gear. Like, sometimes you need to have the ability to roll something bad in order to roll something good. But when they put stuff in the game, like light radius, I'm just like, okay, like, it's like, why is that even a choice? Like, when would I ever be like, oh yeah, light radius, that's good? Like, there's no situation for it, ever.
So this is where the darkness is hiding.
Not all affixes have to be good. Well, yes, but I would qualify your statement and say, not all affixes have to be good for your build. Like, accuracy is great for a ranger and terrible for me. Like, that's fine, but light radius? Like, are you, like, putting affixes just to actually just plain old have a bad roll that don't do anything ever? That doesn't make any sense to me. Doesn't make any sense to me at all.
All part of my plan.
We need light radius considering how big the maps are. Yeah, maybe it's actually the best stat. My bad. Okay, I have an Exalt. I think I'm not going to get a better... Or this is already full. This is full. This is all res and all attributes. Oh, we have a pair of boots in our stash that we were going to YOLO them on. Another Exalt. Dude, I just got 2 Exalts in 2 seconds. See, POE just ninja hotfixed it based on my bitching. Thank you. 2 Exalts in 2 seconds. That's never happened to me. I have a third one. I have another one. Any surprises? Get him, boys. See what's down here. I don't think I've ever seen this. Is there anything down here? Just me get shit on a second. I want that. Too much. Okay. Let's go to the. Well, I guess we can go this way. Is there a monk build that focuses on kung fu side rather than ass blasting spells? Absolutely not. It's spells or nothing, buddy. No, I don't know. I mean, maybe. But mine is definitely an ass blaster spell boy. I thought this had 86 life for a second. That's 38 life. It's a debate.
Oh, hell, a little simple. You pay. Who knows what prize? I'm not sure then.
Evasion rating. That doesn't seem like what we want.
Go well.
It's... Hello. It seems shadows haunt us both.
Okay, we have 2 exalts on these boots. If we get like anything worth a shit, I think we're gonna wear them instead. Let's see what we do here. 13 chaos res. Fuck yeah, we're wearing them no matter what. Okay, we don't have the movement speed, but we did get the dual res and the chaos res. That is the absolute dream. So we're gonna move like a slow little bitch. But I need my fire res to be capped. I wonder if I could. What's our situation here? just straight up 33 lightning res. Have I gotten some gold? Oh yeah, I have 50,000 gold. All right, where's the gambler? Let me see if I can gamble a good ring. Chaos res 46 life. Very tempting. I think I'm going to use this. Chaos res 46 life seems like pretty good. Which means that now I need to respec a strength node into int. I can't respec a strength node. I can't respec an int node either. Can I respec this dex node? If I can't respec this dex node, we're screwed. Okay, now my chaos res is 24. Okay, that should be very, very good. So my life went up pretty significantly. My lightning res is a catastrophe. But now I have 24 chaos res and more health, and the 24 chaos res will help me against physical hits, so that should be better. Need to... Portals are disabled in boss fights. I'm not doing a boss fight. That was weird. There we go.
I do know how it feels.
On all minion skills, tempting. And I don't want any of this. Everything is a bullshit. %47 damage. Life regen int. But it doesn't have spirit and it doesn't have minion levels, so it's garbage. Favorite class so far? Ranger.
Another strong
I don't want to read passives.
So, thank
I don't want any of these.
you. You feeling lucky? Not sure what I'm gonna do with it. See you.
Do any of these also give me stats? None of them do. I don't think. I need to take a node very close to me that gives me main stat, I think. I have no idea how I'm gonna get. I mean, I could walk over here for 4 points, but I think I'm literally gonna have to start the journey of walking to the next minion thing. The next minion thing that I want, just to get the stat points. That makes me big sad. Not just regular sad, big sad. Can you combine 4 regular tabs into a quad tab in game? I don't think you can. I think it's either you buy quad premiums separately or you get 4 little tabs. Farmlands. Is there a waypoint right here? Please do warrior next. Next I was going to do endgame. I'm going to let you guys pick. I could actually start doing some endgame stuff, or I could do the last 2 classes. It's up to you. I can do mercenary warrior, or I can finally start doing the endgame. I have a feeling it's going to be an overwhelming vote for the endgame, but maybe not. I don't think it's going to be close, but I will let you pick. Yeah, you can already see in the chat. I think acrobatics could be worth it with godly evasion.
Squawk all you like. Soon you'll be dead.
He's dancing. He's like, ah, hot, 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 hot. Did you see him? He's like, hot, 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 hot.
Don't run.
Eh.
Playing.
This guy could one-shot me here easily. See what happens?
Yes. Show me what you've got.
Torch him, boys.
Yep, don't let him out, boys. Don't let him out. No, 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 no. You can't get past my minions.
Oh, he got out. You guys had one job.
Now.
He locked my minions out of the fight, by the way. They're not here. Dude, Grinding Gear Games has got to stop doing that, man. Grinding Gear Games. You want to know what really grinds my gears? When you lock my minions out of the effing boss fight. When the door shuts for a boss fight, you need to trigger something that auto-tellies the minions into the zone. You can decrease enemy fire res 27% with 4 points off of your tree. How do I do that, Giga Bomber? That sounds incredible. How do I do that? Tell me more, tell me more. Right near the first branch with 3 dead ends. Yeah, let's just search for fire resistance, see if we can find what he's talking about. This one? But are you talking about this one? But this doesn't apply to minions, does it? Like there's no way this works, right? It works for my firewall though, but my firewall does like 2 damage. In this game, not that one, bro. This would work. This would work, but 4 points for -5 fire res does not seem worth. Why do I keep picking this up? There isn't any coffee left. 4 points from -5 does not seem worth. What we really want is if there's a way, the beautiful thing would be is if there's a way for us to apply fire exposure.
Hello.
I would put a very large wiener in my mouth if I could get fire exposure somehow. Can I put this on my Hellhound? This seems ultimate god tier. No one wants to see me put a giant wiener in my mouth. High volts, this must be your first day on the internet. Trust me. There are people that would empty their bank accounts to see it. This must be your first day on the internet.
Hey.
If I could advise you, I would say turn back now. It's a scary place. Oh yeah, and then yes. Yeah, now we have to look. Now we need to see. Actually, is that a support gem or is it on the tree? Let's type in exposure. Can we magnify fire? That's too many, way too far to walk. I think this is too many points. Like, we are going to be over here in the neighborhood. Maybe we will take that one day. This is way too many points. This is way too many points. Why not put points into the Ranger for extra projectile? I mean, that's what we're heading for, but you can't give up Tailwind. Tailwind's way too good to give up at the beginning. If you're a devil worshipper, you could get rid of Tailwind for the extra projectile, but Tailwind is big good. Wait, are these? No, it's not. Okay. There's a lot of dead cows here. Are we gonna get the cow level in POE2 before Diablo 4? Dude, Path of Exile should put Diablo and the cow level in POE2 before Diablo 4. How do you have two scepters? I don't have two scepters. I have a mace and a scepter. I don't have so much spirit. I actually have very low spirit. But you're supposed to get spirit on your chest, on your amulet, and then on your scepter. And there's a passive node. But I actually have... Can you get spirit on a helmet?
The girl's loot. But dear me, what a
Can you explain to me how Eldritch Battery works? When I take percentage increase in energy shield, it doesn't give me more mana? Okay, so follow me here. In Path of Exile, when you have conversion, you convert A into B. The only way you're going to increase B is by either taking increases or flat values of A on your gear, or taking percentage increases of B. Okay, so how does this work in practice? When you take Eldritch Battery and it converts all of your energy shield into mana, if you run around in your tree and take percentage energy shield increase, that doesn't work. But if you get higher energy shield on your gear, it does work. This is 2 skill points, right? Does that make sense? That's how it's supposed to work anyway, as far as I know. So what you would be much better off doing is running around taking increases in mana. An oak sworn shield is 50 spirit. Ah, that sounds nice.
Even the darkest corner is ablaze. How festive.
What did I do to fix the mana issues on my Deadeye? I never had mana issues. I just drank my mana flask. But if you're having mana issues on any character, you can always look at clarity. If you have the spirit, you can put clarity on, or you can pick up, like, sometimes there's mana regen nodes that are very close to you. That would help you a lot. But in general, I just drank my mana flask. I mean, that's what it's there for. If you don't use the mana flask, it's got no use. Some people are saying they're having a little bit of mana problem on their ranger or on their monk. I never had mana problems on either. On ranger particularly, you're not really supposed to spam your skills. I would run forward, lightning arrow, run forward, lightning arrow, run forward. I mean, I'm not spamming anything. Have I converted my enemies into my own minions? If there is a way to do that in this game, I don't know how to do that. No, I'm just running around with my own minions. You mean like revive? Oh, unearth. Oh, yeah. You can unearth to create minions. I did that in the beginning, but later on, unearth becomes... Unearth is very good in the beginning, and it's, like, completely useless now. Yeah, I did that in the beginning.
Pathetic creation.
Yeah, you can make zombies if you want, but everyone told me the zombies are absolutely useless, so I just didn't even make them. Okay. All right. Let's keep going here.
My would-be executioner.
The manor must be near.
By decree of the Count of Ogham, all men must work a third shift and continue excavating until further notice. Any man caught resting will meet the executioner's axe, or the gallows.
Do I want a hug? I guess I could take a hug. I'm chilling though. Thanks to the guides, you're welcome, man. You did the first trial as the monk. How do you get the unbound avatar? You got to do 2 trials to get the avatar. When you get done with the second one, you'll have it. Good job, boys. Okay. I don't want these splody boys getting anywhere near me. Up to Transcendent. Am I going to stick with Ranger and mapping? That's what I was thinking, but I'll honestly probably play all of them in the end game. I'm gonna make... I was planning to get all of them powerful, like get them all at least to, I don't know, level 80 or something. Keep going with them. That was my idea. Do Sorcerer first? That sounds like the worst option. What time is the podcast? It's in exactly 2 hours. Who's on the podcast? Pretty much all the Giga Chads and me, meaning I'm not a Giga Chad. It's a Zizarin, Crouching Tuna, and Ziggy D. It should be pretty good. Rex is a red shirt guy. Should be fun. I've actually never spoken to Ziggy D, I don't think. This will be the first time. I'm sure we'll get along. I'm sure it'll be good. Make sure you dress pretty. Got bad news for you. We're just going with the holiday hoodie. Which one's the most fun? Probably the Ranger. Ranger just shits on everything.
Here I come, big bad wolf.
The Den of the Mad Wolf. Is there supposed to be a patch today on a Sunday? Today's Sunday, isn't it? It's Monday in New Zealand. Oh. I mean, I guess maybe. Is that when Grinding Gear Games usually releases patches on a Monday?
You can rest when you're dead.
Do I have a build planner for this? No, I'll have it. I'll have the YouTube guide and the planner out tomorrow. In fact, I'll probably make it before I go to this podcast. So stay tuned for... I'll probably, in an hour and a half, wherever I am, I'll stop playing and make the guide, because my build's not going to change. at all from here until the end of it. Hopefully I can still say that I have 0 deaths. What am I making next? Next I'm going to go to the end game.
First ones, hear our laments. Sanity recedes ever further into the dark. Shadows hover above us, in the corners, watching and waiting. What sickness has come among us?
That guy tried to kill me with a fire attack, but my fire res is super god tier, so it's never going to do anything to me. Oh, 8% life? Okay, that was beautiful. I will make a warrior. I'm just not sure I'm going to make it right now. Mark Knopfler riffs always hit. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Just going to go ahead and stay back here. This seems like a really big fight that I want nothing to do with. Take him out, boys. Take him out. Yes, sir, Bob. A lot of Jim Bobs right here. Hit him, boys. Very nice, very nice. Get him down, boys. Get him down.
Yes, another one. He's under there.
Any helpers, minions? Just damage. Anything that isn't damage is a debate.
And I cannot deny that which I know deep down to be true. Fair-haired villager, an eternal descendant. She knew. At that moment when
How does charge staff work? You get power charges from Combat Frenzy and the Resonance passive, and then you activate charge staff, and then it gives you lightning damage and shock and the little shockwave. Damage is the defense. Exactly.
we can right some of the wrongs of the past. She promises a way forward for Ogum. A way forward for the clans and the clanless alike. And a way forward for me.
Okay. You just spent an hour and a half looking at 9 dump tabs of gear. That's the one nice thing about having like a premium quad tab. I assume that you can do the same thing that you did in POE1. You can just you make the tab. Everything in the tab sells for 5 exalts. And you just vomit stuff in there until it's completely full. And then you just wait until someone whispers you. And then if someone whispers you, then you real quick price check it and see, okay, is this worth about 5 exalts or is this worth 50? If you take a look and you're like, it's not that good, you could just sell it for 5 exalts. And if it's godly, then you just move it to a different tab. Say, sorry, I mispriced it.
More. Don't stop. The beast hungers.
Gruesome.
They can't kill you if they're dead, except they can in PoE because of on-death effects. Exactly.
This interloper has the power we need. Kill her, and you shall have everything I've promised.
I'll remove your head myself.
Not if I take yours first.
First one's eye. Run, little rabbit. Oriana, open the cage. Release the beast. Give me what you promised.
I think not. I expect so much more from you. Since you are too weak to do the job, I'll find someone who can. Goodbye, husband.
Manipulative whore. How dare you offend me? Of the whore I've given you. Desolation. Allow me to clear your mind, if only for a moment. The madness.
Still 0 deaths, yes.
My being. Oriana used it against me. Where has she taken the beast? I found messages from the desert. From the Vastiri.
There's a funny clip of Shroud dying right after he talks about how easy the game is. Do you have the clip? You have the link?
Please, stop the madness. As you wish.
A twig circlet? Why do I get the feeling this thing's going to be absolutely useless?
We can.
You've put good luck. It is good. I've collected these over time. What do you think?
Cast speed is useless. I could buy this and YOLO it anyway, even though it has a dead stat. Maybe we're going to get 4 to minion skills or something. 35 spirit is not bad. I'll burn a regal. It's gone. Alright. Sometimes you gotta YOLO it, boys. Energy shield. Lose 5 life when you use a skill. Pain attunement. 30% less crit on full life, 30%. So it's a low life energy shield build. This would be really good with CI, right? 94 life with a res, but it's 88 strength. I'll never be able to wear it. That's a beautiful, beautiful. Oh yeah, this is super nice. It's a Reddit link. Oh god. All right, here it is. Let's see what this is.
I think I got maybe 1, max 2 days of POE before I feel tapped. I think. It's just such an easy game to play. You know, you just run around and blow shit up. So that's why it's so hard to, like, not play it. Because there's no stress. Except for that. Fuck!
Dude, yeah, it seems to have like a massive room. Dude, guess what he got killed by? Guess what he got killed by? An on-death explosion.
I think I got maybe 1, max 2 days of POE before I feel tapped. I think. It's just such an easy game to play. You know, you just run around and blow shit up. So that's why it's so hard to, like, not play it. Because there's no stress. Except for that. Fuck!
Famous last words in any game. That's why I always say, people ask me, Rask, you have 0 deaths? Like, yeah, but now that I said that, now I'm dead. Can't believe I'm still using level 7 skeletal warriors. I mean, I don't have any exalts. I don't think I have an exalt. Nope. So I can't even. Oops, that was the wrong thing. Okay, nothing needs to be leveled. Did I use the spirit one though? Okay, we have that. Forgot to use that.
What have you learned? Betrayal.
How do you sustain mana on Ice Strike Invoker? I just drank my mana potion. I didn't have any mana issues. Turn the music back on. Good night, Grant.
The weary traveler grows close to the end of the path.
So, the Marrakech. Strong mind. Time to show them what I can do.
Oh my god, you see that? Holy shit, minions. Settle down, minions. Give the Essence guy a chance. Jesus. Give him a chance, dude. My god. Get him, boys. If you thought picking up 2 wisdoms was beneath me, you thought wrong. Get him, boys. Okay, this guy is probably going to be very tough for me. Because my stupid ass minions, every time I fight this guy, they just shoot up the cliff at the guys that we can't even kill.
Up there, the leader of it.
Unless, can I just cheat? If I can cheat, I'm cheating. Alright, well. That was not hard.
So many corpses, so little time.
I'm still at 0 deaths for now, but I'm sure I'm gonna die any moment here. 119 int, so I need 3 points to need 3 int points.
A roving village. How
I'm not even kidding you. I'm actually thinking about walking all the way over here. I'm considering it, but I shouldn't. Guess we start walking over here to the other damage nodes. Do I need these dex nodes? Let's see.
Time to change plans.
Lit. I need one more dex. God damn it. I guess I just start walking. One, two, three, four. Let me see something here. Let me think about this for a second. If I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, I can grab everything with 8. Instead, if I go this way, it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so it's a no-brainer. I gotta go from the left. I really don't want to, though. Wah! Alright, fine. God damn it. Oh, I haven't even leveled up. I'm crying. Good night, buddy.
Who goes there? I only hope Sans.
Can you sell me some good shit for once? Rare movement, allies, minion, spirit. What? Bro, your shit sucks.
Blessings. Speak up.
The spirit roll is abysmal. Fire damage is not what I want. No. No. Okay. Well, Here sucks. Oh well. I have not died yet, no. I'm sure I'm about to die any second, though. You do. Thank you, buddy. Yeah, we're going to do a podcast here, guys. We streamed all day, and then guess what? We keep going. We'll do a podcast after.
Why have we stopped?
The halal.
Okay. I already killed him. Let's go this way. Can you still go back to Renly? I mean, back in the previous act, or wait, or was he an NPC or what? Let me see. Did I get everything in Act 1, by the way? In Cruel? Let's see. Got this. We got this. Looks like we have... Let's check the underground. Got that. It looks like we got everything, right? Are we getting patch notes tomorrow? God, I hope so. Did I take my ranger to the end game? I'm going to start end game tomorrow. I'm probably not going to start the end game on my sorcerer. It's either going to be ranger, monk, or witch. I actually haven't decided. I don't know. I'm going to play all of them. I'm going to play all the classes, but I told you I would. Explore the quarry. Alright. Well, why don't we explore, boy? Oh, ooh, there's a lot of Gumbies right here. They go. It's my favorite class so far, Ranger. What's after which? Endgame. I'm gonna play the endgame. Where's my mercenary? I haven't made a mercenary yet. I haven't made a mercenary or a warrior yet. I will. I'll make them both. Warrior is last. How dare you accuse me of playing the shittiest class last in hopes that grinding gear games buffs it before I play it. I would never stoop to such dog shit tactics. So patch notes tomorrow, boys, right? Maybe we'll get some warrior buffs. I haven't heard great things about warrior. DM says he really likes his warrior, but he has like the greatest weapon the world has ever seen, and he's put in like 10 million hours in currency into it. It's like, well, the sorcerer can dominate if you do the same thing, but They're gonna nerf Warrior. Get him out of there, boys. Aaron Action RPG. There he is, boys. Hi, what's up, Aaron? Dude, we're doing a podcast later, man. We're going to talk about POE2. Game had a good time. What's up, guys? Guys, if you don't know Aaron Action RPG, he does super great coverage of all of the ARPGs. I like him a lot. Thank you, dude, for the raid. I'll get you back. What's up, man? Aaron, if you compare me to Aaron, he is like 300 times nicer than me. If someone insults him in his chat, he's like, "Now, sir, that was not very nice, okay?" And then if someone insults me, by the time I'm done talking to them, they're scarred for life. Way nicer than me. Like, by a lot. When's the video for this build? Tomorrow morning. I assume Aaron has been playing POE2. He does all the ARPGs, right? He's got to be playing. What classes has he been playing, guys? Sad Patrol. Yeah, Sad Petroleum. Ow! Aaron, you want to hear something crazy? I haven't died on this witch. Now that I said that, I'm doomed, but I'm only in Act 4, but no deaths so far. Pretty good. Get 'em, boys. Enter the mine.
left down here to die. Or worse.
Guys, thank you so much for all the gifted subs and the primes. Appreciate you. Thanks for the follows. Thanks for the likes on YouTube. Dude, the YouTube has been going a little bit crazy. We might hit 400,000 subscribers, man. Dude, I'll never forget how happy I was when I got my first video that had 1,000 views total. It doesn't seem like that long ago. You get like, sometimes you get a little bit lost in the orders of magnitude. Like, the sad truth of it is you're happier to get your first 1,000 views than sometimes you are to reach like a milestone of 400K and try to keep it in perspective. It's a lot of people, man, so thank you guys. That's a shitload of people. It's like more than a football stadium of people. Why are there so many Jim Bobs here? It's been a long time, man. Is this build up on max roll? I think max roll has a minion build, but I don't look at the other builds, because if I do, then people are just gonna say I'm copying other people's work. Might die here. There's just 1,000 monsters on me. But my minions got my back, we're good. My minions got my back. Good job, boys. This build looks insane. Yeah, I'll get you a guide tomorrow morning. See you tomorrow morning on the YouTube. I'll teach you how to do it. It's very easy. Anybody can play this. What loot filter am I using? Never sinks loot filter. Bad. 46 spirit, but I'll never get 94 dex, so you can forget that.
My webs. Alan Sans guide you. Who goes there? Browse as long as you like.
Got any good stuff?
Goodbye.
Nope. Got anything good? This is the only one that could be godly. If we hit spirit or plus minion levels, then we'll go forward with it. I don't think we can do it. I'll do it anyway, whatever.
Who goes there? No need. Island.
Nope. Alright, be right back 1 second. I haven't stood up in like 7 hours. That's not good for you. Be right back 1 second. All right. So real quick before we keep going. Hello? Why am I hearing myself talk? Are you guys hearing double? No. Huh. Something's wrong. No, something's wrong here. Hello, 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 hello. Something's definitely wrong. I can hear myself. Hello, hello. Well, my thing is completely busted. I can hear myself talking. I don't know why. Yeah, it's fine for you guys, but it's not fine at all for me. How did it break by me standing up? Hello, hello, hello? Hello, hello. I have no idea. Maybe that? Hello? No? Oh, still hear myself. No clue why. Hello, hello, hello. I guess I just have to play with no sound. It's okay. I'll just turn off the sound. I don't know why. I don't know why I hear myself. Try one more thing here. What happens if I do this? Let's try this. Hello, hello, hello. Oh, it doesn't work either. That does not work. Let me go for... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how this could have happened. All right. Whatever. I'm just going to turn off the volume. I asked somebody... Yeah, there's no buttons on these headphones, though. I have no idea. I don't have the slightest clue. It's okay. I just turned it off. I asked the guy. Okay, someone's gonna help me here. But while he's helping me, he'll help me troubleshoot it. This guy's a genius. He knows everything about everything. He does I use his audio program on my computer. I'm sure he'll be able to help me. Okay, anyway. Let me make the witch guide for you guys. By the way, they just released, if you guys want to make builds, there's now community builds. So people can make their own build guides. There's like a rating system and everything. You can pick your class. You can pick if it's leveling. You can pick if it's endgame. You can pick anything so you can see what other people are doing. I'm going to go to the planner and I'm going to make you guys this Infernalist so you guys have it. He needs a screenshot here to help me fix it. Send him a screenshot of the audio interface. Okay. Let's make the Infernalist. Okay, so let us start with... Oh, okay. He already told me what's wrong. Give me a second. Oh. Okay, hold on. He's going to help me fix this. One second, my friends. Technical difficulties. Oh. Testing 1, 2, 3. That fixed it. I gotcha. Ah. Yeah, he fixed it. Thank you. I knew he would fix it. Thank God. Thank God, thank God, thank God, thank God, thank God. He fixed it, he fixed it, he fixed it. We're good. Okay. Let's go, dude. Okay, so let's go to POE2 Planner. Let's start with Scepter. And we want the one with Skellies. Doesn't tell you the implicit. We want Rattling. Rattling, item level 60. There we go. Then here, I assume we want to... Is there one that gives you spirit? Is there a shield that gives you spirit? Someone said there was one that gives you spirit. Oaksworn. Okay, is that a focus though? Let's go. Oh, it's the unique one? Oh. Is there a shield or a... Is there a shield? Should you use a shield or a focus in this build? Okay, a shield. Let's use one that's mostly, I guess. Let's see. Is there a particular implicit that we want? Let's try this one. What does this have, for example? Do they all just give you level 1 raise shield? Okay, we want spirit. We want spirit. And we want minion levels. We need spirit and minion levels. Have I died? I have not died, no. So we need an energy shield implicit. An altar robe. Let's just do a silk robe. This is fine. And then we want spirit. We want life. And then we want resistances. I'm actually going to specifically tell them that these two are the most important ones. Life, spirit, fire, chaos. Okay. Can we get spirit on a shield? No. Can we get anything for minion? No. So we just go life. And then resistances. Fire. And chaos. Hat. This is fine. Level 60. You want spirit. You can absolutely get spirit on this, can't you? Thought you could get spirit on your hat. Or no, it's amulet. It's amulet. Sorry. Okay, there we go. The omelet is where we can get spirit. Is there one? Let's see. 15 to spirit. There we go. Solar amulet. Then can we get spirit again? Okay, anything with Minione. Oh, we can get Minione as well. Jesus. Fire Chouse. Okay, on rings, we want amethyst ring for sure. Anything for Mignone? Okay, anything for spirit? Nope. Life. Fire res. Chouse res. Same thing. Amethyst. Okay, then we want life. We want fire. We want chouse. Here we want... This is good. 60. Explicit. We want movement. Let's just check Mignone. We don't have any, so it's just life, fire, and chouse. Okay. fine. Not sure we're gonna have 46 strength though. This is fine. 60. Anything for minion? No. Anything for ally? No. Okay, so life. Fire as Chouse. Okay, belt. Probably the armor one. This is obviously super overkill. You want a balance of the resistances, but I'm showing you the best stats that you could get. I like to go ultimate. I like 30% applied instantly. And then this will let you sustain forever. Same thing. Okay. Okay, I messed this up. I have to redo this whole thing. This thing messed up again. Get rid of it. Confirm. There we go. Now it should be right. Okay, it's saying it's possible. That's kind of weird. 60, 60. This is a 100 ring. That's good. Okay. I think that's right. Okay. Now, let's add the skill. It's an item skill. Skeletal warrior. Okay. And then we're gonna take unearth. And then we're gonna get we also did early game, we did what's that curse that apply contagion? Is that it? Yeah, contagion. And then we did did the arsonist. Go back in here. Let's see. So here, if I take a baby skill gem, we start with skeletal snipers, and then we get skeletal arsonists. All right. So let's go over here. Let's go. First thing you're going to do is you're going to go Skelly Sniper. Then you're going to go. Can I move this down? Nice. And then we're going to get this at 4. Oh. It's level 4? Level 4. Okay. Okay, so okay, back in we go. So level 1 to level 4 spirit gem. And then you will take the arsonist. Okay. So this is what you're going to use in the beginning. You get the stupid ass warrior from your scepter, you unearth more things, you get snipers. You can use contagion the whole time. Use snipers until you get the arsonist. Let me see something. You can also get Flamme Wall. You can get Flamme. Alright. Okay. So this is just your ultimate shitter setup in the beginning, right? So that's what you do in the beginning. And so now we can add probably the most important thing to start adding supports to is your arsonist. So you're going to start adding supports to your arsonist. Just make sure, you have to make sure that I'm doing this right. So if I go scatter, scatter is 1. Martial tempo is 1. And fire infusion is 1. So all of them are 1. Okay. So back in we go. Scatter shot and then martial tempo. You're not going to have that many supports early game, so you'll spend them on your Skelly Arsonist. And you should also spend one on Flamme Wall to get Fortress. You want Flamme Wall. And then how many supports do you guys think you get before you get SRS? Do you think you're going to get more than 3 supports? You don't get that many early game, do you? Okay, if you got a 4th, I would just save it. Just save it for SRS, right? Any other supports you should save for SRS, right? So let's go forward now. The weird thing is, it's actually called RS. It's actually called RS, not SRS in this game. So here, Unearth is gone. Contagion is gone. Sniper is gone. We need to add Raging Spirits. And then we need to add Flammability. And then we need to add Pain Offering. And then, is there anything else that I use? Pretty much not, right? That's it. I don't use any other skill. So that's easy. So your Raging Spirits will do more damage till your Arsonists, till you get like 4 or 5 of them, then your Arsonists will out DPS them. So here, the next thing, let's see. Let's just copy what I have. Then we also are going to have the Infernal Hound. So let's open the support. Feeding. Feeding is 2. Feeding is 2. Fire Pen Execute. Fire Pen is 2. Execute is 1. So we can definitely go Execute in the beginning. So Execute. I'm just gonna show them the final setup. I think they can figure it out. Hopefully by now you can get Feeding Frenzy. And then you also want, what was the other thing? Already forgot. Fire Pen. Fire Pen last. Yeah, like that. Okay, that's good. And then Skelly Arsonist, we're gonna add Fire Infusion. Okay, Flamme Wall. I added Arcane Tempo. And then Spell Cascade. Okay. Flammability is Magnified and Heightened Curse. Dude, I just noticed that it does tell you the level in here, so I don't have to open it in the game. That's awesome. We just want these guys to live. We can also probably do... Dude, Minion Mastery could be good. I'm not using Minion Mastery anywhere. Not sure it's better than any of these, though. This is a Minion thing. We could do Minion Mastery on Pain Offering. Yeah, level 3 support. Yeah. Okay, so Meat Shield and then... I don't know, something that's going to keep them alive. Probably should have, you know, I probably should have given my guys like something. That was pretty rude of me. Last gasp is good. I absolutely don't need minion instability anymore. Whole idea of blowing them up. Well, or do I want to blow them up? Maybe I do. It hits for 15% of their max life. That is an absolutely... Well, I guess it's multiplied by this. So it's like quadruple, so it hits for 1,000. That seems also extremely useless. Seems very useless. I'm gonna drop this entirely. It's stupid as hell. I'd rather them just stay alive. I could maim the bot. I could maim stuff. Maim seems good. Don't you want meat shield on your hound? Yeah, meat shield, last gasp, and fire exposure. I guess just... I think we just blind and maim, maybe? How about just blind and maim? Well, SRS actually does damage. These guys don't do jack shit. I'm thinking we go blind maim. I'm just gonna go blind and maim, I think. These guys don't do damage. I just want them to help me stay alive, and they're just there to sit there. Okay, so that's good. Pain Offering needs expanse and persistence. I wonder if instead we could have something that just magnifies it. None of this seems very helpful at all. I think it's just what I have. Expanse and persistence. Okay. No. No, not. What's happening? Didn't we? We don't want meat shield. We just went over this. We want maim and blind. Okay. Let's check out flammability. Flammability. No. No. We're not going to get this. No. Oh, this could be good. Isn't flammability expensive? Kind of. Inspiration is an idea. I could, instead of last gasp, I could put last gasp on these guys, and then I could put the increased exposure. I think that would be better. I think that would be an improvement. It'd give me more damage, that's for damn sure. So I think we get rid of last gasp here. Okay. Do this. I'm gonna move this to the skellies. Well, you would have 3. I don't have 3. Strip away last. The podcast is happening in 28 minutes. I'm trying to finish this in 28 minutes for you guys. So last gasp, blind, maim. Last gasp. Like that. Okay. And then I want the Hellhound. And the first thing I want is meat shield. And then I want fire exposure. Oh, fire exposure is level 3. Oh. People aren't going to get this until super late. When do you get a level 3 support gem? When do you get the first one? What level? Act 2 Cruel. About level 50. Okay, I want to put it in here. It's important. I'm going to put it in. You need this. You need this. What level am I? I'm level 53. Okay. So I got it. I got it at 53 or whatever. Okay, so let's go here. I want you to take fire exposure when you get it, and then I want you to take strip away. Yeah. It has to be in that order. You can't take strip away earlier, so I'll just tell you to take whatever the hell before then. Could add here inspiration. That would be a good option. Okay, that looks really good to me. That should be godly. That should be godly. Let's add some notes. Early game use supports on the Arsonist. Save extras for Raging Spirits. I guess there's not really much to say. Just run around and throw firewalls. There's nothing to say. Boss rotation. Flammability. Pain offering. Spam. Firewall. Flame wall. Fire exposure is level 3 on Hellhound. Feel free to use something else until then. Don't use strip away until you get it. That's about it. Strengths. It's essentially a I'm going to call it a one button. Well, strengths are insanely tanky. Simple gameplay. Melts bosses. Weaknesses. Very slow. Need spirit. Okay. Who's the author? It is me. Okay. Now let's do the passive tree. I think I could do the entire passive tree without even opening the game. I think I know what to do here. Bro, I didn't think about this. Oh yeah, we're not skipping this node though. Going here, and then we're going here first. Then we're getting this, this, and this. Then we're getting that. Then we're getting this and this. And then we're getting this, then this, then this. And then we are going for this. And then we're getting the okay, and then we're going for this. That should be the whole thing. That should be exactly right. And then I've looked at this so many damn times today, I literally memorized it. That should be exactly right. Early game 4 supports the Val on 3 sockets is crazy good. Yeah, I've heard that. I can't assume that people are going to have that though. But yes, that's a huge hint. I guess I can add some more. People would probably wonder, well, I mean, this is the leveling build. You won't have any more points than this. See, I need to make my minions I don't care about anything except damage. Now is when we'd start probably going crit. We'd probably start picking up the crit. I think I took all of the minion damage on the entire tree. I think I took every single... Oh man, I fucked up in the very beginning. Well, it's a good thing I know exactly what to do. I missed one node. Going back, boys. This is dedication right here. This is what we call dedication. Get this off. God, I love damage. Damage. The gem cutting order. This seems a little bit overkill. I'm not sure I'm going to fill that out. All right. Oh, the charm. Didn't add a charm. Oops. Probably... Let me see here. Probably amethyst. Freeze res, you hate being frozen. Free that's also annoying. All right, boys, here you go. I'm gonna give it to you so you don't have to wait for the video tomorrow. There you go. Is it kind of pathetic that I played this so much today and stared at the tree so much that I memorized it? That's pretty... I think that's actually pretty pathetic. There you go. Let me know if it works, guys. I wouldn't say it's very slow. Let's just say it's slow. Needs spirit. Okay, I have a podcast in 15 minutes, guys. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. So let's think about this here. So I'm actually gonna write down some notes here of topics that they said they might talk about. I'm sure we'll get derailed and talk about everything and anything, but so they want to know the most loved and most hated boss fight. Okay, so my most hated boss fight, that's easy for me. Most hated is gonna be Queen of Filth and who's the archer lady? What's the archer lady? The Viper? The Viper, man. The Viper. Yeah. My favorite boss fight. Definitely the final Doriani, because I love his voice lines. Doriani. Dude, I love that. What else is a good one? The twin birds in Act 2. Oh yeah, dude. Yeah. The birds. The yellow birds. Okay, the trial system. Oh god. The trial system. You want to talk about visual clarity? So they're gonna ask some questions on the end game. I'm really not going to know. I'm just really not gonna know. I haven't spent a lot of time there. I've only done like maybe 10 total maps. I love the fact that they put the indicator where the yellows were. Do you guys have any critical feedback for the end game? Like what, like you could fix one thing about the end game, what would you fix? The respec boss, visibility, on death effects, the one shots, the on death effects. Okay. One shots, on death effects. The map size, the visual clarity. Okay, so when you guys get into it and start progressing through the end game, like let's say they make the maps a reasonable size, not as many one shots, you can see stuff, the on death effect. Let's say that that's fixed. The overall idea of it and structure of progressing through and moving through the map, do you enjoy it? Is it fun? The progress is too slow. The respec cost, yeah, that's a... The XP loss. How do you guys feel about losing the map on death? The moment you miss a random rare mob on the side of the map, you want to end your life. I don't know what I'm going to say. When I go into the podcast, I'm going to be like, well, it's literally every topic that you would imagine. It's the on-death effects. It's the one-shots. It's the loss of XP. It's the loss of the map on death. It's the visual clarity. It's the respec costs. The worst thing is the trials.
Again. Good girl.
The worst thing is the monk's early leveling. Dude, I have way too many tabs open. Gotta close all of these. All right, I'm gonna mute the music here and see if we're gonna join up here. Okay, let's see. I guess I don't know who. Maybe Ziggy D is going to have it set up correctly. I'm trying to think about, okay, how am I going to show you guys the podcast? Okay, let me think about this. So, let me enable my virtual camera. Let me get rid of this. Let me get rid of this. Let me get rid of POE. Okay. Now, do I go twitch.tv/Ziggy D? Okay, Ziggy D live. Okay, I believe this is going to be the right thing to look at. I believe this is going to be the right thing to look at. Okay. Okay, now let me go back to my OBS here. Let me make sure I have this correct. Okay. Can you guys hear me fine and you see this Ziggy D's screen full without anything in the way, right? Okay, so when I join Discord, you should be able to hear the audio there. It is possible. It's possible that the audio might be desynced. I could unmute Ziggy D's stream and mute my microphone to you guys. That might not be easy for me to do, actually. Let me think about how I'm going to do this. Well, let me think about this for a second. The problem is I don't have a normal audio setup. I'm streaming to you guys something called audience mix. I could take my microphone out of audience mix and YouTube VOD maybe. Maybe I could do that. So audience is... Let's see. Let me go to Discord. Discord is using... Testing 1, 2, 3. It's using voice chat. So if I could take the microphone out of audience mix and VOD mix. Okay, I'm going to try something. I'm gonna uncheck these two things, and I'm gonna keep continuously talking. Tell me if my voice disappears. La 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 la. Okay, it did disappear, and now it's back. Now you can hear me again. Okay. Beautiful. And now it's back. Okay. I'm going to try Okay. I think it's going to be good now. All right. So when we start, I'm going to unmute this. You're going to listen to just this. And then I'm going to uncheck my mic. I hope that it works. So we're just chilling here waiting. They're going to call me. And then I'm going to mute my mic and then... Well, actually, I'm not going to make any change. I'm actually not going to make any changes until Ziggy actually starts his stream. So they're going to call here any second. Okay, Crouching Tuna is going to call us here. All right, here we go. All right. Let's do the virtual camera. Oh, that's the wrong...
Hello, hello. Hey, folks.
Yo.
What's up?
Currently?
Hello.
Hi. Let me get everything set up. Scenes and stuff. How you doing? Full screen should work, hopefully.
I'm doing very well. How are you guys?
Great. Mate. Why is this?
Okay, there we go.
Weird. Maybe I pop it out or something. That might work better. Oh, oh my lord! You can do it. OBS, come on. There we go.
Alright. I'm just gonna like do the little camera setup real quick. Take a couple minutes.
Yeah, problem. Yep.
I'm chilling. I hopefully turned it on. You know if you can see me.
Yeah.
I can't see Tuna.
1 second here.
Editing the OBS layout on such a small screen. There we go.
Is that working out? Yeah, there you go. Just have to turn it off.
Gotta make sure I leave room for Ziz's sleepy cat.
Wow.
No, we currently hot mics on anyone's stream, just so I know. Not that I would usually say anything, but I might say something like boobies, and that would come out through on your stream, so just in case, I thought I'd check.
You can't say that.
Thought I'd check. We'll see if I've got Ziz's chat open, so I'll know. I see shock blue emojis. Knew it. I knew it. Mike's hot. I'm unmuting my stream. My stream is also unmuted. Hello, early arrivals on my stream. Just getting scene set up and everything. Looking forward to some podcasting action, fellas. Love a good podcast. Oh yeah. I'm so hot for a podcast.
Nice. What time is it there in Australia?
Midday.
So that's
right when baby goes to sleep. All right, I think I'm ready. How you folks going? Oh wait, I forgot to green screen myself. Lol.
Not ready.
Not ready.
Sorry, I'm back.
Perfect.
All right, everyone. Okay, everyone needs to be turned up. They're saying, okay, everyone's going up.
okay. Trying to find on everybody's
Ziggy's
camera.
never ready. Ziz,
Yeah, I
chat, can
mean,
you
I
stop
think I'm the
spamming
one
so I
that's
can
gonna
read
be.
you?
What?
I was telling your chat to stop spamming and being so active so I can actually read things in it.
Oh, that's funny.
It's not going to happen, is it? You've been popping off lately, haven't you, mate?
It's been kind of wild.
Yeah.
See, they took that as an instruction to spam.
Guys,
very good.
is that better? Is the volume good? Is the volume good?
I am a
Yeah.
guest here, but I will also be host today because Ziz is sleepy.
Okay.
I'll
Yeah,
role play
it's
as host.
nice. I'll also
It-
potentially
the-
be eating at some point during because I have food
The
next to me.
the audio might be a
So you'll be
little bit
cooking, farming, and
desynced.
sleeping during this podcast.
It might be a little bit
Literally.
desynced here because I just
Phenomenal.
thought of a different
Should
problem
be
for
a
me
thriller,
to enable
a
it.
banger of a time.
It's actually not going
I
to
have Red
work.
Bull. It'll wake me
So
up, I
there
swear.
might be they're still quite low. Okay, I can turn them up.
Are you talking to us, Rax? Because you're muted if so.
Is
Yeah,
that better?
I'm just talking to you guys.
Okay,
I
turned it.
assume
turned it.
Rax was talking to stream. I can't hear you.
Oh,
Yeah. I'm just
Just the-
troubleshooting with the stream here. I'm here and ready to go whenever.
Cool. Just making sure. Oh yeah, can we get an audio check? That's a really good idea, actually. You sound
I was
real
just
loud,
thinking that
Nico.
because he's very loud. So I'm going to turn him down a bit.
There we go.
Yep.
Testing.
Turn you up a bit, Tuna.
Hello.
everybody.
how's-
Hello.
I'm Rax. Hello. How's the volume? Hello.
Sounds
Hello.
good now.
Sounds
Yeah.
good.
Sounds pretty good. What do you think, chat? Chats? Apparently I need to be a little louder. Hello. Tuna might still be a bit quiet. Can we get a check from you, Tuna?
Testing. What's up, guys? Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, I'm gonna crank you.
I still, like, Tuna, you're Italian, right? Or where are you from?
I'm Italian, yeah, from Italy.
You don't sound Italian at all.
I mean, if I speak Italian, buongiorno.
No,
Come
you need
stai?
to, you need to do this. Like, speak with the hands.
Buongiorno.
I imagine I'd sound
Tutto
Italian
bene?
if I spoke Italian, but
You speak Italian?
then again, maybe not.
Do you actually speak any Italian?
Wait, no, I definitely don't. I'd be like that Inglorious Bastard scene. Oui,
Oh.
bonjour,
Buongiorno.
buongiorno, buongiorno, mate.
That's a classic.
All right, are we ready, folks? Is everyone ready?
Yep.
Yes. Sound
Yep.
off. Tuna ready? Ziz ready? Rax ready?
Yeah.
I'm recording.
Troubleshooting
I'm
too?
ready to go.
Oh man, I'm gonna do it then. I'm gonna kick us off. 3, 2, and g'day, folks. ZD here. Welcome to the first ever assembling of this particular crew, but not the first ever of the Maxwell podcast, because there has been a bunch of them. But we are here for the first Path of Exile 2 podcast since it has launched into early access, with myself, Ziggy, Zizarin, who has been streaming nonstop and is probably very tired. Crouching Tuna down in the bottom left there, and Raxxanterax. Actually, you guys might be in different orders on other streams, but welcome, folks. It's good to sit down and digest some POE2 action. I love
Hell
a good
yeah.
I
chance
can't
to
believe we're finally playing it.
vent
Yeah.
and share our excitement. Yeah, right. 5 years leading up to this
5 years.
point. Yeah. How does it? I guess that's a good place to start. How does it feel to be in and finally playing? Are you filled with excitement and hope and future for the future, or are you filled with dread and doom and gloom, or is it everything you wanted and much more, or much less? Is this?
I'm a hoper. Like I'm loving it. So I'm actually in the camp that I do enjoy POE1 more, but that's like POE1 is it like 9.5 or a 10 for me, and
Yeah.
POE2 is like a 8.5 or 9. Like I'm very hopeful. Like, by the way, I actually hated day 2 and I was kind of miserable and I was like, oh god, no. But then after they did those changes, I'm a lot more positive. Like I am making a feedback
So
sheet.
the
and
dodge
stuff
roll
like that.
change, that sort of thing.
Yeah, the dodge roll especially because I died to those
Yep.
stupid fucking beetles. But honestly, like I'm having a lot of fun, and I'm still like I'm actually able to go into this with the mindset that it is early access. A lot of people aren't able to do that. They are treating it like a full launch. So I'm like, I remember saying on day 2, like, it might be frustrating right now, but this is the worst state Path of Exile 2 will ever be in. TM, hopefully.
True.
Yeah. Good thing to remember, isn't it?
Yeah, so I'm pretty excited.
Yeah, okay. So that's pretty interesting then to hear that like you're a PoE1 enjoyer primarily, but that you're still feeling very optimistic from the sounds of things. You're definitely
Yeah,
not dooming.
I enjoy both.
Yeah, okay. What about yourself, Rax?
So I would say my opinion is almost exactly what Zizrin just said. I would say, I get asked this all the time, what game is in a better state, PoE1 or PoE2? I think PoE1 is a little bit better. The thing that PoE1 really satiates is just zooming. You're just flying already by like Act 4. You're essentially like mapping through like the last 6 acts. It's so fun just to fly through everything. I think PoE2, like when I think back to all the different ARPGs in like the last 10 years that have launched in early access, I think PoE2 probably has the most content and the best structure of any game. So I think the future is extremely bright. The fact that we got that patch so early and it fixed a lot of core problems that people were having immediately. I could not believe that after the first weekend already on the first like Monday or Tuesday, they already had a significant patch about a lot of things that people were talking about.
Yeah.
I think the game is amazing for the state that it's in. I think like 6 months to 1 year when it launches, I think it's probably gonna be one of the strongest, if not the strongest ARPG release ever.
Yeah. Right
I
on.
agree.
Tuna, what about yourself, mate?
Oh,
Sorry,
wait,
Ziz?
wait. One sec.
Yeah,
Yeah,
jump in.
I just had a quick addendum to that. Like,
Yeah.
one thing that I feel like PoE1 does particularly well that PoE2 doesn't right now is just like agency. Like we have a little bit less like choice over like exactly what content to run and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah. PoE1's really nailed that, especially
Yeah.
lately. Being able to
That's
pick
important for me.
exactly what you want. Play the exact Path of Exile one you want. So it definitely is a long way off in that regard, isn't it?
Yep.
But we'll talk about endgame and that stuff a lot later on, I expect. But just overall sentiments for now. Tuna, how are you feeling about things, mate?
I really like PoE2, but I really like it. Also, need to take this with a pinch of salt because we are in the honeymoon phase. But I'm really enjoying like understanding the mechanics, understanding the builds, and also being in a stage where we don't have access to the tools that we would otherwise have in PoE1, which is really for me like really exciting. Actually, like playing the game and getting feedback from the game as opposed to getting feedback from Path of Building or something like that, right? So it's a different dynamic, and it sort of makes you step out and think about things a little differently, and it also makes you feel like a noob, which is a really humbling and just a really really fun experience. Now, gameplay wise, like there's a lot to work on, I think, but the game is, as Rax said, it's a really good state, and I'm really thankful that we can get to play it like already because it felt like if they didn't get it out, then they would kind of just keep scope creeping and then get to the point where it's like, So I'm really glad they just put it out and we can play it, and now we can give our feedback and just enjoy it and see it improve from here on out. And as you said, like it's never like now is the worst state it's ever gonna be in, and also I'm really looking forward to the future. Like I'm really also looking forward to just getting the tools as well, like and just seeing things improve, and yeah, it's gonna be great.
Oh, quick question, Tuna. Do you prefer the game with or without POB?
I prefer without, but it's a little bit of a like because I always preferred the like action reaction type of building where like I try something in game and I see results, and I think obviously like the thing about POB is that my build would just be like 100 times better with it, right? And that's like it's natural because I would be able to measure exactly the consequences of the things that I do with my build. But I just think it's more fun to do it without because then it's like more of a you just feel like more accomplished when something works, if that makes sense.
Right.
It's amazing this little tiny slice of time that we have without Path of Building. So for those of you new exiles joining us potentially, Path of Building is effectively a hardcore calculator for Path of Exile builds. It allows you to simulate and suggest and recommend the things that are really going to optimize your character to the point where, this is the thing that will give you the most damage. So it's a extremely powerful tool for solving builds in Path of Exile 1, and it will be here soon, probably. I wouldn't be surprised. I saw some news recently that it looks like some things are being worked on for it. So it will be interesting to see the amount of power creep we have just by virtue of that releasing. in the
Oh, yeah.
future. Like if we all just get 30-40% stronger, maybe more.
Definitely more than that, yeah. I think just to add something to that as well, like one thing that I don't like is not having like a ladder where I can look at people's gear, and I think that is going to be like the biggest catalyst to build improval, because like the thing is, like, you might be like a good player, you might be smart and things like that, but other people are too, and learning from other people is always going to be, like, in my opinion, the catalyst to just basically build booms, right? So at the moment, it feels like people are sort of like playing specific skills and not really like exploring things, and I think that's part of the reason why. Is because we are not able to actually like copy from other people, basically, like understand mechanics, like why they did things and stuff like that.
Yeah, build making is so iterative. Like POE Ninja is a way that we basically steal builds from each other, and that's how we all kind of evolve and adapt our builds over time through that process. And yeah, we're not having that as well is also a big deal, or maybe almost as much as the path of building, like you're saying. You sound a lot like me, Tuna, in that you really seem to enjoy that. Having a lot of things to figure out and solve and try to understand and physically experiment with your character and stuff. So I'm really enjoying that process too. And I think like it's good to kind of see that bias in ourselves as well, because we're going to maybe enjoy this state of an unfinished game more than the game quality might warrant, just because we're really enjoying this process of learning something new. I definitely try to be conscious of that when I'm like sharing my feelings of how much fun I'm having. So I'm having so much fun. And yet I have a list of very significant complaints about the game or criticisms about the game right now. Like I have some things I'm very worried about that I am interested to see how they're going to solve, and some things I'm like, how are they actually going to solve this? How are they going to balance out like the two desires between the different Path of Exile communities, and or there's three distinct groups now. It almost feels like your Path of Exile 1 Zoomers, your POE2 people who really wanted the promise that was being sold of this slower, more tactical game. The promise that was very well realized in those first couple acts, but is lost by endgame potentially.
Yep.
I'm sure we'll talk about that soon.
I was very surprised about like the kill time on bosses compared to white and blue monsters. I actually was expecting bosses to have literally 20 times more HP, because there are currently blue monsters that I take the same time to kill as a boss. I am not even exaggerating. I just killed the candle boss in Crypt in 0.5 seconds. And I had a blue monster die in 1 second.
Yeah, it's that's Path of Exile 1 stuff all over again. I think right now we're obviously suffering from a somewhat last minute implementation of a end game, and it's all, like we said, it's very easy to remember or to forget that it's early access. It's very hard to actually kind of because it has released with so much more content, and the early parts of the game are so much more polished than many games release with, especially in the early access. But I'm overall loving it and enjoying it more now than I would be playing Path of Exile 1 right now, despite my list of massive like things that I'm worried about and concerned about and want changed and fixed. So that's kind of my overall feelings. But I'm curious what you folks are playing currently. Rax, what have you been playing? What build have you been doing? How's it been going?
So the first thing that I wanted to do in POE2 was essentially try to play 4 archetypes, like as many archetypes as I could, to try to get an understanding of how this game actually is. So I started with the Cast Unfreeze Sorceress, and then I got to finish the campaign, threw up a guide on that, and then it was dead. So goodbye. And then then I tried respecking, and the thing that I respec to was way worse, and then I was out of gold. And I'm sure we'll talk about respec costs later. But I was very sad we didn't get like a respec token there. So then I went Ranger, and the Ranger was just really, really strong, just absolutely frying everything. So I beat the campaign on the Ranger. And then I went Invoker Monk with Ice Strike, and in the beginning it felt terrible. I was actually asking chat, like, what do you guys do as an early game monk? And they said, Rax, you put on a bow and you play Ranger. I'm like, that's actually the smartest thing I've ever heard of. I put on a bow, and then it was way stronger. And then you finally get Ice Strike. And it's like Zizarin said, I killed the final boss on my Ice Strike monk, just putting together my own build. I froze him in the beginning and he was dead before he could unfreeze. So the Act 6 boss, dead. So I was like, okay, the monk is frying. And then today I made a witch, and now I'm in Act 5, and the witch is just murdering everything, just walking forward with our minions and plowing everything down. So I would say probably the weakest of the four for me, if I had to play the campaign again, the one I would like to play the least again is probably the Sorceress. Without the cast on freeze, what am I going to do? Like Spark and Flame Wall? I couldn't. I tried all three elements as I was leveling. I couldn't find anything better. But the other three, Ranger, Monk, and the Witch, felt amazing for me.
That's interesting to hear because Sorceress has had like a lot of really positive opinions, but yeah, I think maybe it's been in very specific archetypes, which maybe have changed a bit. It sounds like, and this is something I've noticed too, is it feels like we have, despite having so many skills, somewhat of a limited skill package in some areas. Like I don't know, yeah, like I have heard Lightning maybe doesn't have a lot in the early stages there, or people just kind of scratching their head about how to play that side of things.
Well,
sounds like you have similar experience.
I do think
What's that?
some of that though is that we just need to learn a bit more because we are seeing like I was saying like, oh, I don't know how to do this, and then somebody was like, actually somebody is doing this, and I was like, oh, that's cool. So
I've had a really good time with lightning spells actually.
That's good. What ones?
It's literally just Spark and Ooze. Like, of course, you use Flame Wall because POE2, you just click a button and you get more damage. But Spark and Ooze, and then you get to beginning of Act 3, and you get Mana Tempest, and then from there you're just a god basically because Mana Tempest is insane.
That's good to hear that. I think there's big
You
gaps
put that
from just
down.
people not kind of happening into a build that works for them, so that archetype doesn't feel right. And Rax touched on something really interesting there too, which is weapon swaps, which I feel like are super unexplored currently. Like I know I've barely touched on it just with some leap slamming, but I've seen some people starting to explore that stuff more, and it's opening up the game a lot because we seem to have a situation going on where we don't have a lot of ability. Like we have less skills than we might otherwise because we're just using mace skills. But if we had if we were taking advantage of skills from the other archetypes, from the other weapon types, then all of a sudden things open up a lot more. So, what have you been playing then, Tuna?
I have been a serial reroller as well. I started
it's hard
on
not
a
to.
Blood Mage. So the Blood Mage, unfortunately, as you guys know, I was pretty bad to begin with. The Leech was basically non-functional, and your first Ascendency is a downside. So that was a bit rough. But so I went like cast on freeze on that one, also because it just felt like a no-brainer. And yeah, I was playing that for a little bit. But then I re-rolled soon after because just wasn't enjoying. Like I spec'd into the 10% leech and it wasn't moving my HP, so that was kind of a little bit sad.
Yeah.
Now they fixed that though, so that's cool. And yeah, so that was my first build. My second build, I made an invoker, a spell invoker. I wanted to see it has like the meta energy gain thing, plus 35%, and it's multiplicative with all the increases that you have on the tree. So I was playing cast on Ignite, and one flame wall cast would drop one comment. Basically, it was completely OP. It was really, really, really strong. And that got nerfed 2 days after, or 1 day after, literally, that I made it. So I was like, yeah, like T4 maps, literally, like I leveled, and then that got nerfed. So now I'm on my third build, and I'm really enjoying spells at the moment. I've really missed playing spells in Path of Exile 1 because hand casting hasn't really been a thing in Path of Exile 1 unless you get for like super high investment usually. So now I'm playing Spark, Archmage, but the caveat is that I'm actually not really dealing damage with Spark. I'm using Spark as a supporting skill for Lightning Conduit. And I'm stacking Shock and Shock Magnitude. I'm getting like 70% shocks and doubling them with Stormweaver. And when it procs, right, like it just deals like 1.5 million damage. It's insane.
Oh. That's really good.
What about users?
So I've had a few people remark they were a bit surprised at this because I usually like always try to like POB min-max the stuff of everything, reading up on everything, but like the start is so sacred. It's supposed to be special. So I went in with like a very the main thing that I looked up was Ascendency tree, because you can't respec Ascendancy. So I was like, okay, I want to have a rough idea of what I'm doing, and I was like, I'm starting Titan, and then I ascended Warbringer. But like literally at the altar, I changed my mind. People are like, "Oh, you're ascending. What are you gonna do?" And I'm like, "Titan." And then I got there, and it was like a Lord of the Rings moment. I was like, "Why shouldn't I keep it?" And I'm like, "Warbringer." And And yeah, like I've like barely looked anything up. I've been very like just playing and seeing like, oh cool, I found a new unique and having that fresh new player experience. And I started on hardcore. I was playing really, really careful. I was playing like a totem warbringer, and I got to like level 36, 38, something like that, with like 15 all rest because I just wasn't finding any gear. And then I was like, okay, I'm gonna stay in one zone and farm for like 5 hours. But then I got trapped in by a bunch of beetles and killed. And I was like, oh, never mind. And then I
It's
was like, you know what?
revenge for your beetle exploits, Ziz.
This
for
was
you
before I even
exploiting-
knew about
Oh,
it.
I knew ahead of time.
Yeah, they knew. They knew it was coming. You could have done it then. I should have, but yeah. I probably would have died anyway. So I continued on softcore because I honestly I was like day one is very not hardcore viable. I was like I would be bashing my face into hardcore, and I don't want to do that. I want to enjoy the game more. So I went to maps, and I was having a really good time in the campaign. I was vibing. I got to maps, and I'm like, wow, this fucking sucks. Because I got to maps with 8 lightning rest, and I just was getting chain one hit. I saw lightning ability, and I'm like, and I'd used, I ended up farming for 16 hours. I farmed 900,000 gold. Used it all gambling. Didn't get a single upgrade. Farmed another 16 hours. The total amount of white rings I found to Alk was 2. And I was just like, I was molding. And people are like, so how do you feel about the game? And I'm like, and I was just saying, like, I'm waiting for GDD to make a post. Like, this can't be it. This isn't it. And then that post came, and I was like, oh, I felt so vindicated and so justified. And I had like people kept writing like Steel Mage is mad, Steel Mage is angry, and like we both had the same experience with getting to maps. And it's kind of weird as a content creator because you're no-lifing the game so much that you end up being a little bit ahead of the curve. So like you have all the people that are still in campaign, like, what are you wrong? Like you're wrong. Skill issue. Like skill issue. Just get better. But they haven't been in maps yet. Yeah. I also like I was shocked at how many white items were dropping in maps. Just not rings. Rings don't exist. But I was like, I definitely need a filter. I remember hearing back quotes from podcasts like, oh, you shouldn't need a filter. You get to maps, and I'm like, I do.
You need a filter so much. Oh my god.
Yeah. So I just started making one on day one. Like, actually, on day one, I was putting in one item at a time. So I have like this long a list in my filter with like just every item I didn't want to see.
Artisanal filter making. Nice.
Yeah. But then when that patch came, I was like, you know what? I don't know if this is enough to go hardcore, but I'm going to gamble that it is. I started playing hardcore. I went a witch summoner, and it's a blast. I'm really enjoying it. I'm having so much fun. I'm hard stuck right now in tier 2 maps because I am solo self-found, which is a huge mistake. This is a bad idea to play solo self-found. You have to be like torture enjoyer. But the gear progression is really fun when you get it. I'm just hard stuck trying to get a minion helmet with any resist so that I can go energy shield.
I can't believe you went solo self-found as well as hardcore here, because I know you were debating even playing hardcore in the first place. And ESSF as well.
I think especially POE2 is a lot more fun on hardcore trade league for me. I think it will be. I'm going solo self-found until either myself or somebody kills the boss on the hardest difficulty, the Uber. I think it looks so one-shotty, so I think a lot of people are gonna die to it. And obviously now I won't be able to practice on standard. But I do have some regret because the migrate option is broken, so I can't even migrate. So I'm very stuck on SSF until they fix the migrate button.
Enforced SSF. Damn.
Yeah.
So ethical. I love it.
But like, honestly, between farming the beetle before maps, like that helped a lot.
That buff to the drop rates was incredible. I have not been having the problem of that content creator problem of going too fast and being ahead of the curve. I've been playing so slowly. My run has been, like you said, that first run is sacrosanct, right? You know, it's so important. So I've been going exceedingly slow and exploring everything and documenting everything and finding all of the secrets and mapping all of the maps. And it has been so fun. Like I said, I have a lot of issues with the game and a lot of stuff I want to see fixed. I'm probably going to do like a big ramble video at some point about all that stuff. But I'm just still having so much fun. And if someone told me originally, I was like, oh, I'm definitely going to play POE1 and POE2 at the same time. You know,
Yeah.
go back and
Hell yeah.
forth. But now, if you told me to play POE1 right now, I would, I'd have a physical reaction. I'd vomit or cry or both or something like that. I don't think I could right
Oh, I
now.
could easily.
Maybe by February, I might feel a bit different. Hopefully by then I'm kind of a bit sated and can enjoy a new POE1 league. But right now it feels hard to do. But I've been playing Mercenary Grenadier, the grenade action, and loving life. Flashbang, my precious, my beautiful flashbang. I have to say, in general, I love, this is one of my highlights of POE2. Apart from, one of my highlights is ailments. How good have they done with non-damage ailments specifically? I feel like freeze and stun and electrocute. I love the build-up system. I love the stagger bar. They feel powerful, maybe a little too powerful, but they are so satisfying to engage with, and even so much detail to it as well. So when you play someone who's using flashbang all the time, you start to notice all these details where, like, you have these guys with these big shield arms, you flashbang them and they drop their shield. The guys with the big stones that slam down on you, you flashbang them, they drop it breaks. They can't pick it back up. Like, they lose abilities, mobs change, fights change so much.
Did not realize that.
Never
Did not
noticed
realize
that
that at all.
I didn't either.
When you were
so
talking
neat.
about debuffs and stuff, I was really surprised how strong freeze was. Like the fact that it can freeze before the bar is filled up. I thought it would have been more like freeze fills up the bar really fast and gets a freeze cell fast. But it just like I'm playing a freeze mage while I'm tired and I don't want to risk my main. And I'm just like right clicking things and it's frozen and I'm like, this is crazy.
Yeah, it's especially if you can alternate between two different ailments, you can stagger bar, and then while they have their stun resistance, you can while slowly building up stun, you can freeze or electrocute or something like that. There's so much you can do to have some more control in these fights, and it makes a huge difference in some content. Obviously, like the Trial of Seconds and things, just being able to stun everything is a pretty big deal. So I've been loving that experience, and ultimately not too far in endgame as a result of my very slow play, just a few tiers into maps. But I've been enjoying that so far, but it feels like a very different game from the early campaign. So I'll be interested to see where that goes. But yeah, loving the grenades, I'm very excited to explore a lot of the other archetypes, though. It's hard to not re-roll. I'm trying to force myself to not.
What are you gonna play next?
Originally, it was going to be Monk, but I'm actually wondering if I want to like glutton for punishment a little bit and go straight into Warrior because of how rough Warrior's early game sounds like it is. It seemed like they're very strong late game, but it would be cool to, I don't know, make some content showing how to approach Warrior early game and doing the Trial of Sekhmet on a Warrior and stuff like that. Because I think there are solutions. I do suspect GG is probably going to make some changes that might help, though.
Yeah.
That was really funny as a totem player because I went Warrior at start and I was on Hardcore, and on Warrior, if you're going totem, you actually don't need a physical weapon. All you need is plus skill level. So I found like +2 skill level pretty early. And I was doing great.
Attack, yeah.
So people were like, you're the only warrior that's happy right now. Because like most people were hitting. So like Trial of Sekhmet and stuff, like that was super easy with totems. I was just running around doing the armor breaking thing. And I'm like, this is great. This is awesome. I'm so happy I went warrior. And people were showing me clips of other people like literally molding in Trial of Sekhmet and stuff. And I was like, oh, this is fun.
Totems win again. Shaking my head after being removed from the previous game. Here's what's going on. I'm glad to hear that. At least there was one nice feeling build from the early game there. Yeah. So just kind of on the campaign first before we move on to like Ascendency and Endgame and stuff a bit more. I'm curious what your bosses, right? Like for me, that's the biggest highlight of all the highlights. How incredible the boss fights have been. I'm curious, what is each your both most loved boss fight and most hated boss fight? What about you, Rax? Do you have some ones that really stood out to you?
Yeah. So the one I hated, the one I hate the most by far is the Queen of Filth. And there's two reasons why I hate that fight. When she does her double roly-poly slam thing, she has like the most ridiculous hitbox, and it's not just the hitbox of the slam itself. She will like drag you So if you don't like dodge roll completely like perpendicular to her path, she's going to drag you into the corner and double smash you. And it's like, I don't know how many times she killed my characters. I was like absolutely raging at her. And I think she's also the boss that just like raises her hand and throws like a 100-mile-an-hour like boulder at you. And I'm just like, dude, that is one of the hardest things to dodge or even see that she's doing it. I think it's Queen of Filth. The Viper is pretty rough as well with all the guards around you, and she does like it was a really cool fight, but all like the different circles that she spawns, like the poison ones and the chaos ones. And then if you get too close to the wall, they like stab you and then they shove you back in. It's like, oh my god, this boss is insane. And then another thing, like Zizrin said, when a lot of like the blues or the rare monsters are harder than the bosses, what about those two birds? The two yellow birds. Yeah, I think it's in Act 2.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, the side
Those are
quest. Yep.
insane.
And I went there and I was playing on my sorceress, and then one of them had like the mana burning one. So they're like jumping on me and burning my mana. I'm like, okay, I can't play the game. Like they're just farming
The
me.
mana burn one is insane. Like that's so crazy routine. As a mom build, I'm like, I need to get out of being mom just because of the circle, because they don't even like sometimes it'll target my minion. So it just like perfectly runs into like me being in the circle. I'm like trying to stay on top of it. And I'm like,
so those rare fights are quite interesting. So they are effectively like bosses, but they're not unique bosses. They decided that they weren't interesting enough to turn into a unique, so they turn them into like unique rares. So it's kind of their own unique class. But because they're rares, they have randomized affixes. So people are going to have wildly different experiences with those fights. And when there's two rares together, that's a classic PoE thing, right? Overlapping auras and stuff. You get that shenanigans start to occur. So I did hear a lot of people having issues with that fight. The Hugo and Minion one with the two rares together. And there's a few like that hidden around the campaign. But it's also kind of an interesting little feature, isn't it? What did you have a favorite fight though, Rax? What was the boss fight you loved?
Yeah, like the two birds, like Godskin duo in Elden Ring or whatever. But probably the favorite thing, like one thing that I really love about PoE2, this like doesn't usually matter to me in video games, but I thought the voice acting was so good. Like across all the different bosses that I actually love Doriani, the final fight, and how he's just like taunting you and screaming at you the whole time. That for me was probably my favorite fight.
So good. Yeah. What about you, Tuna? Favorite and most and least favorite, let's say.
I have to second that. Doriani visually and everything about him, like the sounds. Like I'm a sound enjoyer.
Yeah.
You know, before I was a streamer, I was an audio engineer, and from that perspective as well, like that was like amazing. Like the sound was really good. His animations, you know, when he does his like little like he explodes and then he reconstructs himself and slams on you. It's like, yeah. The only thing is like I wish the fight was harder. I thought it was too easy.
Yeah.
But
it's a bit easy by that point for a lot of builds, I feel. Yeah.
It was a bit like, you know, but it was such a good fight. And yeah, I mean, really well done for that. I guess like the hardest fight or most hated fight, I suppose. I had like trouble with two bosses. It was Viper Natsuapi, and then also the Onyx guy that gives you fire resistance. I forgot his name. He's like an Onyx lizard, and he's also in as you get into the Machinarium.
Yeah, was he Blackjaw or Blackmore or something like that, or
something like that? Onyx,
he's like one of the Warhammer 40, Warhammer Fantasy guys. Yeah, Blackjaw. That one.
Pretty cool, yeah.
He has like tracking that no other boss has in the game. And
he's clever.
You just go beside him and he's like he doesn't care. He just like just turns around and really punishes you for being at range. But it's also one of the bosses that taught me that everything seems to be put there on purpose in Path of Exile 2. So like you know how it has the pillars around the room? I was thinking like, oh, it's just aesthetically like there to be, you know, like that's just environmental design or whatever. But no, like if you like, you know, when he does these fire slashes, you stand behind the pillars and it just completely like it makes the boss a joke. So I really actually appreciated the fact that like this boss taught me that I should be like looking around and be more situationally aware of what's going on to like have an easier time. basically.
Oh mate, you touched on something so good there. There's so much attention to detail in monster and boss design and like arena design and stuff like that. That is definitely where they've like excelled 11 out of 10. I feel
Yeah.
blowing away like so many other games, like the entire genre. I feel because like
Not
you
just
said,
the
there are so many
genre.
things there that are designed to teach you something as well. Like the monkey,
Yeah.
that guy's to teach you dodge rolling. he
Right.
teaches you a lesson in dodge rolling.
That
you know,
that guy, he has like his slam,
Or
but
blocking.
he has the Elden Ring
Well,
slam
blocking.
where it's like he's like that and he's like, you know,
Yeah,
The
delayed.
delay.
It's like a
to get
The
you-
delay.
exactly. 'Cause that's what it is. It's teaching you that like wait until it actually is about to hit you.
exactly
You know,
like as you see
that's
his
such
thing coming
an
down.
important skill with because a lot of bosses do have tracking, so you actually
Right.
have to wait for that to go off. And yeah, that's like controlled dodging the training dummy, like the training lesson.
It's really good.
I was just
yeah.
like, oh, it's so good. It almost needs to be earlier in the game, I feel, to help people with that particular lesson. But
But his
what
role
about you, Zeus?
sucks.
What's that?
His role sucks. The monkey, you know, like when you're just standing next to him and he rolls. That
Oh,
move,
yep.
That move is
Yeah.
like, yeah. Sorry to interrupt there.
He's a spicy guy. Do you have a favorite and least favorite, Zeus?
Yeah.
Did we get you off? Oh, no,
so-
we did, yeah.
Yeah. So the last two bosses of Act 2 are my favorite. I call it the face mash skeleton. Like, honestly, I could like hear. I was listening to my own music, but if I could go back and play it for the first time, I'd put on the dancer music. And that was like the only point where my build fell off a little bit in damage because it was a while since I had upgrade. So it ended up being a long fight, and especially on softcore, that is a lot more of an enjoyable experience. And I was still in hardcore at that point, so that was such a fun fight for me. And then I died before doing the Act 2 end boss, and I actually like wasn't able to do it on my first attempt. I did it on my second, and it was a really long fight. It was like really whittling down. So I really enjoyed both of those. I think the hardest was Viper, but I don't feel like I disliked it. I thought it was pretty cool, except for the bugs with getting stuck in the shield. But my most disliked boss is probably just the Titan, which it's a little sad because I think if it was bug free, it probably would have been my favorite fight. But there's so many bugs in the Titan fight. There's like 5 different ones.
This happens a lot with bosses that are like off the edge of a platform where you get like weird targeting and other bugs coming up. So
I felt
still
so
needs a little
bad
bit of
for
polish.
Quinn's death there, where like he was so over tanky, and it's not like a large telegraphed attack, and Quinn got hit for like 2.5k damage in the campaign, and I'm like, okay, that's probably not intended. From like a very fast like slap attack, I was like, okay. So I was terrified going there myself in hardcore. I actually overfarmed specifically for that fight to just insta kill it. But yeah, those were definitely my favorites. Like, it's really enjoyed the attention to detail, and any fight that had like a lot of life, like the count as well. I thought the count was so cool. I really liked the phasing stage, and I was trying to count in my head like 1, 2, 3, dodge. 1, 2,
with the
3,
poetry,
dodge.
it's so good.
1, yeah.
Yeah, and that's
Wait, what?
my
Poetry?
favorite. Yeah, the poetry during the you didn't know wait, you didn't notice? What are you counting based on then? With the fog
I just like do like a
phase.
metronome in my head the way I do on
Yeah,
the Welder.
dude, he does like poetry during the fog phase, and it has a rhythm to it, like as poetry often does, and that is the dodge timing is based
Paying
on the
attention
poetry.
is not my strong suit.
So I don't know what the specifics of it. I'm not a poetry expert, but it's like it's like a 3-beat, and then it's like a 3-beat and then dodge, and then he does his next 3-beat and 3-beat and dodge. So it's so cool. It's my favorite actually. I think it's the strongest act boss fight, and I think the best fight overall. It's got so many abilities. It's all very cool. The music crescendoing at the exact moment as he's getting raged and turning into the wolf, and oh my lord, it's so sick. I had to both times actually stop myself from because his abilities, and I appreciate this, I guess, they're not hard coded to occur at certain health phases, as in he doesn't become immune and then go into his fog phase, right? He just does it if he's still alive. But if you stun lock him and kill him, you can skip the fog phase entirely, which I feel like Path of Exile 1 didn't do that very often. Most of the time you were forced into some sort of immunity phase.
Yeah, like
that's
the Crow Bell.
not the case a lot of times here. Yeah, the Crow Bell's kind of awful, but that's definitely my favorite by far. It's just such a cool fight. I like that you mentioned Viper because it is an example of a hard fight that's very punishing. It can be frustrating if you're, dying a lot to it, but I actually think it's a pretty good fight, despite being one of the hardest ones. Like, I died to Viper a lot. It was one of my most, maybe 2 or 3 times, which is probably one of my worst, but
do you think
it was
a little bit of the difficulty is because you need to be basically touched by Chris to get chaos resist during the campaign?
That's certainly an aspect, right? I have to imagine you trivialize a bit of that fight if you just incidentally get some chaos res, which is so rare. But you do. I pop the charms on. I've got the charms for a little bit of help and stuff like that. Does help a bit, but mechanically very interesting fight and very challenging fight. It feels like they really nailed that feeling that you're dueling someone who's a freaking expert. That's probably actually, I guess, the similar thing between those two fights. Like, I feel like you're having a sick duel, which is not something I've really thought about with a lot of boss fights. Usually you're fighting a monster and it feels, gamey, but these guys feel like you're actually dueling them a bit more. My least favorite was... Go ahead, Rax.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to add one thing about the Viper, and this happens in other games as well and other boss fights. But one particular thing that bothers me about the Viper is if I'm playing like the Summoner Witch and I'm throwing firewalls everywhere and my minions are there, when she jumps up and she's going to start throwing those huge AoE blasts that you have to dodge, I just can't see them. The entire floor is filled with fire and my minions. Sometimes it's the visual clarity part, and then you die to it. It's like, I didn't even see that the circle was under me.
Yeah. I had that issue with grenades too, because they tend to leave a bit of smoke after the fact if you go really hard with them. So I had the same issue, with a few of those fights, and that one in particular. I think my least favorite fight, though, I'm surprised no one mentioned it, but it was funny because a lot of people were telling me as I was going up towards it that it was one of their favorites. It's the, I can't actually remember the name of him. It's the goldsmith guy. It's a side quest to go get his forging hammer so that you can have the reforging bench. The giant... He walks through the lava.
Guy in the pit?
Metcool.
Oh, yeah.
Apparently, yeah. Yeah, the molten core one. Because it's got an enrage timer, man. I don't...
Yeah.
You just have to kill him by a certain point, or the lava goes to the end, and you drown in the lava, I just...
I love that. But there was one very confusing... There was one very confusing thing to me about that fight. Because he's in that pit, and we're above it. There's a lever to activate the lava. Why do we hit the lever and then go down to fight him? Why don't we A, hit the lever,
and
then just watch him die, or B, not hit the lever and go kill him?
Because then then we'd lose the loot. The loot would get drowned in the lavas, and we are exiles above all else.
Okay, then don't hit the lever. Right? Go down and bash his face in.
True. I think he breaks it. So, but I think my main issue with the fight was not even the range type so much as he actually just stays standing in the lava. Like, I was ranged, so it wasn't too bad, but I was like, oh man, poor any melee characters right now have to run into the lava to fight him. He just stays in there, and half the time he runs away. He runs even further into the lava. It's like, what are you doing, dude? Come on, fight us.
Have you seen the damage of that lava in maps?
I heard that Burning Ground and stuff was doing a lot in some cases. I tested a low tier map and did literally nothing, so I don't know what. I'm guessing there's some weird scaling going on. Damage scaling.
The lava is almost instant kill.
Yeah, that's. I mean, probably don't want to step in lava, I suppose, but maybe some god killing 75 resist.
Yeah,
Exile,
when I fought the fire giant on my monk, the stepping in the lava on whatever it was, Act 5 or whatever, was an instant death. Like boom, instantly, one frame. One thing you can do with the giant, though, I learned this the hard way, is when the fight starts, you can actually just kite him and go way back. And especially if you have you're playing Ice Strike, I just ice struck him at the very end of the arena, and he was trying to run back and start his fire. I just kept freezing him, and I actually killed him before he could get back.
That's brilliant.
Yeah.
That's so good. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely second time around I had no worries because didn't even get to halfway point, just stun him outside the lava. But I didn't think about pulling him away and freezing him or something. It's so good.
Yeah,
I love that. All your mechanics are when you go in the lava, huh? Well, I do. It makes me appreciate the fight a little more, honestly, that you figured that out. That's pretty clever.
If you're going Warrior next, just kite him back.
Yeah, get him in there and push him around, do some knockback, do some stun, stagger him out there. Overall on the campaign, what major changes would you folks like to see? Do you have some things you'd really change a lot about the campaign? What about you, Tuna?
Yes, item progression. Really? I think in a campaign, like, you don't get access to tools to fix your character soon enough, and you don't
What
get
sort of tools?
introduced. So I mean, as like Sis said, you don't have chaos resistance when you go up against chaos resistance, and in general, I don't particularly like the gameplay loop of checking vendors. I think vendors are really lame. I don't like gold either. I always preferred using currency, and I always thought that like Path of Exile's main charm was the fact that this was a parallel universe without gold, and you're picking up rocks and throwing them at items and seeing what happens, and you just don't get to experience that soon enough in the game, and it feels like it's just like it got better obviously with the update, right? And they just throw currency at you early to alleviate that a lot. But it just definitely didn't feel like the itemization was good enough for me. It felt like I got lucky on one item and then I wouldn't change it for the rest of the campaign, kind of thing. And I think that's really a shame, because I feel like most players, the game is the campaign, and if you don't introduce itemization into them, you're missing out on so much of what PoE is about, which is items. PoE is about items, right?
That's
And
so
I think
that's so
where it
interesting.
fell
'Cause
short the most.
yeah, I feel like I had the opposite experience, and yet I still agree with a lot of your points. Like, I agree that like vendors being one of the biggest sources of gear and one of your biggest tools is a bit lame compared to actually like killing a boss and getting the items and stuff. So I do agree with that one, and yet I still kind of enjoyed that process, and I actually loved the itemization through the campaign a lot. I felt like I did have the tools, like definitely some gaps missing, like you said, getting chaos res is pretty much just not a thing. But and there was points where I was like, were essences bugged? I found so many essences in Act 1 and 2, or like Act 1, and then there was none in 2 or 3 all the way through until they did a patch, and then there was essences again. I don't know what was going on with that. So I'd love some more consistency of that, because they're a really powerful tool for that, but they're just not nearly available enough. Or it seems that maybe there's some extreme variance on some of this stuff. Some people have completely wildly different experiences with
I didn't get any
getting resources and not getting them. But I overall loved the feeling of the item progression, because I did feel like I had the tools, even if some of the tools are a bit lamer, like the vendors.
Right.
And items felt so meaningful, like getting a rare drop, was it like a piece of jewelry, or just getting a good base, or any of this stuff felt so good. Even Exalt slamming, I went SSF for the whole, like the entirety of the campaign at least. And I saw people commenting things like, I used more Exalts in this game than I have in my entire 10 years of Path of Exile 1. I'm like, yeah, I get that. It's it actually feels really good too. It's still kind of like, there's still the trade thing that you can't really solve, where it still makes sense to not Exalt slam and use it on trade instead. But it's the closest it's ever been to actually making it feel okay to use Exalts, and I quite like that. But yeah, it's interesting. Completely different experiences there. What we were talking about, Ziz, was the if there's anything big we change about the campaign.
That's a lot I would change. But one thing I noticed, like, even after the loot drop rate, I feel like Act 1 has like significantly more drops than any other act. Like,
feel like
I think on my new character, I think I got like 11 or 15 exalts in Act 1 and 2 in Act 2. Something like that. And I'm like, huh?
I had a similar
I'm half
experience.
joking, like, I should just like make repeated like Act 1 characters.
Exactly.
Like, I do actually
had the
wonder
same
if
issue.
there was a bit of a boost, and I wonder if it's because maybe there's a bit more exploration boosting stuff that is giving you some maybe guaranteed drops early in Act 1, because that's a thing. I don't know about like guaranteed exalts and stuff, but it might be like a boosted chance for, you know, some of the little side chests and stuff to drop that stuff early in the game to get players going. So I think there is something like that going on.
100%.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's I don't know. The campaign was pretty okay for me. I do agree with Tuna a lot that like gear progression is really weird in PoE. And honestly, the number one thing I feel about gear progression is I'm not getting enough wipe bases. Like, they don't want us to like scour items and stuff. I get that. But with like, I still feel like drop rates of bases are the same as they are in PoE 1 almost. And like, we're not supposed to scour an alteration spam anymore, so that doesn't really match up.
Yes.
It's so funny. The moment you want a white base, they just don't exist, eh?
Yeah.
Like they're not in the vendor. Everything in the vendor is blue with some garbage stud, or you just can't find them. I had the same thing. I found a chance orb and I was like, I couldn't find a base to use it on
Yeah,
for so long.
speaking of chance orb, like I was about to bring that up too because there's a unique shield with spirit on it, and it's got really high block rate and chaos risk. And obviously on hardcore, I'm really desperate for chaos risk. I was like, I'm gonna try to chance this shield. So I'm like, okay, what's the drop level of the white base? Level 7. Cool. I go to level 7 zone on a new character. I farm for 1 hour, and I did not ever drop a white base for the shield. And I checked the vendor every time I leveled up, and I was like, huh?
Yeah, it's actually really hard to find for the chance orbs, especially.
So I don't know, bases. Like the thing is, like it's a little bit sad too because I get the want for not wanting loot filters to be mandatory. So it's a hard problem to solve when you don't have scours and ults. It genuinely is because if you increase the drop rate of white bases, you make loot filters mandatory in the campaign, and they currently aren't, but they are mandatory during maps anyway. So
yeah,
it's maybe not the end of the world. I think my ideal solution would be like they already have it in the game. I think the solution is tiers, like the way they have. That's like my ideal version of smart loot that I've been yapping on about for like 7 years. And I think they should just start using that system earlier. I think tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 should already start dropping during the campaign because they're already they're already like it's not like you're finding an item level 81 item in the campaign anyway. So I think that would be my ideal solution. Like even in maps, I'm barely ever seeing tiered gear. So I don't necessarily want to see more rare gear and stuff. I would like to see better. Because I don't want it to be like POE1 where there's a 0% chance you're picking up every rare and you're just leaving stuff on the ground. I do think it's more exciting when you drop an item and it's relatively better. So tiered gear, and I do want to do a quick explanation because I do get asked a lot, what is tiered gear? So if you ever see an item like a blue or a rare with like tier 2, tier 5, etc., what that does is when you identify it, it is more likely to be better. Like it might not be able to roll light radius at all, might not be able to roll thorns, or if it rolls life regen, it'll be one of the highest tiers of it.
Yeah.
So on average, not always, like doesn't guarantee the item's gonna be good. But if you find 10 tier 5 items, they are on average better than 10 non-tier 5 items. Yeah. And they're not better afterwards. It's not like better to craft on.
Yeah, it's a great system. I don't know why they didn't just have like guaranteed rare drop from bosses to begin with. They ended up patching something kind of similar to that in, and that's certainly an opportunity to do that where like your act boss gives you a tier 3 rare, like you know, it's something that's very likely to be good. I feel like that definitely could be utilized a lot more as well. So, like I said, I agree with a lot of the things there, but I just enjoyed the gearing system, so like progression system so much though. Like it's much closer to what I want from the campaign, I guess, and fits the game. It might also be like context-wise. It might just be that I was going really slow. Maybe change things a lot. Exploring, I was really using all of those things, whereas
it
like,
does add up.
I know you guys weren't rushing so much, but I was really going slow. So
I wanna especially ask, like I'm a big fan of agency. I think you should be allowed to like choose your own story, how you're doing it, how you're approaching the game. And I was very surprised as a hardcore player. Like my favorite way to deal with playing on hardcore is to over level and over prepare. I love doing that a lot of the time.
Yep.
And you don't get the same power in POE2 that you get in POE1. Like overleveling is kind of just rolling the dice repeatedly, hoping for some form of gear. And if you do get gear, you might get a big power spike. But you're not getting as much power from the skill tree early, and especially from gems. And I think a big thing that would alleviate that is being able to 3-to-1 gems up to map level. Like you shouldn't be able to get 16 plus gems, but up to level 13, being able to 3-to-1 gems would be really nice, I think.
It's an idea. Dude, I really don't know with the skill gen system. I'm still trying to figure out if I like it or not.
Yeah,
like,
the skill gen system is odd, right? A bit weird.
Like, it works well for the campaign, I feel, apart from that point where, it is a bit harder to over-level and over-prepare, because, you can't just grind the levels. You're still beholden to the zone level you're farming. You can only get, tier 14s pre-maps. Like that's the best you can get. You can't level them up to 15 or 16 until you go into maps. So you can't really over prepare your power level that much. But then you've got like whole other weird systems where you can just buy the higher level gems and they cost very little for anything up to like level 18 or 19. As I found today, it's like they're like 1 exalt for an 18 or 19. So,
There's some very cool things about the gem system and some very
Yeah.
bad things about the gem system.
Yeah.
I think so. As you said, like the fact that nothing is worth aside for 20, but I think like the fact that 20 is worth like 100 exalts is really cool because
It's crazy, right? Yeah.
makes it a chase item. But
Oh, that
the
is
fact
nice.
that you can't actually like, if I want to level a new character, I have all these skill gems that are level 19 and they're completely worthless. I can't, like give that to my character. That seems really weird, right? Like, why can't I choose to got a level 1 from a level 19 or whatever, right?
Yes, they
But
do
there's
need to
some
fix
very,
that. That's just
very
a
cool
quality of life
things
thing,
about
right?
the system, like the sockets being independent to the gem makes the gem inherently much more valuable, and also the
Mhm.
way valing works. Like, for
I love that. I
example,
love all orbs.
if you have like a level 1 gem, you val it and it goes +1, but the +1 doesn't actually add a level. It doesn't turn it into a level 2. It's a level 1 with +1. So then you can
Yeah.
actually put a level 19 gem onto that, and it turns into a level 20, right? So it's like the corruption is inherent. It's like an affix on the gem itself, and then how valuable that gem is also depends on, did you put quality on it? Did you socket it? So there's all these like different mechanics that make the gem system amazing, but then the pain is like you level a new character and you just can't transfer your gems over, and it's annoying, basically. But that's an easy fix, right? So, hey.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
it
think
might
it's
just be
pretty
that it needs tuning and a few adjustments, and like you said, the ability to craft low-level gems should be a thing, because otherwise you have to go grind level 1 zones or something. It's a bit silly. But yeah, I don't know. I really am unsure about it still. The skill gem system is strange. Rax, did you have any thoughts on like something big you change about the campaign?
Yeah, so my experience, so I've done the campaign a lot of level 4 characters, and it's very, very
Yeah.
similar to what Crouching Tuna said, almost exactly. And maybe it's because we're both like serial leveling. So I feel like I don't have the tool. Like, you can make good enough gear to clear the campaign, like that's not a problem. But I cannot make the gear that I could make in POE1. So like Tuna said, it's exactly the same thing. You hope to get like really lucky with a yellow, like, oh, you need spirit and you need life and you need at least 1 resistance. And then, okay, I'll spend the currency to add a socket to it and add another resistance. And the amount of exalts that I get throughout the campaign, it's better after they made the patch. But if Grinding Gear Games wants me to really, really engage and be crafting the entire campaign, the amount of exalts that I get right now, I can maybe fix 1 to 2 items by the time, like, I can find an item good enough, or I can be brave and try on a base that as Zizman was talking about, I can get a base and try to hit like a pretty decent, like, double blue affix, and then I'll regal it and try to hit something, and then maybe I can dump 3 exalts into it. But the amount of like really, really decent yellows that I have personally crafted going through the entire campaign is always very, very low. And then when you find a yellow that's pretty decent, you're like, do I want to exalt this? And then like 4 levels later, you find like a pretty good blue base. You're like, is this good enough to regal? And how good do I have to hit on the regal for me to actually want to replace this yellow that has 5 affixes? And it's like, well, I don't have that many quality things, so which one should I spend them on? And for me personally, I don't mind the vendors selling really good gear. I don't mind checking every once in a while, especially for like something specific, and they have like really good. I really like how you can search for it a lot easier in POE2 by just typing like movement, delimiter, rare, minion, ally, and then you just keep pasting that every time. You just check it real quick, especially if there's like one piece of gear that's really garbage that you're trying to fix. But then if I compare that to POE1, you want to know what I do? I find more yellows, and then when I find a yellow that's pretty good, I just teleport to my hideout real quick and pay like 1 alteration or 1 transmute, and I add like 20 resist, and it's really, really good, and then I'm just on my way. Like the quality of the quality of the gear that I'm getting in POE1 is a lot higher. So
yeah,
I think like thematically, it's way cooler in POE2 that they want us to engage with a lot more pieces, like Zizern was talking about, like get the bases and craft them up. But I think currently with some of the currency that I'm getting, I'm actually not doing that. It's more like Tuna. Like I need to get really lucky, and then I'll slam one Exalt in it, and I'll wear it for the whole campaign, and that's it.
So
I feel like I have the answer. Sorry, Goads.
Yeah, I just have a follow-up question for Rex there. Would
Yeah.
you rather find gear or would you rather craft gear?
So I mean, I like both, but for me, the big dopamine is when you find it. When the mage blood drops or something like that, that's more enjoyable for me in an ARPG than sitting and crafting. But I do like crafting as well. But for me, crafting is usually something that's a little bit more end game.
Yeah.
I like when you
Might
get
be more
both.
of a mix, right?
You know, yeah, when you find an amazing item and then you
And then
you
do
slam it
something
and
to
then
it.
it's
Yeah.
then it's amazing, yeah. Because then you have a bit of
POE2
ownership over it as well.
POE2 kind of likes that, like, that way to modify an item to kind of be like just a little bit better for you, because the crafting bench did that, but the sockets on your first playthrough, you're picking up all these items to try to like scrap them, and you get these shards, and you have like 1 or 2 artificer orbs maybe, and then you can't replace the runes. It's like that to me just felt so frustrating that it's like I use this artificer orb which is so valuable to me in the early game,
Yeah.
and then like now I'm stuck with that item because of the fact that this artificer orb is so valuable, right?
That was my experience as well. Same.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
on especially rune sockets, like I'm very positive about the game, but on rune sockets, I'm borderline hateful. Where like the fact that you can't replace runes is literal insanity, and I just cannot. I can't. I'm like, why? It's so crazy. This should not be a permanent choice. Like, because the thing that ends up happening is and I really like the ideology they had of like, you find a new upgrade, there's no sockets on it, you can slap that on. And what felt so shitty for me was finding a big upgrade, and I'm like, well, I just put fire rest charms in my chest. If I could have cold rest charms in my chest now, I could use this, but now because I can, I have this really cool item just sitting in my stash, looking at me, going like, yeah, you should have not put runes in your chest to fix your resist problem. You should have predicted the future, Zizrin. And I'm like, that's crazy. That needs to change.
It's funny because it's like, in a sense, they're no different to like an Exalt that you can control what it does, right? But they are little items in the thing, so they feel like you should be able to change them, and they're trying to fulfill that role of like the bench, which was changeable. But I think like what Tuna and Rax are both talking about, I think the answers are both there. One of them is runes, so I think just being able to like destroy the existing runes in the item to replace them as the cost would be, I think, a great solution. But the other thing is essences. If greater essences and normal essences, the greater ones especially, dropped a lot more through the campaign, like I feel like they should, then that kind of plugs into and solves so many of these issues, because the item progression system is very much about that, like finding those magic items and then regaling it, and then it being good enough to warrant exalting it past what you're currently using, which is very hard to do with just random regals. But if you have the greater essences, then you have a bit more control over what that regal does, and you're able to ensure that you are getting something that is going to be worth putting exalts into, so that you can then make that upgrade. So it answers a lot of those questions, I feel. But I found one greater essence in the campaign. Only one.
Essences are amazing, and the greater essences don't exist, by the way. Like they just don't.
I found
Even
one
in maps. Like
Yeah, exactly.
so rare.
I found one. Like they obviously, I think GGG looked at them and they're like, "Oh my lord, this is like a targeted exalt." But really, this should be like the answer to the early like gearing steps and problems. You know, I think they need to be super common, honestly.
The problem with that though is that they are so powerful. So if you give me those during the campaign, I'm still saving them for the end game. So I don't fully know what the solution is there. It might
you
be
can also-
something like item level on essences, where if I find one during the
Go back to
campaign,
the old
I
system.
can't use it on an like yeah,
I mean,
like
that is a
basically what they
solution.
had in POE1.
I think they almost, like, although they are more powerful, they're also limited. So like if you find a defense essence, right, but you don't care about defenses, then it's worse than a regal. So that also, I think, warrants them being more common. Like that's a solution in itself. So I don't know why they are as rare as they are.
And
that would, I feel like, answer many of those questions.
And something here that I think like Ziggy is kind of alluding to, which I agree with. So like Tuna and I are saying like we're not quite feeling like we're getting what we want in terms of gear progression and crafting and getting the right solutions compared to POE1 in the campaign. And Ziggy is saying like it's very comfortable. And suggested some solutions. What I don't think grinding gear games should do is do like a massive overhaul. I think it's really, really close. I think it's close. For example, I agree with Zizran, like moving the runes around. It's exactly what he described. It's, oh, now I ascended as a witch, and now fire res is so good for me. I need to cap my fire res, but 5 levels ago I needed the cold res, and 2 cold reses are in my chest. I can't replace it. And guess when's the next time I'm going to get a good yellow chest that's even close to as good as the one I have? Oh, it's not going to happen for the rest of the campaign. But you don't need to triple the drop rates of Exalts. You don't need to do anything crazy. But I think a lot of little changes would make the campaign feel a lot better.
Agreed. The tools are there. It's just about tuning how we get them and when we get them.
The bones are good. Like, I feel like it. That's why I'm enjoying it so much. I think it is so close. I think you're right on that, Rax. So I'm surprised no one mentioned this, but my biggest complaint about the campaign, since I did enjoy the item progression quite a lot, was the pacing of end zone size stuff. It's been talked about a lot, but I don't think they should make every zone half the size. I think they should keep some big zones, because some big zones work really well. Like when you go into like the Val's city, and it feels like a city. It's giant and sprawling and massive, and that's really epic. But that is diminished. That excitement of that being such a big zone is diminished by the fact that every other zone has been massive. So like even the zones that were supposed to be just some like little connecting zone that is unimportant was also massive. So they have real pacing issues right now. Where
but also if that zone is going to be that big, it needs more stuff in it. It feels very empty.
I agree. That is definitely the part 2 of that. Like they have a lot of cool stuff in exploration, because I've been mapping it all out. Right, there's a lot, both marked on the map and not marked on the map. There's secret stuff as well that's not marked, and yet it's still probably not enough. I don't know why they didn't put more of the endgamey stuff in the campaign a bit more as well, especially in Cruel, or, you know, as you ascend the axe, like strong boxes and stuff. Like they need improvement, I think, but why are they
I was about
earlier?
to say, I could rant about strong boxes.
Yeah. I think everyone probably agrees about that one, but yeah, there's definitely big pacing issues with the campaign. And it's not even just the zone size. Like some of the zone sizes being big would be less of a problem if the exits were more marked more clearly and the minimap had them appear from further away. Your character has to be right on top of something, like a quest objective or an exit, to actually flag it. So many times I missed the exit by like just running, you know, a fragment of a screen too far away. And then you have to do this entire loop of a gigantic zone. It takes actually 10 minutes to get back there.
I think
sometimes more.
I think that is something that is definitely tuned incorrectly. Like when you're walking by an important object, a waypoint, a door, whatever, you have to be kissing it in order for it to be revealed on the minimap. I wish they'd be like way more generous with that. But on the zone size, I agree with you. I think some of the zones can be massive. Some of them should be toned down. Yeah, I could understand why grinding gear games would do this, because, well, I think the basic logic here is, well, you're playing an ARPG, you want to go into zone, you want to kill monsters and farm, you don't want a zone every 30 seconds and go into town like that's stupid. It makes perfect sense. It's kind of like the story of the 3 little bears, right? Like one of them's too hot, one of them's too cold, and one of them's just right. I feel like a lot of them are like just too hot. And I think Zizran makes a good point. Like a lot of time, like, they said in their interviews that they tried to make it interesting. Okay, so when you run into the dead end, what happens? Maybe you'll get 1 yellow chest and it's going to have nothing in it. Like they tried, but it really has nothing in it. So you don't get anything for that. Yeah. And I think I'm guessing one of the complaints for people that are maybe a little bit more casual playing the game is, when you get into one of these zones, it's like a commitment. Like it's good that you can pause in the game, but for the people that only have a limited time to play, it's like, all right, honey, I'm gonna do 1 zone in POE2. I'll see you in an hour, maybe if I get lucky, if I run straight to the exit. But sometimes like the zone is so big, when you get to the end of it, you're like, oh, thank God, I'm finally out of that zone, rather than, oh, that was super epic.
Yeah, even the most epic zones really lost their steam just because they were like 30% too long or something. So like, I know some of you didn't like this zone, but the Mad Max-esque end of Act 2, where you're like running along the cities that are like smashed up against each other, I was like, that's so sick. And then it kept going, and it kept going, and it kept going. I was like, oh my God. It's just, okay, like definitely this should have been like an exciting moment that then went into the boss. It's just, But I agree with Rax though. Like, it came from a good place. I think they were like, let's give them less load screens, more monsters to kill, and let's give them really freaking epic zones that feel cool. So it's like, also we developed this tech so we can make the zones really big and it works, and also we added cool exploration stuff. So let's make the zones big so we can have lots of that. Like, I feel like that was their process, right?
Yeah.
And they just kind of ended up that like the pacing was a bit.
Well, I'm
blah.
really curious. How do you guys feel about the length of the campaign? I think that's been a bit of a problem with the nerfs too, because especially with the respec cost, the people that were like they nerfed their build and they're told like, well, you just have to reroll, right? Like, it's some of my viewers are 3 or 4 days to get through the campaign. And I think the fastest I've heard,
right?
Yeah, it is because it's early and we're still learning. The fastest I've heard somebody finish the campaign so far is 7 hours from Myro, 7 or 8.
With Twin gear though, right?
That is with gear, yeah. I wonder how fast it's gonna be. Like, by the way, like I'm playing very slow and hardcore. I'm so scared. So I'm like 1 day, 8 hours. The fastest I've done the POE1 campaign is 2 hours. So it's like it's a very very large change for me. But yeah, basically my question is, do you think Act 4, 5, and 6 will be as long as doing Act 1, 2, and 3 twice?
I think it's a lot of the things that we've been talking about. It's like a compounding thing that adds to why it takes so long. 1, we're brand new. 2, the gear progression is not. I don't know if this is confirmation bias or whatever, but when Zizrin said he got way better items in Act 1 than the other acts, I just played a witch. The first yellow that dropped for me was a yellow +1 skill minion hat. I'm like, all right, I'm loving life. I haven't seen anything even close to as good as it. Now I'm in Act 5. So it's the fact that we're new. It's the item pacing. It's the fact that maybe a lot of the maps, like, I don't know if the actual campaign is necessarily even longer than the POE1 campaign, but we're not zooming like we did in POE1, even close to it.
Right.
And so it's like, I don't even know if it's the fact of how long do they make Act 4, 5, and 6. It's more of, our map's going to be whatever 30% smaller. Are you going to give us a few more exalts or a few more essences or a few more bases or a couple or more? Let us unsock the runes, this and that. Have we done the campaign 20 times instead of 2 times? And then I think that all of those things I think would make the time be a lot more reasonable.
I think if they fix the pacing, so shrink some of those zones down and like remove the backtracking issue by flagging exits, and then they could make, and so let's say they did that for the first 3 acts, they could then make acts 4, 5, and 6 the same length, I think, and it would be perfect. I would actually love it if it was like that. If we had that experience I had with the first 1 through 3, with the last few acts, oh my god, I would love that. I thought it was really good, but just it was just ruined by that pacing and that backtracking. It would be so much shorter.
I'm expecting it to be shorter
than POE1. Or
no, I mean, I'm expecting 4, 5, and 6 to be shorter.
Right.
Be shorter,
yeah, it's hard to judge because I kind of blasted through crawl because my character was really smoking stuff at that point. So, and I had 25% move speed, which the game, by the way, to go off on a tangent here, the game plays so much better when you get 20% move speed boots. I see people leveling still with like some random unique boots they found. No, make the move speed boots. It needs to be not as rare. And I feel like they should be implicit. I feel like move speed progression should be
implicit. I was about to say that.
I hate boots.
Yeah, it needs to be that like
in the game.
Boots get a little faster as you move up through the tiers, and then some boots on those tiers have like a little bit less, but they have some powerful effect where it's like 50% less slowing or whatever. Yeah. As like you get to make interesting choices between the implicits or something like that.
Ziggy, didn't you talk about that with the devs? Because I explicitly remember an interview where they talked about implicit movement speed.
So I was looking for the implicits, and I was hoping for it so much, and then I saw that not only is there none on boots at all, which I'm devastated to learn that. But move speed seems to be rarer. I think the weighting is lower.
It's so rare. It doesn't exist.
Yeah.
I pick up so many boots. I transmute them all. It does not exist. I am so upset by that.
The thing that kills me is they added implicits for chest armors at endgame, and they're sick. They're so exciting. It's so fun. Yeah. The implicits, if you haven't got there yet, you start finding the expert tier chests, so the endgame chest armors, and they start getting like really impactful, really exciting implicits. And
Yeah.
I want that in boots as well. Like, but I also think it should be there the whole way through. I think it's actually something to mention to other game name. I think Last Epoch does a really good job with that.
Yeah.
Item progression is
I
more
agree.
tied to the base.
I totally agree because in POE1 there is a choice. You don't need movement speed on every boot. Like movement abilities are really powerful. Like whirling blades doesn't get affected by movement speed. Shield charge
Not
is
the case
okay
here.
without it a lot of the time, and you can
Yeah.
lightning warp or flame dash. So like a lot of the time I go for like triple ES. I actually have a crazy boot right now. It's got like 500 armor, 20 chaos res, like 36 fire, 36 cold, but has no movement speeds. It's a dead boot. Like
Yeah,
if
there,
movement
there
speed
always
was
should be
implicit,
decision making with
Yeah.
items, and there's none with boots because if it doesn't have move speed, you can't use it here. It's like you said, it's not optional here.
yeah, and Sanctum without movement speed is literally like you've lost some sort of challenge run.
You're being punished for playing.
Am I doing this for
basically.
charity right now? What's going on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's.
This
I
isn't
think
a
it's
fun run I'm having.
I think it's exactly what Ziggy D and everybody illustrated. It's not really fun to get movement speed on your boots. They just have to be there. Versus the chest piece, you're not really expecting that really godly, extra affix. So engaging with that in the end game and finally hitting that feels good. And it's just, I'm actually very surprised. I think, not to put words in his mouth, but I think it was Kriparian. I was talking with Kriparian about this about a year ago about different ARPGs and movements being an implicit. I would be very interested to hear from Grinding Gear Games. I would doubt that they skipped this conversation, right? I'm very surprised that they didn't do that. I'm wondering why.
Yeah, I wonder if
They
they'll
were pretty
try a
receptive
different
to
take
the
on it.
idea as well.
Yeah, I thought they were more interested in doing stuff like that. I don't know what the decision making that led to that one was. So we touched on it, but Ascendency, definitely a topic to discuss. It's one of the things I'm most concerned about and yet enjoy somewhat. Like I actually kind of enjoy the Trial of Sekimas. Crazy, I know, at me, definitely at me
that's
about
fine.
it. But
I thought you were
think
about
the
to
trial
say you
system
enjoy
is-
that you can't respect them, and I was like, I have fighting
No.
words.
I definitely think you should respec Ascendancies. Okay, we can get that out of the way. Does anyone disagree with the idea of respecing Ascendancies and why? Like, I don't think the devs can even really answer that question beyond some kind of just like nebulous class identity thing.
No, I mean,
Yeah.
like they said they wanted choices to matter. I don't think that is a good choice to matter because it's so
Yeah,
early.
It's a long-term choice that you have to make really early on, right? That you can't but it's still too late to like re-roll. It's not like selecting a character at the start because you can just choose a different character. You have to get a decent ways into the game. Yeah, that is definitely a thing. But the overall trial system, I'm definitely concerned about, just because I love the idea of what they're trying to do here by giving varied ways to ascend. But in practice, that's not really the case, because if you want your ascendancy when you can get it, and that's Act 2. So you are going to do Trial of Sekimas. You're not going to wait until Trial of Chaos. So even the balance issues in these things aside, the choice system seems fundamentally a little broken from my perspective. And the content types of both of them are very divisive, right? Like they work really well for some builds, not well for others. Some players love them, some players hate them. And even if they, let's say, add the Trial of the Ancestors or whatever as the third one, which is what people are guessing it'll probably be, then would that to you folks look like a good spread? Is that something that works for Ascendancy? Should it be done in a completely different way?
I think the thing you brought up was a very good point, that you don't get the second one. Like, you don't get the choice early. I think when you do Balbala, it should give you a choice. It should give you the option to do Ultimatum right there and then, with whatever the lowest or easiest version of that would be. Also, they should remove the bird from Ultimatum, the one that one-shots you with 6 different moves, but whatever. They should give you a choice between Trial of the Sekima and Ultimatum there, and then in Act 2, it should give you the same choice, but on a harder one. You can have a little blurb. Like, I really like the skill point blurbs. Like when you select a skill, it's like lightning arrow. Is it like make one of those for the trials and be like, like a little video. And like a quick explanation to new players of what they are and what builds they might favor. Like, for example, like, this is Trial of the Sekima. If you're playing a melee build, you're about to have a really bad time unless you're an extremely skilled player. And then, like, this is Ultimatum. You might get one shot by a bird. Like just some like blurb to give an indication of what it is. And I really like the choice idea. Like you can choose how to ascend. I don't think they're tuned very well right now. I think the first 2 floors of Trial of the Secima, I'm vibing super hard with. It's really good.
I think pretty good.
Pretty
Yeah.
good, yeah.
The 3rd floor and the 3rd Ascendency, I think, is already at the point that you have to be almost a 1% player to be able to ascend. So I think like those players are like, yeah, it's fine, skill issue. What are you talking about? But should Ascendency be something that's a skill issue? And the 4th one, by the way, is 0.1% of the player base are ever going to get the 4th
No
one
one's
unless
gonna
they
get
pay
it.
for it.
Yeah.
That is hard.
Yeah. That's wild. That's certainly a choice, isn't it? To make
It's
like
certainly a choice.
Uber
And-
Pinnacle boss be the way you get your last Ascendancy point.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's the wrong choice, but like I love that
Maybe-
discussion. Like,
maybe
should
that's what they want.
Ascendancy be something where it is literally mega skill issue?
Yeah. So they obviously wanted to tie the different trials to the different cultures and the different acts, right? Which is pretty cool. Then you have the Chaos one. That's what their people did in that act to become more powerful. Like that's certainly very cool. So it'd be a shame to lose that.
Yeah.
So I don't know if there's some way they could do it where like when you go to the entrance of the Trial of Sycamours, they're like, here you can have the Trial of Skill, and that's what we have currently with the honor system
Yeah.
and everything. Or
Yeah.
here's the Trial of Wits, and it's like more of a gear check, you build check. You know, it's raw combat against some tough enemies.
Yeah.
If you build a good character, you'll get through. And then there's I don't know the Trial of something else, which is Wits, and it's about some sort of Tota style thing. Like maybe have a few different choices there could work just within the context of that one.
I agree with that.
Culture,
And it's like
maybe could work.
That's another thing you like that's a good point, is like it really sets build so much apart. So I did my 3rd Ascendancy, and it wasn't really that much of an issue. It was a little bit harsher because I did it just as it dropped on hardcore, and I actually the last thing I got was a 40% damage debuff. But even with that, the fight ended pretty fast because I am playing a really strong build. But it's like, especially on a player that isn't no-lifing and like isn't as comfortable playing video games and stuff, if they're already on a worse build, those players are really gonna struggle.
I will say about the Trial of Sycamours, because I'm specifically sciencing that yesterday and today, and I just did my run. I didn't want to do it off stream, but I wanted to do it before the podcast, so sorry viewers, but I did it. I recorded it at least. We can talk about it later. But I did my 3rd run just before this because I wanted to test and be able to just confirm for myself the way they've designed Sycamours is just something that's been really poorly communicated. So we POE1 players especially understand relics as being a way to boost our wealth, like production from Sanctum. In this, they are as mandatory as resists on your gear. So you are expected for the 3rd set of points to have some resistance relics and some honor boosting relics. And when you get them, it is night and day. So I did one farming run of a level 50 with 2 floors. And you drop so many relics, even just in a single run. And with augmenting those and 3-to-1ing on the bench that allows you to, whatever that bench, reforging bench, using 3-to-1s, I was able to get a suite of max life, increased maximum honor, and honor resistance ones. Not even like maximum honor resist, which is a thing you can get later on. But doing those probably had like 50 something like honor resist, 20% increased max honor, 20% increased max life. And it was so easy. It was so easy. Like if you do that and over level, you're gonna have such an easy time on anyone. Like I was like, okay, I could definitely do that on warrior. I was obviously doing it on a mercenary, so it's even easier. But I could definitely do that on a warrior or something in that state because everything was just doing so little damage. So I got hit by traps and I had like it was like 2,500 or 3,000 honor and I took like 40 damage or something. I was like, oh okay, this is a bit different to the first run.
The first time I did the 3rd Ascendancy on my softcore character, I had no honor resist charms. I hadn't found any, and I stepped on the button to open the door, and the gas cloud spawns. And I was reading chat, and it's like, whoosh, honor bar gone, and I'm like, huh?
That's overtuned for sure. So there's like a ton of refinement and balancing going on. But I just think in addition to that, right now they just never communicate this at all. Like that's not a thing from the beginning, is that you're expected to gear up for the Sanctum specifically.
And it's the same thing like when you actually get to the Shikari fight, like the Scorpion fight, the 3rd boss. Balbala is like, step on the vents. That's bait. Like, the fight is infinitely easier if I do not step on the poisonous
Are they supposed to do
dart-firing
something
vents.
positive? I tested
Yeah,
them a
it's
bunch. They
supposed
just seem to be
stop
traps.
her from doing the underground attack as much, I think.
Oh, okay. So it makes her come up out of from the underground. Okay, that's interesting.
Something like that.
Yeah,
But
I
that's
just
bait. Balbala is not your
Oh.
friend. She's still your enemy.
yes, she's wrong. Those traps are way more dangerous than she is. She's actually quite easy, I felt, mechanically.
Yeah.
Compared to the traps. But the traps are very stationary and avoidable, so as long as you don't tread on them, you're okay. There's little, if you haven't seen it yet, the little pressure plates. You step on them, it shoots darts or summons a bunch of bugs or poison gas cloud, which are a bit overtuned in terms of damage, even once you have the resists. But yeah, I was shocked at just how much difference the relics make. And it seems to be that for the fourth one, you absolutely have to have like maxed on a resist, max out at 75, maybe get some increased max in addition to increasing and like, because you can stack. So armor works, evasion works. Obviously, energy shield is crazy because you can get like a ridiculous amount of it, and that turns directly into honor. And then the relics that give like less boss damage taken, that works. Block works. And then that stacks with your resistances. So if a boss deals fire damage to you, it has to go through your resist and then through the 75% honor resist. So, and then mitigated by any like other types of mitigation that you have, whether it's evade or block or whatever. So there is some very powerful tools there to be able to gear check your way through this stuff, but it's not communicated at all.
Yep.
But I think people are starting to figure that one out at least.
There's some weird stuff with the honor as well, where it really just prefers certain things. Like my character is not particularly tanky; it just has mind over matter. But I spawn with 8,500 honor because I
It
have
counts the
mind over
mana,
matter.
which
Yeah,
is
yeah.
I that's really cool. I'm glad they did. I'm glad they counted the
For
mana. It's
sure- for
obviously like
sure,
super
but-
overpowered.
But my character's not tanky at all in comparison to like my monk that had like 70 PDR and 70 evasion. And
Yeah.
he spawns in with like 3k. It's like, okay.
So I don't mind the idea that like some builds are just naturally going to be very good at it. Like evasion ranged builds are going to be better, and mind over matter or ES builds are going to be better. But
Yeah,
the
I
warriors
like
seem
that idea.
good once they get geared. Yeah, I don't mind that distinction. It's obviously not tuned correctly. Like it's too much probably. But those are like fundamental wider issues as well. Probably energy
Feel
shield
bad
is
for
a bit overtuned.
warriors. It's like the melee boys, they really had a bad time. I
Yeah.
just feel really bad for them because they didn't get much honor, and you know the mechanics are crazy for them. They're just really crazy.
Yeah, they're super vulnerable to being attritioned, right? But do you guys feel like with tuning that this system could work long
For
term?
me, yes.
I gotta be honest, man. I'm really not a huge fan of this ascendancy thing. So I understand grinding your games has a task in front of them. They have to make a challenging way that scales up to ascend. And yes, currently there's a lot of problems. Like there's a huge imbalance for melee versus ranged, and maybe some tuning things. And it's honestly probably too late. Like we're probably not going to get anything different. I have never seen an implementation of traps in an ARPG that the community likes in any game, in any league, in any season for anything. I don't even know if it's possible to make something that works. What I have heard and what I have felt in doing this, I guess I've done it 8 times so far, is people keep saying, I never thought I would miss the POE1 lab. But
Yes.
I would rather do the POE lab than these
That's a fate.
ascendancies. So then I sit back and I think about why would I rather do the lab? Well, what do I do when I do the POE1 lab? Well, I shield charge through all the zones very quickly. I'm honestly kind of playing Mario Kart. I just Mario Kart through, and then I'm going to fight a boss, 3 times. And if I'm in the hardcore gauntlet or something, I might go pick up a dark shrine or whatever. I might have to go get a gold key. But in general, I'm just kind of zipping through it. I got to do 3 boss fights and I'm done. And the whole thing of the ultimatum of go down the pillar, click the thing, sit there for a minute and a half, raise this wall, go over here, grab this thing. It's killing you as you bring it back. Now raise this wall and do this. Like, I appreciate the effort there. They clearly spent some time designing something that's supposed to be cool, but God, it does not feel cool to me. It feels tedious. I can't really speed it up in any way. It's literally a minute a minute 30 there of sitting there. And then when I go into the sanctum rooms, it's like, okay, I pray to God I get the room with like the 3 mirrors, because I just hit 3 mirrors and I'm done. Versus
It's so fast, those ones.
yeah, exactly. Versus some of them take so much longer, like the one with the traps and whatever. And this goes back to like why isn't movement speed an implicit? If you don't have it, it takes forever. And then of course another huge problem which they kind of addressed is no one could figure out which one do you have to do to ascend. People are doing like a level 61 and they think it will give them their 3rd points. It doesn't, which they've added a tooltip there. So it was also confusing.
Very confusing.
I don't know, like I'm struggling to find a part of the system that I like. I like the points that I get at the end. I like when it's over, but it really does feel like a non-fun chore that I dread doing on every character at every tier. As you said, there's no choice. You have to do this one in Act 2. You have to do this one in Act 3. I know we would lose like some lore there, but I like Zizrin's idea way better of each time you can just choose your path, and maybe like the 3rd one's very favorable to melee. But I would say this is the least fun part of the game for me, and I honestly don't have a lot of great ways to fix it. I don't think traps are fun at all in ARPGs, unfortunately.
So I'm actually, this might be a hot take. I've never disliked lab. I'm a lab enjoyer. Like, so I've always been really confused why people hate lab so much in PoE1. So like when they removed it in PoE2, I was like, I don't get why everybody hated it so much. I'm confused. Like, actually, one of my most enjoyable hardcore leagues was me lab farming for 2 weeks or a week.
Lab is kind of cool.
So what do you like? What do you like about lab? Like, you enter lab, you're happy. Yeah. Why? Like, where does
it's Path of Exile's version of Mephisto, and I love Mephisto farming. I love beetle farming. Whenever I can reset a zone and farm, like if I can like sit there like slot machine like that and farm the same thing repeatedly, optimize the run, and just go like ding 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 ding. I love that, and lab is that. Like every time I click that font, and it was like a really cool helmet enchant, I'm like, oh my god, this is amazing. Like, this is a big part of why I play ARPGs, is that dopamine of hitting something. And I love repetitive stuff, which, like, I mean, it's made by grinding gear games, right? Like, I love repeating the exact same farm repeatedly. Whenever I go back to play Diablo 2, like, every single time that I've played Diablo 2, like, the last time I did roughly 280 hours of Mephisto, and then I went to play PD2. Well, it's kind of new and a little bit out of the box for me, but I did roughly like 400 hours of Duriel, which is a completely different boss. I don't moat farm it. So that was weird for me, but you know what? I had a lot of fun. I love shit like that. So that was the closest I got to that in Path of Exile since like 2015. Can't remember if Tuna has played since 2013-15. Actually, yeah. 13, sorry, not 15. But I loved piety farming in early PoE and dominance farming. It was one of my favorite things. Just like maxing out my attack speed, going tunk, 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 running to piety, killing piety, getting the loot, and resetting, going over again. Literally one of my favorite things. And the closest we've had to that is lab.
Okay, so hold on. So what's the difference between that specific farm, like the I get it, the repetitiveness, like you min-max it, and like just having one favorite map that you know the exact layout of, you know where the boss is, and just over and over and over? Wouldn't you rather do the same thing you just described, but in maps without the triple boss and playing the slot machine there?
I think for me, it's the part of that's a great question. I think the part for me there is a little bit about it's something you can't get elsewhere. And PoE1 didn't have that much of that. It started homogenizing loot super hard, and that was really a pain point for me. Where like ever since Legion, I've kind of hated loot, and I really wanted to go back hard. Like I really like what they're doing in PoE2. Like Delirium drops Delirium, Breach drops Catalysts. I'm not like randomly getting Delirium orbs by doing Breach. If I want that, I want to engage with that mechanic, and Lab did that really well. It's the only place to get enchants, and that was really fun. And I think we should have more and more of that. It should be the only place to get something should be one location. You should not be able to get generic loot anywhere else, in my opinion.
I think that did that really well as well. That is really important. I agree. I think
Yeah,
the fact that like you're
and-
going to lab and you can get the helmet enchant is just like such a huge
Yeah,
appeal.
and maps and farming bosses like that didn't. I don't know. It is different. It's hard for me to pinpoint exactly why. I think a lot of it is just that like that is larger loot for doing like one thing, and it is more repetitive. But yeah, actually, I do like favoriting a map. Also, I could rant for like 2 hours about PoE map layouts in PoE2.
Yeah.
But yeah,
We'll try and get to that in a minute if we can.
So,
but,
yeah, it sounds like
go ahead, Drax.
sorry. So the main thing that you like is just the really the unique rewards and the magnitude of the rewards of running the lab. It might not specifically be tied to the traps and the triple boss itself.
Well, it is also like it's a very so in a map. I'm trying to articulate exactly why I like it. It's definitely a little bit that it's like a very repetitive thing, and I can feel myself improving on that layout, right? Like eventually I was doing like 1 minute 10-second runs, and I don't know why, maybe it's just a my brain thing, but I don't get that feeling in maps where I'm like, oh, I did this strand in 1 minute 10 seconds is different than doing the lab in 1 minute 10 seconds.
The thing is, though, is this isn't about ascending. That's just about farming. You like farming this content, and
oh, for sure.
I agree. Like Sekimas, I really want that to be part of the game because I think it's really cool to have that significantly different bit of content to farm. But I don't really think it should be the trials. I honestly think the best way to do trials would be that every Ascendency has a unique boss they fight that's flavored to and mechanically based around what they're getting from their Ascendency, what they're going to get. So they defeat some, fire demon to ascend into a fire demon.
I think that's a good idea, actually.
It's just the boss fight. You just go do the boss fight.
That's a pretty good
I feel like
idea,
that would be
actually.
the best way to ascend. But it's obviously a lot of work to make 36 bosses. But if anyone could do it, these guys could. But that would, I think, be the least controversial, most fun, and snappiest, and still feel really epic. Because that idea of us doing some challenge to gain power is very cool. I think Ascendancies have been huge for Path of Exile 1. That's like a class identity and a progression. Everybody loves a prestige class, So I think that's that would probably be the ideal. But like you said, Rax, it's probably too late. I don't think they're going to change how we ascend. So it's maybe a case of making the best of this. And I think they probably could get there, but it's really going to depend on that third trial, giving the good spread of things.
Maybe it's just lab. Maybe it's just normal lab again.
Maybe.
They're like changing whatever they were gonna do, and they're putting in lab instead. Like, yep.
You want to know?
Then you got two with traps for the trap haters.
So an idea, kind of like Ziggy said, which might be kind of like his idea, but maybe a little bit smaller in scope, is like the whole point of the game currently is to get to the pinnacle boss and do the 4 tiers of the pinnacle boss, right? We could make like, it doesn't have to be literally that boss. They could make a different boss, but have like 4 tiers of that. And it doesn't have to be 36 different bosses. I mean, if anybody can make 36 different bosses, it's grinding gear games. But I don't know if you need to make 36 different bosses. But if you kind of introduced people to this boss tiering system, and you don't have to go through all these traps and raising these walls and this and that and stand there for a minute 30, and you're a melee and you have to walk through these traps and da 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 da. I think that would overall be received better than what we currently have.
Oh, that like, okay, this might be a dumb idea, but what if you have 2 ways to do these trials? That you have, for example, that if you just want to ascend, that's all you care about, you do maybe even a slightly harder version of the boss, but you just go in and you fight the first boss and you kill the boss, and you don't necessarily get like a lot of rewards. You get whatever the boss drops, but you have no keys then. Then you have 2 methods of doing Trial of the Secima, right? You can farm it for those that enjoy Trial of the Secima, maybe even buff the reward slightly on that, like drop more keys, like more bronze, more silver, more gold keys, and you can run it similar to Sanctum in PoE1. But then if you just want to ascend, you fight like maybe even an empowered version of the boss or something, but you go in, you kill the boss, you get your Ascendency, but you don't necessarily get a lot of rewards. That gives you a lot more choice there.
Someone in chat had a similar idea, which was that if you run out of honor, you don't get kicked out, you just don't get some extra rewards or something, but you could still like finish it and get your Ascendency. So there's a few ideas like that they could play with potentially. To do this, but I feel like if you're changing fundamentally what Trial of Sekimas is, why not just like make a different way to ascend and have that be its own
I mean, I think a
farmable
lot of people want
in-game
that.
mechanic.
So.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, but what about this one? A completely fresh idea. You're put into a gladiator arena. On the first ascendancy, it's one yellow bird. And then every time that the other three, it doubles every time.
Oh.
8 birds. Gladiator arena, final ascendancy.
Birds?
And then
wanna add,
Uber, 16 birds. 32
I
birds. Let's
PTSD,
go.
dude.
I want to add, I kind of feel bad for the content itself because I think the content's pretty good, but
Yeah.
the fact that you have to ascend is what makes people hate it, right?
Yeah,
So then
exactly.
everyone has like this visceral hate towards like Trial of the Secama, but then when you go into Trial of the Secama to farm it, you're like, this is actually kind of sick. Like the bosses are cool. Aside
Yeah.
from like, I do have some growing pains. Like I really hate the escort mission in Ultimatum, and I think the modifiers are like crazy. Like obviously those are like small issues that would just be like they could fix that just like that, right? But I think the content itself is cool. It's just the fact that people feel gated.
Feels like a chore.
It's such good optional content.
Right.
But-
Like I would be completely fine with farming it in endgame.
Yeah.
But if I'm gated to getting this unlock that is so meaningful for your character, and some ascendancies, they have to go through like they have to do the 3 ascendancies to really unlock their power. Looking at Blood Mage, for example, right? Like if you don't get like more than 2 ascendancies, you're worthless. So it's weird to design a system that kind of feels like you need the ascendancy to be able to beat it, and you can't beat it because you don't have the ascendancy. If that makes sense.
Yep.
Yep. All
No,
right.
100%.
Let's try and talk a little bit about endgame then before we wrap up for the day, since we kind of danced around some of that. But the overall feelings of the endgame, something you enjoy and has potential about it, like something maybe that's different from Path of Exile 1 here that you like better. And then what needs fixing most urgently. Go on, Ziz. I can see you itching.
I know.
But I want to hear a
Okay.
positive. I want to hear something you like. Go on.
Okay. It's a positive and a negative, and the same thing. I love the new Delve, but I miss having the map system. I want both. I think this is way, way, way better Delve, but I really love the structure and the clear progression of the old map system. I desperately want both. Whenever I've been talking about, and again, I've been whining about this for years, like I want an alternative endgame, like Delve, like a standalone thing that you can run on its own without interacting with like the regular endgame. This is exactly what I had in mind for that, but I want this and maps. That would be peak for me. Because this feels a little bit like, I don't know, it's a little bit, I don't know, I feel like a bit like thalassophobia almost, like I don't have anywhere to stand. I don't know, it's a little bit lost, but I really like it. I really like exploring it. I really like the different systems. I think towers might need a little bit of work. I like it and dislike it at the same time with a lot of these things, because it's kind of what I was worried about, that I was talking about with it being similar to Synthesis. With don't I feel super encouraged, especially at the end game, to like rush to like 6 towers, set up a zone, and then start farming it exactly like in Synthesis, which a lot of people didn't like there, and that is the case. I do feel like I want to rush those towers, set up a zone, and then farm it. Add the maps with stuff in them, like a boss, anything with stuff in it. I love doing it, but it feels to me like such a waste for me to run a map that doesn't have anything in it. That's been a kind of weird feeling for me. But yeah, I'm really vibing with mapping now after the changes. I'm really enjoying a lot of it. So I'm very split. I almost have like no exclusively, like just positive. It's like, yes, I love this, but also on almost everything. But I am really enjoying it. And I do like that you can really choose your own difficulty with the Waystone system. Actually, I love the one, like, I can't remember if it's prefixes being positive or suffixes being positive, but I love that, like, very clear distinction. They're negative, they're positive. So sometimes I'm like, you know what, it's a tier 5 map. I'm actually not going to augment this because I just want a positive thing on this. I really like that system. It's a very clear
Very cool.
distinction. I've found like a few rare ones where I have 1 negative and 3 positive, and I'm like, oh, this is a banger. This is such a nice map. So that is probably like the main thing I exclusively like.
When you say you want maps back, what is it that you mean you want back? Like as a separate system? What is separate about maps in PoE1 that you want back here?
It's like way more clear progression. I'm very progression oriented. That's my favorite thing. Whenever I'm playing PoE1, and every league where I've had like a very, like, let's say with gear or anything, I have a very clear step of like what I'm working towards next.
Yeah.
I don't have that in PoE2. I'm very like, okay, I'm just gonna go in this direction. I'm trying to find expedition, but right now it's all about my gear progression more than my map progression. I don't really have like that, like, sure, it's the complete 10 maps of a tier, but it's not that nice feeling of like completing your atlas feels so fucking nice. 3 to 1ing maps to get to the next one and filling in that atlas, such a nice feeling. It's such a nice like monkey brain of like, oh, we're it's like placing puzzle pieces, and then you finish the puzzle and you're like, that feels so nice. We don't have that in PoE2, and I'm very sad about it.
Yeah,
I only just started to like that because it was easy to do now by yourself without trading. As long as it was like that, I'd be okay. But yeah, go ahead, Rex.
So I haven't played the end game much. I've been serial re-rolling like Crouching Tuna. But what I was going to say actually exactly matches what Zizarin just said. So to articulate it, I guess, in my mind, the structure, I love the gotta catch 'em all system that Path of Exile had. It is the structure and the progression through it as Zizarin described. But I love how there's like 125 maps or Pokemon that I'm trying to catch. It's kind of like Zizarin said, like you're kind of like aimlessly wandering off in a direction. And then if a map isn't current, or what I call waystones, I just call everything maps. If it's not connected to something interesting, it's like, well, why exactly would I go do that? But in the old system, everything was valuable. And after, years and years and years of iteration and all like the cute little vendor recipes, and how not only are you progressing through the difficulty, but you can like choose your own difficulty based upon how you rolled all the maps. All of that stuff was brilliant. It was PoE's endgame was just way ahead of any other ARPGs for a long time. So I think I am missing a little bit of the magic there, and I wish they would just bring it forward as well in some form and continue building upon it. I was a little bit sad that it's like a separate system. It's kind of like it, but not really. So the way that Zizarin opened there is actually exactly how I felt.
I'm trying to like translate in my mind that completionist, that satisfying like clear goals to this new system, and I think they could do it. I think they probably will. I suspect that the fact that we only have half the story right now doesn't lead into anything more, because right now we just have this nebulous goal of like cleanse the corruption. That's what we're doing apparently on the Atlas. So what if they had something like we went into a map and then we got a clue that we're on the trail of one of the seeds of chaos's offspring or something like that, right? And then we have a direction we can follow to go catch them all, to kill that boss, to cleanse that aspect of the corruption, to progress, unlock new Atlas points, and get that completion. And there's like 10 of those that you check off before you eventually get to fight the beast or something. Like, I feel like they could do that, and that would give you that similar progression with clear goals.
I like that too. I think that would help me a lot with progression. I also wish they did more with the biomes. I feel they're a little bit more, like they're a little bit too many of them all over the place. Like, I really wish it could be like, I just found a huge desert biome. And like I like more like clear distinction on loot and differences with things. But I love like I don't know. I am a big fan. I'm such a big fan of the biome idea. But like, for example, here I have on my right now, I have one lofty summit, right? I have one mountaintop with one map there. But I'm like, it would be so cool for me, like if I'm trying to farm something, to find like, I just found 25 forest maps. Oh my god, this is huge. Like that would be so much more exciting. Like a little bit more like Minecraft, I guess. Yeah.
If there was a reason to be there, like in forest maps, you get this. Like there's one node that does something like that, but it's just cute. But if there was actually some reason to be there, then you'd be excited because I don't know, you were hunting the wolf, the corrupted wolf or something. So you're in the forest biome. That would be cool. Yeah.
Or Terraria. Terraria does this really well. I also just I hate so many of the layouts. I'm making a map tier list, and the amount of maps I put in F tier, like oh my god.
You might have to
Whoever made
rescale your tiering.
Augury,
You don't
Augury
like
has its
Augury?
own tier. It's Augury
Augury,
tier.
Augury tier.
Augury
Yes.
tier.
Agreed.
Classic.
And I'm
Augury
just
is
like,
how.
this is hateful. Like,
Yeah.
somebody woke up, read a Reddit post shitting on the game, and was like, fuck that guy. I'm designing Augury. I hate
Mate,
that map
I've
so
had
much.
nothing but auguries. So I've only done maybe like 30 maps, and I feel like at least maybe 1/3 of them have been auguries. I just don't. Why is it so common as well? Is
Yeah.
this some just confirmation bias because the levers take 10 minutes to open? I don't know.
Yeah.
I think so. But I think for me, Augury single-handedly makes me wish that I could help Doriani construct an iron cannon that if you just don't like a map, you just like, okay, Doriani, this map,
Just
take it out.
Destroy it.
And it just like leaves like a
Terminals.
black hole and it says like completed. And I'm like, cool, I didn't want the loot from that. I just wanted to get past it. Thanks, Doriani.
Yeah, I like that. You can just skip over it. Yeah, so Augury is a map that has 3 levers on it. It's that slow lever from the campaign, which is really cool when you do it once in the campaign. But when you have to do it 3 times in a map per map and you keep doing the same map again, it's a bit much. Also, you get locked into the animation where your character's going, and you can't. And if you try to dodge roll, you don't dodge roll, but it bugs. It bugs, and then you have to do the whole map. You have to like leave the map and come back to like redo the levers again in order to do it. And that opens just like a central area that just has rare monsters in it or a boss.
And the thing is, there's a hidden mechanic here. This is a joke, but there's a hidden mechanic where the game has the sense detector. So I'm like, is it safe to hit the lever? Okay, cool. Fucking out of nowhere, rare mob comes out of nowhere and starts attacking you. I'm like, motherfucker.
Mate, I'm literally throwing nukes in every room adjacent to the lever as my grenadier, and then it's like, yep, you pull it, and it's just like they come out of the woodwork. They know someone's pulling the lever. Who touched the thermostat? All the dads are coming after you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one obviously needs some changing. It's a universal experience.
And then you get like a beach map, and you're like, oh, I'm home. It's strand, it's beach, it's the best thing ever. I will say, I enjoy maps with bosses 100 times more than maps without bosses.
Yep.
I would love to see a rework there.
Yeah, that was going to be my biggest complaint.
Yeah,
actually,
every single map should have a map boss. Every single one.
Crazy idea, right?
Every boss, or sorry, every map that has the boss icon should only be a boss. There should be nothing else. It should just be like when you see that boss icon, you go into a pretty hard boss. It could be the campaign bosses. It could be like 20 times harder than anything else. You can be like, well, I actually need a bossing build to do these.
Would you like have a separate waystone item for that? Because it wouldn't really work with the current waystones, I don't feel. You'd have to either have none or maybe a separate item you could roll, a bit like invitations or something. There could be like a boss modifying thing, maybe.
Well, I think maybe the play for those is that you have to put in a white waystone, so you choose the tier, and that's how you choose the difficulty.
Yeah.
I think that makes sense.
It could just be.
I had the so I was. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say it could just ignore the waystone modifiers. Just take the tier as Swin said. Just ignore the modifiers.
Yeah. It's a good way to scrap your trash ones.
Yeah, actually, that's I like that.
Because you can't re-roll them, right?
Yeah, it feels very empty for me. It's the same feeling of eating a meal and there's no bacon in the meal. Like it just doesn't feel right.
Yeah, devastating.
So I was very willing to let them cook with this idea when they first explained it. I was like, oh, okay, cool. Yeah. So like I get it because the bosses are much longer. They didn't kind of end up being, maybe they'll tune it so they will end up being a bit longer. It makes more sense to have a system like this, but I was definitely willing to let them cook with this. But after having played it just for a little while, I literally want every boss to have a map. And I thought it was supposed to be 1 in 4, but I don't know. It doesn't seem like it. It seems like 1 in 10 or something.
Sometimes bosses. You get like 4 bosses right next to each other, and that's pretty cool.
Sure, yeah, but it mostly seems to be quite a bit rarer, and those are infinitely more satisfying. So I don't think this like rare clear system. I think they're starting to make it work through brute force because you only do like 80% of the map, and it's showing you the rares, and a fair bit of the time that works okay. Sometimes the rare's right at the back of the start of the map, and you have to backtrack all the
Yeah.
way. So that's a whole problem that is that should just never be a thing, in my opinion.
I would infinitely enjoy the game more if rares just showed on the map from the start. Let me just make some sort of like route and like find them, because like
Or
backtracking is very
they at
painful.
least need to show when you engage them, because I fought a rare down to like 1/3, but because they're not visually obvious in POE2 currently, also needs to change. I walked on because I thought it was just a random bug, and then I go back and it's flagged, and it's like, oh, there's this guy that I was fighting that was like left in a corner somewhere.
I totally
you
agree. One of my
towards the
favorite
end of the
leagues
map.
was sorry.
They could also seek you towards the end of the map, right? Instead of just like hanging out. Because like,
they probably couldn't with the game's tech, because the way the game engine works is 2 screens away from you, everything's
it doesn't
frozen.
render at all,
Yeah. So it probably wouldn't work. But I feel like, so crazy idea, right? All right, let me cook for a second. What about if you go into the boss room, there's no boss because it's not a boss map. Instead, a bunch of monsters you fight. Like you get ambushed by a bunch of waves of monsters or something like that. You have an AoE clear map. And that's the final encounter. Then you get that feeling of the final encounter, which finishes the map. You don't have to do this stupid rare hunting thing they're trying to make work. And you can still like choose to do bosses or not do bosses. I feel like that could work. It could be the mechanic. Like it could be the rituals. Complete the rituals and then the map's done. It could be like complete the breach and the map's done.
Yeah,
Like,
for me
they've got
it
that
is
system
definitely
there.
a big part of the fact that I don't feel like I'm finishing the map. I feel like I'm leaving the map unfinished, and that's like feels really bad.
I'm actually constantly unsure if I finish my maps or not because of that. I have to keep like going back in and checking because I'm like, did I actually complete that map? I look at the atlas and I'm like, oh, I didn't complete it because I just left because I thought I was done, but then you know, there's not that clear distinction. So definitely an issue there, but
And
seems like there's a
then-
few ways they could solve it.
On top of that, I don't know if you're experiencing this in softcore, but especially in beyond maps, but even in like regular maps, sometimes rare have what seems like undeath effects that aren't. They're just cosmetic fun things, which are hateful. And then the game also has the most undeath effects I've ever seen in a game, which seems very unnecessary for the pace of the game.
So
I count to 5. Yeah, I count to 5 before looting right now.
Yeah. Good strategy. I think that this is, and I really, really hope, maybe this is copium. I think that this is just a byproduct of the fact that there had to be a bit of Control-C, Control-V over the Path of Exile 2 here with them copying, pasting. And that is not done yet because the game's kind of core promise is that through more meaningful moment-to-moment gameplay, they don't need to be cheap to challenge us, because the way that it works in Path of Exile 1, in order for us to ever be challenged, the monsters have to be threatening after they're dead because we kill things so fast. So if they can achieve that, then yes, Endgame should also be able to hold true to that promise most of the time, where they don't have to have on-death effects. Things don't have to linger after death. They don't have to hide on-death effects behind loot labels and stuff. So I really hope they can realize that promise long term, but it's 100% not there at the moment.
Endgame is in such a weird state. I think it just doesn't feel like it feels completely out of place because you come out of the campaign and I think the campaign is amazing. And you jump into Endgame and it just does not feel like I have a hard time being positive about Endgame because I really love killing monsters and I really love getting loot from them. But when I'm thrown into the system of like as this said, there's no linearity. You don't know where you're going. You don't know what you're doing. You're just kind of like wandering about. And also the weird thing as well is that like you also have no agency because you just feel like you're in an ocean and there's like you don't know what you're doing. And then the developers on top of that dictate what you have to do in the map, which is really weird for Path of Exile because Path of Exile has always been about you choose your own sort of like cheesy way to say it is an adventure. But like if I don't want to kill map bosses in Path of Exile 1, I don't do it, right? But I go in and I do my essences or I do my whatevers and I leave the map. And the fact that they're now dictating what I have to do is a serious step backwards, in my opinion, in game design and like in how I feel like I would approach mapping, because it just sort of makes it so that like I'm not doing what I want to do, right? Which is what PoE's always been. That's what it's always been about, and that's what it will be about once we get more mechanics and things like that. So, yeah,
I think
but I also kind of disagree with what he said about this is better Delve, because Delve had a clear goal, which is go deeper, and the game got harder.
Just go
as you did
down.
that, which I really loved that about Delve.
Just
and
go
how
out.
much I love Delve.
Just go out.
No,
it's the same.
I do agree with that though. Like
You
if,
could go down on the
this
screen
was
if you
Delve,
want.
if this was Delve, I would still want more clear goals. By the way, so I do agree with that.
Right. It's like the
Yeah.
goal, and you know where you're going, and you know what you're doing, and it gets harder, and then you overcome
Just go down.
challenges through that. And if it's too hard, you go side. You know, Delve was amazing. It was, I loved everything about Delve, but obviously it's like at the
Yeah.
time. Now it's like
No.
kind of a little bit overdue for a bit
I
of an
think that's a
update,
good
right?
point. It's also slightly different because of hardcore. It's like I can't go to 3,000.
Of course.
Yeah, but no, I agree with that. I think that's a good point.
I think just how like obviously far off it is from the vision makes me less worried, because I'm like, this is obviously just placeholder until they
It
can
feels placeholder.
refine this to the point that they've done the first 3 acts.
I mean,
So
yeah, what they said leading up to here was a couple of months ago, they had acts 1 through 3 really polished. Then they said, well, they could either finish acts 4, 5, and 6 or make an end game for us to play. And I think they made the right decision, but it absolutely feels like that, like with what Crouching Tuna just said. Acts 1 through 3, even twice, felt really good, really polished. And then it felt like this is literally draft 1 of the end game.
Yep.
Oh yeah, it's actually so hard to remember as well, just because they like have so much content there, and there's the fact there's like multiple pinnacle bosses and stuff like that makes it feel like it is a finished end game, but it's obviously clearly not. So I think yes, draft 1 is well put. I think as we're crossing the 2-hour mark, would we like to wrap up maybe with some final thoughts on what are we exploring in the game currently or exploring next? What are the things where you're doing our current goals? And maybe what are you looking forward to in the beta? What's something that they could add soon that would get you really hyped? So go ahead, Ziz.
I mean, yeah. So I'm going for the pinnacle bosses. I'm so excited. And
yeah?
I just want to end
SSF?
with like, this game could have released for any game right now. Like, let's say like last Epoch or Diablo 4 or any company, they could have released this as a basically full product and be like, this is our game. Enjoy. We're going to be working over as a live service over time. And people would be like, wow, what an amazing game.
Yeah.
It is insane to me that there are 36 Ascendancies that are going to be in the game total. And that this is like what like the end game they've cooked up on like short notice. I'm so like, I'm negative about a lot of things, but I'm so incredibly positive for the future because I know the state that Path of Exile and Path of Exile 1 launched at in 2013, and the fact that this is our launch date is beyond insane to me. I am so fucking excited for the future of POE2 when this is our launch date.
Yeah, it's
and this is
such a
free
high
at
bar
launch.
they have, right? Like they've set themselves such a high bar. It's crazy. Like
Yeah.
Yeah,
Why we hold them to
our
this standard,
expectations are so like out in orbit.
And
For
it is actually a lot freer a game than POE1 because you're not finding any items. Your stash tabs are a lot more valuable.
Okay. What about the
So
gem
player
tab,
friendly.
though?
The gem
Yeah,
tab
I
is
just
very
gem tab,
mandatory.
but I feel like I need to now. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true.
you
They're
have
gonna get me
to.
with that one.
Bro, it's on sale. Quick.
Yeah,
It's going on sale tomorrow.
Gotta go get
Yeah,
some points.
whenever
Oh,
people
wait,
ask
I gotta
me,
hurry.
I'm like, you need the currency tab and the gem tab and maybe some premiums. But like, honestly, like,
Quad.
don't need the delirium tab.
True.
Give me the map tab though, right? We need that here ASAP.
I hope that comes this week.
What about you, Tuna?
I want to add something in regards to the MTX, which is kind of something that, like, when I first logged into the game, I was like, oh, you know, it's like it kind of shows where their priorities were. Where like the MTX wasn't working, the shop wasn't working. There's like few tabs. I found that
appreciate
to be
that.
kind of like
Yeah.
I mean, my devs feel strong, man. You know, but
Yes.
yeah, I think so. For me, because I think the end game is still like a lot to come, I'm just mostly gonna focus on understanding builds, understanding mechanics, so that I set myself up to know what I want to play, what I enjoy about the game, and that sort of stuff. So I'm gonna be re-rolling a lot. I don't think I'm really gonna be going hard on like currency or any of that sort of stuff, but I do also want to experience the cool items and what possibilities they open up for builds, because there's some crazy stuff. There's some really crazy stuff out there. So that is what I'm gonna be doing. What I look forward to the most is them just drip feeding us. I just want new stuff. I just want more. I want to see
more.
what they want to do, and I would just like love to hear them talk more openly about just what they want to do and where they want to go and what they want to add and that kind of stuff.
It's tough that they released it on Christmas holidays, right? Because it means that they're not going to be as communicative as they normally would be, because like everyone's gone.
yeah. Understandably.
So I expect a lot in the new year.
They deserve a break.
Yeah, for sure. What about you, Rax? What are you working on and what are you looking forward to, mate?
So very, very similar to Crouching Tuna. For me, I don't think I have the I don't have the experience in PoE1 that you three have. I've only played it for 1 year, but the amazing part for me on PoE1 was just the learning. I'm just trying to learn so much, and that really makes gaming for me. So I like playing all the different classes, and kind of like how we talked about earlier, we kind of agreed that this is like the rough draft of the end game. Now I'm gonna dive into the end game, at least moderately, to see exactly how it all works now that I've tried the different archetypes. But again, exactly what Tuna said. The thing that I'm looking forward to the most, I guess I'll add one thing. The first thing is what he said. I want to see more patch notes. I want to see what is grinding your games cooking up, because I have a feeling like, they're only showing us like 10% of their power, and I would love to see. I'm very eager for the new things that are coming. And one thing that I'm extremely looking forward to as someone with a math background is I can't wait to theory craft all these different archetypes of builds and then open path of building. I will easily sit there for, I can't tell you how many hours meticulously calculating and seeing. Honestly, how wrong was I? Like, I'm trying to calculate how much damage could I possibly do, and I'm sure Path of Building is going to tell me that I'm completely wrong. And I actually am I'm really looking forward to it and trying to understand why.
It's gonna be wild. The wild west of builds right now. Yep. I think you guys said it really well. I'm most looking forward to, apart from Spears, I'm very hyped for Spears. Apart from that, I'm most looking forward to hearing Jonathan do an interview again. I want to hear that insight, hear that thought process, and hear his reactions to how things have gone so far, right? Like, be like, yeah, well, this was obviously placeholder. We understand why everyone hates this, and like, we actually thought you guys would like this, and we didn't, and here's why. So, but you've made us rethink it. Like, I think that whole process is going to be really exciting over the next 6 to 12 months. So I'm looking forward to it. And in the meantime, yeah, it's hard to decide what to do, right? Because like when endgame is like obviously unfinished, do I push deep into it? Do I focus on different things? I think my core goal is going to be to try and help. There's so many new players coming to the game. I want them to stick around. So I'm like, if any of them I can grab and just be like, oh, I couldn't get my Ascendency, so I quit. I was like, yeah, you come here, I'll show you how to do it. That's what I'm trying to focus on at the moment, even if it means I don't go super deep in endgame or whatever. Just to focus on that. It's just like you said earlier, Tuner, as well. It's fun for me to be having all these new things to learn how they work.
Yeah.
Even if they're going to change, that's just going to be good. I'm going to learn them again.
Exactly.
Well,
like
yeah.
Being able to erase your memory and like play PoE again. And,
mate,
yeah, we
don't get this very often, do we? Path of Exile 2, how about that? Maybe in a decade we might get that again. So let's enjoy it while it lasts. Yeah. Well, this has been a pleasure, folks. Thanks very much for joining us for some Path of Exile 2 discussions, and all the viewers for hanging out. Hope you guys enjoyed. And, we might see you for the next one soon or on our streams. But hands together for Ziz and Tuna and Rax. Thanks, guys.
Oh, super fun.
Hell yeah.
Thanks for letting me pretend to be host. I'll see you fine folks later. Bye-bye.
Later, guys.
Bye.
Thanks, folks. That was fun. Ziz is off to go sleep, probably. Oh, I forgot to use Ziz's sleepy cat.
Wait,
sleepy cat for Ziz.
He's off to go sleep. I thought he just
No,
I thought he just woke up.
I'm off to go sleep. It's 4 a.m. here.
He was constantly saying I was so tired. He posted this cat gif, so I had it ready for the podcast, but I forgot to use it. Sad.
Ziggy, what do you think about this? Because you said interview, right, with the devs.
Yeah.
But wouldn't you rather see like a podcast of like just Jonathan and like Neon just talking amongst each other or something like that? Because I feel like
hell yeah, but that's
like
that's what I try to do when I have an interview with them, is just make them talk with each other. That's my interview tactic.
But usually it's a 1-to-1 where it's just like you and Jonathan, right? But when you were at the office, actually, it was amazing.
Yeah.
Like, because that was more of like a conversation with them. But
yeah,
usually the interviews that I've been experiencing is just like a 1-to-1, and it feels like an interrogation almost.
Yeah, it's like a barrage of questions.
Thought process about just.
I want to immerse in that, like their discussion of what they.
Yeah. Exactly.
They're just seeing them cook live. I think is really fun.
Exactly.
Which is why the Q&A went for 2.5 hours.
Yeah. The interviews tend to be like, these are my problems. How are you gonna fix them? And it's like, just I don't know. Like, as much as that's important, I would just love to hear the creative process.
Yeah.
And just like understand what they do. Like, and
Yeah,
why
I think
they,
people
why
can
they
get
think
too caught up on a specific problem as well, thinking that like then they have to argue their point that like, it's going to get changed.
Yeah,
when like
yeah,
in all likelihood,
exactly.
a lot of this stuff probably is going to get changed. Like
For
after you've
sure.
kind of said your piece about it, it's like, yeah, but I think at this point everyone said that the zones are too large. They're probably going to change something about that.
Yeah.
It's like we probably don't have to fight tooth and nail for this stuff. We'll wait and see what they say, I suppose. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
They play
But,
the game too. That's
yeah,
you know, so they're gonna experience the same stuff we experience, I think, over time. And yeah,
absolutely.
I think like maybe they have a reason as to why like things need to be a certain way, but I think at the end of the day they're reasonable and they've always been reasonable, and that's why they're
I'm
game
curious
ready
to
to
see
go.
what things they have a hard stance on, but like, no, we're not absolutely not changing this. I don't think it'll be many things, but it'll be interesting to see what ones they are. Like, because sometimes, you know, that ends up once they figure it out, it actually is like, oh, I see why they were going for that now.
Oh, for sure. Definitely, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Or maybe not. Maybe it continues to be a point of contention.
I mean,
Yeah. You
sometimes
folks on
like looking
to
back,
go play now? What's that?
sometimes looking back at like the things that like a lot of the things that Chris was mentioning about weight, like yeah, you know what, he was right, you know. As much as I hated being told like I can't have like I
I
can't be
don't,
fed
still don't
candy
fully
all
agree
the
on that
time.
one.
No, I think
Mate, they made us pick up the
Chris
relics
was
again
genius.
from Expedition. Oh my god.
Okay, but that's not the kind of weight that I mean. I mean like the item weight and things like that.
The
Like
weight of my RSI, that's what you mean,
yeah,
don't
like
you?
that's
Yes.
just tedious as shit. Like that's the stuff that he wasn't right about. Let's be honest. But I think like what you experience it in POE1 where you just now have like Headhunter that's worthless and stuff like that. And you're like, well, I kind of preferred it when things were a little bit harder,
Worthless
right?
Headhunter. Oh,
Yeah,
dear.
like you know, it's like where you can just get everything. It felt nicer when things had more weight. I guess items had more weight. So
Yeah.
but
I mean,
that's
we
just
do have
like a
weightier
total
rares and
personal
stuff
thing.
now. That's definitely something that they're cooking that's working, I think.
Yep.
What are you up to now, Rax?
I'm going to the store. We got to go to the store before we
Yeah.
buy food, but I didn't want to dip out and be
Yeah,
rude. Are you
No,
still
no,
going?
dude, everyone.
Are you still going, Ziggy?
Yeah, I'm going to do some trial of the Sekima's science today. Try
Oh,
to make that
God.
as like easy as possible for people. That's my
Okay,
plan.
well,
Throw a raid your way.
yeah, I'll throw you a raid as well. Hey,
Thanks,
I
guys.
don't know if
I
I've
might
ever
go
talked
pee
to you
and then I'll do
before.
that.
I'm not sure if I ever talked to you before, Ziggy, but it was a pleasure. Thanks.
I don't think we
thanks for
have. It's
having
good
me.
to meet you, mate. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's good to meet you. I really like the way you ask follow-up questions, by the way. I was like, dude, you're inspiring me to be like do better and better with podcast hosting and stuff. Like you were asking his follow-up questions in a way that I thought was like really good at digging to the core of what he was trying to say instead of just passing on, which is pretty easy to just kind of like move on to the thing you want to say. I appreciate that. I noted that specifically that you were doing multiple times.
Yeah, I mean, I remember
good podcast.
I remember in high school, we had one of the first classes I took was career ed, and they're trying to set you up for the future. And we had a really, really godly teacher, and he said, "You want to know what's the number one thing that employers would love from their employees that they say that they never get? Is employees that are good listeners." Like a lot of times people hear words and in one ear out the other, but then they're just in their mind processing the thing that they were going to say. And they can't actually engage with anything that anybody said, even if they have the communication skills, because they don't have the listening skills. So we spent like a semester sitting there learning how to listen. And I don't know, I'm an old piece of shit. I can't listen for shit anyway. But when I come to these, I'm definitely trying to be engaged in what are they saying and why are they saying. And I wasn't trying to attack Cicerin. I was actually very interested. I wanted to know more. I'm like, tell me why you like the lab when a lot of people don't like it. I just wanted to know more.
Yeah, some people do take that way. Sometimes when you like, when you try to drill down to what someone is actually saying, like when you're really engaged with it. But no, I take it that way. You're engaged, mate. You do an active listening. It's good. It's a rare skill. I appreciate it.
Thank you,
That makes for fun podcasting.
Thank you, Mr. Fitch Thorne from Career Ed. I owe you one, man. Thank you.
Shout outs to Mr. Fitch Thorne. Thanks for the raid, Tuna. Welcome, folks.
All right, I'm gonna hop off, guys.
Tuna, it was a pleasure.
Alrighty, I'll see you later, mate. Thanks for the
It was
chat.
a pleasure, guys.
See ya.
Thank you very
Later,
much.
guys.
Have
Bye.
a good night and good blasting in the game. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
Hell
let's
yeah.
do it. I'm keen. This is the start of my day.
All right, boys. Well, what'd you guys think of the podcast? Sorry, I know the audio was off. I was going to do that tricky thing that I said, but I realized right before I did it that it wasn't going to work. So I need to come out with a different solution next time. What did you guys think of that? Oh shit, I don't have the chat up. I can't even see what you're saying. I didn't talk enough. Yeah, I definitely, out of any podcast that I've ever been on, I would say in this one, I talked the least. But I wouldn't say I wasn't scared at all. And I actually had a lot more to say than I did. But, and I don't mean this negatively at all, but a lot of the other people, like not so much Tuna, but Ziggy and Zizaran, they really wanted to chat. And so I was very comfortable to just let them chat. I was just listening, just absorbing. What are they saying? And then I was just banking it. I was just banking it for when I'm going to talk, but I'm not, when it's my turn, I'm not going to talk for an hour. You know what I mean? Zizaran is a certified. Yeah, I hope that my dialogue with Zizaran came across positive. That's how I meant it. I wanted to understand more about what he was saying because I thought what he was saying was actually like very rare feedback. And I was like, okay, can you explain to me where is that coming from? So I was like, you like the lab? What? Okay, it didn't come off. Okay, I was a little bit worried. I just wanted to talk to him about it. You rude bastard. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much, guys, for being here. Really appreciate it. I just noticed a ton of you guys subbed and primed like you always do. You gifted subs while we were podcast. Thank you, guys. Sorry that the audio was off sync. I had a cool idea to make it work, and then I realized 5 seconds before it started that it was not going to work. So, thank you. Okay. All right. Well, that was very enjoyable for me, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed it as well. It sounded like you did, so that makes me happy. I'll make the, I got to go to the store and then eat, and then Sarah probably hates me. I spent no time with her, but I'll be spending more time with her this week. Okay. I got to go. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you. I'll raid Ziggy if you guys want to hang out with him more. Maybe it's your first time hearing him. He was like the host of the whole thing. Thanks for being here, guys. Tomorrow I'm going to finish The Witch, hopefully without any... I have no deaths. I'm in Act 5, no deaths, which is insane. Ziggy D Live, I believe is his thing. Right? Ziggy D Live? I better check. I better not get this wrong. Actually, if it's wrong, I can just cancel the raid. Let's go for it. Ziggy D Live? It's correct. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, guys. We go on tomorrow. Again. And we will start doing endgame stuff. We will give them away twice. So if you're okay with it, we'll give them away tomorrow. I will give away those keys that you gave me. Thank you so much, man. Have a great night, guys. Say hi to Ziggy D. See you tomorrow.